Chapter 31. The corpse golem's attack pattern is simple. Fire corpse bombs at distant enemies. Pull close and devour nearby enemies. Using those hundreds of arms sprouting from all over its body, wriggling like tentacles. Bjorn! Einar's worried cry rings in my ears as I maintain my distance. If I get too close, I won't be a valid target for the corpse bomb. Then the target would change to where the wizard is. Crash! I have to stall somehow, at least until the wizard comes to her senses. By drawing aggro all by myself. Crash! Each time a corpse bomb flies in, I roll to the side to create some distance, then crouch behind my shield to protect myself from the splattering acidic synovia. And when I'm doing this for the third time, Eherno Hindar, a baptism of flames comes roaring. Fortunately, the wizard seems to have come to her senses. Instead of looking back, I keep my attention focused only on the corpse golem. Accompanied by the screams of hundreds of voices, the body of the corpse golem is set ablaze, and its shell starts peeling off. The standard strategy for beating the first pattern is to repeatedly light it aflame using torches while kiting its attacks and managing your distance. But with a single spell, all of that is now completed in one shot. The outer shell of the corpse golem has been neutralized, but the burning smell of rotten corpses is even more disgusting. Eek! Another scream resounds from behind. Please, just come to your senses quicker this time. Well, although I guess I don't need a wizard anymore. Einar, it's fine now, come to the other side. I immediately call Einar forward. The corpse golem is a level 7 monster, but as long as its skin is peeled off, it's not a monster beyond the reach of 2 barbarians. Its gigantic shape has also shrunk noticeably, and now it's only about 3 m in diameter. Now that the piles of corpses that have been crawling all over its form have burned and melted, only the remaining bones, like bars of reinforced steel, keep creaking as they move. I call this bone golem mode. Cocked. Because of the reduced weight, its movement has become much more agile. I shout as I block the violent swing of its arm with my shield. Porter, you come help too. I must protect Lady Raven. Motherfucker. Alright, I get it. Let's wait and see what price all my hard work gets me. Crump. I leap high and slam my mace on the golem's torso. There's a shattering sound, but that's all. Its ribs are so hard that cracking a piece of bone a little is all I managed. But this is repeatable. Einar, aim for the chest. Got it? Einar and I attack the corpse golem's ribs, kiting its aggro between us. Perhaps after doing that around 40 times, the ribs, hard as walnut shells, crack apart, revealing the kernel inside. A magical core, a common vital element for golems. Crunch. After I break the core with my mace, the corpse golem stops working and dissolves into light. You have killed a corpse golem. EXP +3. The video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by Pub Future. The reward is a mana stone the size of a fist, as expected of a level 7 monster. Oh, how many loaves of bread would this buy? Einar, admiring the first stone she's seen of this size, suddenly stiffens. Because the reward doesn't end with just a mana stone. Whoosh! A halo of black light shines softly as it hangs in the air. Bjorn, maybe this is? I nod my head, equally nonplussed. Essence drop. A rift is nothing less than a treasure trove. Elite monsters that don't appear outside in the regular areas are like raindrops in the desert for adventurers who can't get any more experience from regular monsters. Not to mention the loot the Guardian spits out. But the key is that the essence drop rate inside a rift is exponentially higher than the outside. Actually, if you look at the probability, it's not that strange that an essence came out now. What are we going to do? I put my thoughts together for a moment in response to Einar's question. First of all, we too should own it. We almost did all the fighting by ourselves, and this was the promise in the first place. But originally I had 2 candidates, Death Fiend for regenerative power or Chimeric Wolf for muscular strength. Both essences are from a level 8 monster. But all of a sudden, here dropped the essence of a corpse golem, a level 7 elite monster that appears only inside the Blood Citadel. The difficulty of obtaining such a rare essence is incomparable to either of the candidates. But it's too average for me to be happy about it. The penalty is severe, and the unique abilities have their own drawbacks. Corpse golem. Pain tolerance +70, skeletal density +55, poison resistance +12, strength +15, cognition -5, appetite +9, weight +21. First of all, the basic stats are suitable for tank builds. The decline in cognitive ability affects the visual acuity of the body, as well as the speed of judgment, and the body will become dull overall. In return, other stat increases are very high. Skeletal density, which affects defense as well as physical resistance, is +55, and weight, which used to affect knockback and blunt damages in the game, is +21. Pain tolerance is also very useful in reality compared to in the game. Appetite is insignificant, and strength as well as poison resistance are unconditionally helpful stats. But, special. P. Acidic bodily fluids. Blood becomes acidic. A. Flesh explosion. Create a powerful explosion from any part of the body. The abilities have huge flaws. Flesh explosion does boast tremendous damage, but it uses the character's HP as a cost. What if you just don't use the active skill? Sealing a skill is a huge loss in the first place, but even disregarding that, if you eat this essence, every time you get injured, the durability of your equipment will drop drastically. Because whenever you bleed, your blood will splatter and corrode whatever it touches, including your equipment. Outrageous potion costs and horrendous equipment costs. Usually, whenever this essence dropped in the game, I fed it to whichever NPC I was carrying with me at the time, pretty much throwing it away. You can't make chicken salad out of chicken shit. And this essence is the same. It's a waste to completely throw it away, but it'd be problematic to feed it to your player character. Anyway, the essence you eat at the start has to be thrown away someday, so taking this now wouldn't be such a bad thing. Let's put it on hold for now and treat the dwarf first. Even if there's no owner, the essence will remain for half an hour, so there's no need for haste. I don't know if I might be able to trade something for this. Having made such a judgment, I turn to our rear and witness a scene that can be summed up in one word: a mess. Did the porter give them potions? The dwarf is rolling on the ground with the pain from the potion, and the wizard somehow looks half dead. Do not come close. His name right, Tarzine? This sleek-looking escort bastard blocks our way as soon as he sees us coming closer. Fuck, what do we do? What happened? When I keep my distance and ask, the porter answers. She's suffering from backlash because she forcefully cast magic. Backlash. He seems to be referring to circuit break, a condition that sometimes occurs when casting fails. Upon closer inspection, the wizard is literally vomiting blood, not just spewing out the contents of her stomach. Ugh, Herc, is this the bitter price of using magic in the midst of a stomach upset because of the smell? It's a weird sight for sure, but, in fact, in Dungeon & Stone, that's a good thing. Unlike other games where the chain of causality is transparently visible, in this game, small causes that seem insignificant can sometimes threaten your life. Are you going to leave her to it? I think it'd be better to move her outside first. I will ask you to carry the dwarf then. After escorting Raven and the dwarf to the dungeon basement, things get better in a while. The dwarf is the first to come to his senses. I have no excuse, thank you. Things would have been a nightmare if it weren't for the two of you. I'm glad you understand that. I don't try to act humble, because there's no going back. I'm sure I made a difference, and I'm going to use this to raise my hourly wage a little bit more. For that, it'd be better to go high than to go low. If it weren't for Einar, you'd be dead already. I know. It's really embarrassing, but as soon as I saw it, my body stiffened. I used to think I've seen everything there is to see. Once again, this place emphasizes the harshness of reality. If it were a game, he would have been more than strong enough, but due to his fragile mentality, he was almost killed by a mid-boss, not even the Rift Guardian. So, what's up with the lady? Backlash. She's drunk a potion, so she should get better soon. The wizard, who had been screaming instead of vomiting, comes to her senses about 10 minutes later. It hurts, ouch. She speaks pretending to be careless, but there's no more of that earlier lofty atmosphere. The corners of her mouth and the nape of her neck are caked with vomit and blood, and even her fine blonde hair hangs loose and matted. Same with her robes, covered in dirt and grime. We took care of the corpse golem. Yes, I know. I overdid the magic, but well done. Really, is this how adventurer bastards behave? Rather than saying thank you, the first thing she mentions is her own achievement. If I let it be, there will be no hope of increasing my wages. I need to get a confirmation somehow. We saved you. By more than a person's share. Do you agree, wizard? I agree. Raven nods, as if in anger. It seems that it was quite shameful that the two barbarians whom she had been taking for granted did such a great job. To be honest, it's quite refreshing, but leaving her some room at this point will help the negotiations. Of course, your magic was amazing. With such strong flame, you must have overdid it for the sake of the team. Well, I guess so. What do you want to say? I say bluntly. We will take the Rift Stone. Essence, numbered item, Rift Stone. These are the 3 possible loot drops from a Rift Guardian. When ID first asked for this, they glared at us, saying we were being too greedy for 2 useless rookies. But what about now? There is only a strange silence. I wait patiently without urging. Patience is the basis of negotiation. I agree. If it weren't for this barbarian girl here, I'd be dead. Is this him repaying the favor? The dwarf is the first to express his affirmation. Adds by Pub Future. But I disagree. Raven doesn't allow it. But it's not like she's giving no concession at all. But if the Rift Stone does drop, I think we can at least give them an equal chance. Simply put, it means that we'll be given the opportunity to bid. It's a little disappointing, but it's true that she's helped a lot too, so it might be nice to be satisfied with this. Because I don't have much time. Then, on to the next item. And there was the essence. Essence? Could it be that the corpse golem dropped an essence? Yes. The dwarf and Raven both gape, perhaps not having expected to see something so rare. It's amazing. It looks like you haven't gotten a single essence yet, but you got this one as your first. I heard that the corpse golem's essence is so rare that even the Adventurers Guild doesn't understand its properties. Raven admires the essence that's even rarer than the essence of a guardian. Her eyes are shining with the lust for research. It's a bonus. I hide my happiness as much as possible and bring out the proposal ID been holding back. You can exchange it for the essence of the guardian if you want. Yes? But we're not sure if the guardian will even drop an essence. Raven wiggles in place with a strange face. She really likes the suggestion. We'll take the chance. Okay then, alright. I really don't know how adventurers think. Actually, the corpse golem is a lot more interesting to me. I didn't know this would drop. Negotiations success. Miss Raven, I've heard that wizards can't absorb essences, so are you going to feed it to your porter? No, the essence by itself is worth studying. Raven took a test tube from the porter's bag. This was one of the reasons wizards were such a cheat. Even if they didn't directly absorb the essence into the body, they could still take it outside. They didn't need to prepare for that, though. Ah, did you bring a test tube? I heard they're exorbitantly expensive. This is the only one I have. In fact, putting an essence below the 6th grade in a test tube was almost a waste. But Raven seemed to value the corpse golem's essence quite highly. Whoosh! As Raven chanted a spell, the essence was sucked into the test tube. She carefully double-wrapped the item with cloth and stored it properly in her backpack. Then let's get out of this terrible place. I've been waiting for you to say that. We climbed up the grimy ladder and moved quickly through the water pipes. The only monsters that appeared were skull rats and dead men. Although the place smelled foul, it was nothing compared to the stench in the corpse golem's arena. After traveling for about 30 minutes, we reached our destination. We'll go up first. There was a staircase beyond the rusty iron fence that looked like it would crumple with one kick, and when I climbed it, a spacious stone chamber appeared. Breathing in the fresh air as much as I could, I checked my surroundings. It doesn't look like a gargoyle statue. What is that? It doesn't feel magical, so it must be a simple sculpture. Demonic sculptures were everywhere, and the floor was littered with human skulls. Perhaps there was a house right above here. If it hadn't collapsed, I would have been able to investigate inside. As if she didn't feel the eerie atmosphere, Raven spoke as if it were a pity. As you can see, it has the typical look of a religious facility. However, hiding it underground means that this faith did not fit the social norms of the time. For example, worshipping an evil god. I see. The dwarf was taken aback by Raven's enthusiastic explanation as she showed off her knowledge. I brought them back to reality by interjecting before they could go off on even longer tangents. Why don't we stop talking and get a little rest? In fact, this was my warning to myself as well. Because the last chapter of the Rift, the demonic shrine, was not a place to be taken lightly. Bjorn am feeling something ominous in the air, especially for an unlucky bastard like me. Chapter 32. Blood Citadel 3. Click. When Raven pushed a stone embedded in the walls, the candles in the stone chamber lit up at once, and the hall became brighter. Oh, how did you know about this again? Books are a treasure trove of knowledge. Yeah, you can read anything in a book. Let's see. Here it is. Raven pushed a brick, and a book fell down from the ceiling with the clicking sound of a mechanism. Necronomicon, a grimoire of black magic, and an item that was sold at a fairly high price in stores. Damn it. It's something I discovered with my own abilities, so we'll take it as agreed. That's fine. We wouldn't be able to take it out without distortion magic, anyway. Huh? Raven laughed awkwardly. She probably knew all about it from the map she had memorized. The Necronomicon was considered an item and could be taken outside even without distortion magic. Would you mind putting this in my backpack? Yes, Mistress Raven. My stomach hurt with envy, but all I could do was watch while the wizard swallowed the loot all by herself. I'd thought to collect it myself later. Why the hell did she know about this when she didn't even know what was hidden under the statue? Then shall we go? As we walked along the straight passage for about 10 m, we came across a two-way fork under a huge statue of a devil. Miss Raven, it doesn't matter which one we choose. We're going to hunt all the monsters anyway, right? We went around the shape of the demonic shrine and methodically hunted down the monsters. Gargoyle statue, Death Fiend, Chimeric Wolf, and Bone Knight. Not only did the corpse golem drop an essence, but we even got the longing type, so we're pretty lucky. Yes, this reign of good fortune wasn't like my usual experience. Hate, sorrow, longing. A Bone Knight, a level 7 monster, can have one of these 3 attributes at random. And we got the easiest and the most rewarding type. The longing type only has the ability to drain life, which restores its own life when it hits. and I can simply negate it with my cancel regeneration magic. Raven bragged proudly, but in fact, with or without her, the longing type would have been the easiest. The sadness type, which emitted a mist that caused delirium, had a very annoying ability even in the game. Well, it wasn't in the same league as the hatred type, though. The dwarf said thoughtfully. If we're talking about luck, I've heard that the hatred type is the weakest, right? Fuck you. Knights of Hatred use Soul Slash, a crazy skill that does no damage, but has an atrocious probability of dropping your level. Companion A suffers serious damage to his soul, and his level drops. Once it crits, this message appears in the battle log regardless of HP, defense, or magic resistance. And when this message appears, it's better to give up and start nurturing a new character. That's a lot easier than recovering the lost experience by speedrunning portals. It's really scary to have your soul's rank go down. At Raven's explanation on my behalf, the dwarf shuddered and breathed a sigh of relief. However, this wizard girl did not miss the opportunity to show off her knowledge and continued to explain. If you have as many essences as your soul allows, one would be lost at random. Perhaps this is something that other adventurers might not know. The video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by Pub Future. As expected of a wizard, she was bang on. However, if I could add one more piece of information as an old pro, Soul Slash crits more easily the lower your level. And now I was only level 2. Even with my bad luck, I was really lucky I didn't meet the Knight of Hatred. Essence. Fuck, is my luck finally turning? Another essence dropped in my hands. It belonged to none other than the 7th grade monster, the Bone Knight. What is this? Even the corpse golem dropped an essence. Was this the so-called bountiful fortune? It is as if God is watching over you. Ha 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 ha. I know what you mean. Maybe the Guardian would drop an essence too. Each of them gave meaningless congratulations and looked at us. Me and Einar. It meant one of us would have to eat this. After thinking for a while, I came up with an answer. Einar, take this for yourself. Is that all right? It would have been a lie to say I wasn't tempted. In fact, now only the Guardian was left, and no one could be sure whether another essence would drop or not. But you said you wanted to be strong, didn't you? So take this. From a player's point of view, it was more reasonable for Einar to take it rather than me. Drain Life was a good fit for swordsmen, and I was in a position where I'd have to give up my weapon someday. And above all, Einar was reliable. Judging by her honest personality, she wouldn't leave me to fend for myself and instead stay by my side. So, rather than being impatient, it'd be more efficient to make Einar stronger and then use that strength to get an essence that fit me better. Oh, thank you. Bjorn, you're the best. I'll definitely repay this favor. With my permission, Einar took the essence with excitement. The change was dramatic and immediate. What the? Why did you all suddenly grow so large? You're the one who turned small, Einar. What? Really? Einar's height, which was around 2 m, decreased sharply. In an instant, she came down to around the late 170s. This is the basic effect of the essence of the Bone Knight. In return for a significant increase in bone density, your height decreases. Raven, who liked to explain things, recited the information known by this world's standards. If instead of terms like high, middle, low, etc., you expressed it in terms of hard numbers. Bone Knight. Cutting power plus 12, skeletal density plus 55, agility plus 15, endurance plus 15, flexibility minus 7, height minus 25. P. Antiseptic all-wound aggravating effects, poison, bleeding, decay, etc. are halved. A. Drain Life, temporary, significant increase in regeneration when you strike another. Don't worry, you wouldn't have lost muscle strength just because you got shorter. I'm ruined. Nobody will see me as a warrior anymore. Everyone already looked at me funny because I'm a woman. Did people really make fun of her because she was a woman? Or was it a complex all in her head? By the way, you look really pretty. Raven, watching Einar scream, murmured with interest. Is it because the skull structure shrunk? Maybe this could be sold to nobles as cosmetics. That means I'm not a warrior anymore? I didn't know it was going to be this bad, so I hurriedly cut in trying to fix it somehow. No. Einar, everyone already knows that you're a great warrior. To be honest, except for the tattoos on her upper body, she now almost looked like a tall human woman. What's wrong with getting just a little bit shorter? Do you call this a little bit? But you're much stronger now. Isn't that good enough? I was the only one trying to console her. The rest were pure sociopaths, busy chattering with each other, ignoring their colleagues' misfortune. Ha ha ha, what a strange essence. If a dwarf like me eats it, he'll become invisible. That's a fun idea. Whether the height reduction effect is proportional or absolute, I need to look for examples after I go back. I'm ruined. Ha ha ha. Is it because you're a barbarian? Even if you're short, your voice is still very loud. Einar, if it's okay with you, can I examine you once we get back to the city? I'm ruined. All of you, please stop and be quiet. My ears are ringing and my head hurts. Death fiend. Thanks to the monster that ran in from afar attracted by all the noise, the commotion somehow barely subsided. However, perhaps because they were curious about Einar's transformation after absorbing the essence, everyone took a step back and expressed their intention to watch. Behora! Einar swung her great sword with a shout that was completely devoid of spirit. And? Snicked. No, I didn't hear it wrong. Her great sword made a slashing sound rather than a blunt impact for the first time. Was this what cutting force plus 12 looked like? Einar, aim at the head. I got it. Surprised by her own change, Einar leapt up high and chopped her greatsword straight down. And then, snicked. The death fiend, which used to need dozens of hits with the two of us, died in a single blow. That one shot cleaved through the hard skull and reached the brain inside. Look, you've gotten much stronger. Then, am I still a warrior? Does that make sense? Question mark. Einar, second daughter of Penelin. Now you are not just a warrior. You're a stronger warrior. Beheld. Thank God she finally cheered up. Her balance was off because Shed lost weight, but Shed become much stronger once she got used to it. Aren't they a really good couple? I know, right? I ignored the useless chatter between the wizard and the dwarf and proceeded forward. Because ID realized once again that the only way to shut them up was by fighting monsters. Come on, Bjorn. If you eat one, you can also become a stronger warrior like me. Regaining her motivation, Einar really kept fighting with all her heart and soul. Thud, kathunk, snicked. Unfortunately, even after hunting all the monsters in the shrine, no more essences dropped. But I didn't give up hope. Ads by Pub Future. Because the best part of the rift, the Guardian, was still left. We'd been lucky enough so far. So couldn't that luck last for one last round? Just when that thought crossed my mind. I've had a lot of fun with you guys, but now it's almost over. The dwarf boldly raised a flag. Raven followed. It's a bit sad. This is my first time in the labyrinth, but I think I can understand why my seniors go on adventures. In that instant, it felt as if I'd been dumped in a frozen river. Come to think of it, when had I ever been this lucky in my whole life? Even if I combed over my entire lifetime, I couldn't find a single instance. Something would always happen to spoil things at the end. The screws in my head, which had been loosened to the limit, tightened at once, as an unknown premonition loomed over me. Then I'll go in. What's the problem? If the worst were to happen now, what would it be? Infighting? That didn't seem correct. The loot distribution had already been agreed. So even if an internal conflict were to happen, it only happened after the Guardian died. Screech. As the dwarf opened the door to the stone chamber, I observed our surroundings. With an iron certainty that something was going to happen, I paid close attention to every little detail my eyes could reach. Simultaneously, I went over all the in-game information about the Blood Citadel in my head. So, I was able to find it. Door? Close the door. What do you mean? Damn it, it's too late. At the same time as the door opened, the floor began to shake violently. And then, at the very center of the spacious stone chamber, a shape that had been hiding in the dark stood up and took off its hood to reveal a wretched face. Only Raven, the wizard, realized how serious was the predicament we were in. No, that's absurd. The Guardian of the Rift had changed. Instead of the Death Knight that should have been waiting for us here, the Lord of the Blood Citadel wakes up from his deep slumber. A boss monster without any retinue. Nevertheless, it was a monster with a level 5 difficulty. A true hybrid monster proficient in black magic as well as melee combat. A monster we would have only had a faint chance to meet even if we were on the 6th floor. Vampire. A so-called high variant, not an ordinary vampire. Simply put, he was a named monster with intelligence, a name, and a history. I even knew his name. I haven't seen any of the living in a long time. Vampire Duke Cambormere. Where are you guys from? On behalf of the frozen crowd, I opened my mouth. Let's run. Fuck. Why are you doing this to me? In the game, even if I sang come out every time, you never showed up. Chapter 33. Warrior 1. Monsters can be broadly classified into 4 categories. 1. Variants. For example, regular goblins, goblin archers, and goblin swordsmen. They're all of the same race, but have different classes. 2. Higher species. The Death Fiends ID met in the Land of the Dead belong to this category. Note that this is a relative term. As long as the monster is 1 grade higher than the average of the current floor, it's a higher species. 3. Rare species. Monsters that can only be met in certain special places like the rifts, like corpse golems, or monsters that can appear in the general areas but are extremely difficult to find like mimics fall in this category. 4. High variants. named monsters, with unique memories for each individual and individual names. Their most prominent characteristic is that they can have the power of essence, giving them special abilities unavailable to their species. In short, they're much tougher and much more demanding to fight. Imagine, what if an ogre, known for its thick skin, also possessed the regenerative ability of a troll? A crazy monster would be born. That's why I was running with all my might. Who the hell is that guy? Why the hell is there a vampire here? Run faster if you got the time to whine, dwarf. Out of the entrance to the boss room. Hook, hook. I can't even run anymore. Excuse me, Miss Raven. Following the same route by way of which we'd come in, past the water pipes. We can't leave this place without killing him anyway. Wouldn't it be better to fight? We at least need to find sunlight. What's sunlight? The sky's all red. That'd still be better than here, though. Even after entering the maze-like dungeon. Turn left here. We continued to sprint. Because this place was no different than his home ground. We had to get outside at any cost. That way we could still have a chance to live. Hey, a high-variant guardian, this is unprecedented. Well, that wasn't strictly true. High variants appear even in the White Temple on the 3rd floor. And from the 8th floor and up, in the true depths of the labyrinth, it's safe to say that all rifts are like that. But, well, it wasn't wrong to call this unprecedented for the 1st floor. Even I, an old pro in his 9th year with 10,000 runs under his belt, had never met the Vampire Duke. I only knew about his existence from a recording a player had posted on the only community site for the game. All right, how did you know, Mr. Bjorn? You told us to close the door. Couldn't that damned zeal for learning take a rest, even in this situation? I repeat, run faster. But I'm not running by myself, right? Ah, that's right. But can't you see how hard I'm trying to run? I just had an intuition. Before things got any more annoying, I looked around and cut off our conversation. But if I were to answer that within my own head, it was thanks to the unusual color of the doorknob that I'd noticed. In the Blood Citadel gameplay recording the player had uploaded, that had been the only unusuality. When the Vampire Duke didn't appear for me even after trying hundreds of times under the same conditions as that player, ID thought there had to be some special condition. So ID combed through the recording and found that small difference. If I hadn't been blinded by so many lucky breaks, could I have discovered it even before opening the door? Well, there was no point thinking about that right now. You're being rude, oh guests. As soon as we reached the 2nd floor of the dungeon, he appeared on our trail. Swaya, chasing us in the form of a black mist, not as a human. The video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by Pub Future. This wasn't a vampiric ability. It was one of the dozens of black magic spells he possessed, spiritization. This was why I hated monsters that used magic. They were too damned versatile. Raven, I immediately called the wizard on our side. I wanted to ask if she knew any solar magic, the elemental weakness of all vampires. But I was thinking too much. Everyone close your eyes. The lady wizard had already finished casting. A Heshchamber 2, Radiant Explosion, a support spell usually used for its AoE blinding effect. Even with my eyes closed, I could clearly feel the sudden and intense flash of light. Pai. Ignoring the tinnitus from my ears, I opened my eyes and found that the black smoke that had been chasing us had disappeared. Thank God. By canceling spiritization, the next part of the combo, materialization, had also been prevented, meaning we'd earned at least 3 minutes of reprieve, or even more. By now, he must again woken up in the shrine room. But were triumphs bound to be accompanied by disasters? Bjorn, the wizard's down. What? Hearing Einar's exclamation, I glanced at Raven, who was being held by the porter as we ran, and saw that she had fainted. As if she had suffered from some internal injury, blood was dripping from her lips. What? Did that bastard use some magic? But one couldn't use magic in spiritized state, though? Maybe the power of the essence? Maybe. In the recorded gameplay, the player had gotten wiped out without much fuss, so it was impossible to confirm what kind of additional abilities the Vampire Duke had. Various possibilities swirled in my head, but I decided to stop thinking about it for now. What are you doing? Not running. The wizard who knew the way has passed out. Don't worry, I know the way. How? Looking at the dwarf's face full of doubts, I answered briefly. I memorized it. But isn't this your first time here? In fact, I'd been here hundreds of times. I'd wanted to meet the Vampire Duke, so I'd been a really frequent visitor. Of course, I never expected that I'd get to see that face from up close instead of from the other side of the monitor. Follow me. I took the lead without allowing any further questions. Would the wizard consider me too unusual for a barbarian when she woke up later? But that'd be a concern for later. Surviving now was the priority. Whoa, you really memorized the way. As we sprinted nonstop and reached the first basement floor, the dwarf exclaimed in amazement. You too. Is it true that you finished your coming-of-age ceremony only last month? Of course. Didn't I tell you? Bjorn is a great warrior. A great warrior. Huh, feels like that really might come true someday. They say praise can make even whales dance. But I'm not a whale, please. I'm begging you, if you've got the energy to talk, run faster. Maybe 2 minutes had passed so far. Pit-a-pat, pit-a-pat. Left, right, straight, straight. Right, left, straight, straight. As we kept running nonstop according to map ID drawn in my head, the exit finally came into view. Were we just under 3 minutes? I checked our trail one last time before running up the stairs. Hoo-hoo. Everyone was breathing hard, but nobody had been left behind because they all had good basic stamina. The problem was that I could see a trail of dark smoke following behind us. Swaya! Should I have thrown away the whole backpack? Else I could have widened the distance a little bit further. But nothing would change even if I regretted it now. Let's focus on what we can do right now. Pit-a-pat, pit-a-pat. We rushed up the stairs. But did he use materialization? Pitter-patter. I heard the sound of something being assembled behind us. It was time to go for broke. I started jumping 2 to 3 steps at a time with a last-minute burst of energy. And we're out. We finally came out on the surface. Without a single fatality. I was so worried deep inside, but it really didn't follow us up, I see. The dwarf muttered with a sigh. However, as if he wasn't completely relieved, his gaze was still fixed on the stairs leading to the basement. Anybody with basic sense would know. In the end, we just bought ourselves a little more time. None of the problems had actually been resolved. How long do you think it'd take? In response to the dwarf's question, I shrugged, looking at the ridge across the castle walls. Well, although I didn't know the exact time, just from the looks of it, there isn't much time left. Time was clearly not on our side. Soon, that dark red sky would turn completely Stygian. So we needed to finish our preparations before that. So how's the wizard exactly? She's taken a potion, so she should come back to her senses soon. Are you sure? I'm sure she will. That's just your own wish then, you bastard. Really, did this guy have no concept of our current situation that he was behaving like this? I said firmly. You have to do more this time. But what? Or, do you want to lose everything? Sometimes being completely direct is the most effective. He couldn't protect the wizard by himself if all the rest of us died. What can I do? Although if he had to ask me that, it might be true that he couldn't make much of a difference. But I just wanted to remind him of his resolve before the battle began. Guard the wizard, even if you have to risk your life. Of course. His tone changed, sounding a lot more reliable. And now that this bastard had been dealt with, was there only one more thing left to prepare? Let's go to the outer walls. It'd be better to have some cover. I used some unreasonable excuses to lead the party to the outer walls. In fact, it might have been best to leave everything here and go alone right away. But if he popped up in the meantime, it'd be game over. Wait here for a moment. We'll take a look around and come back. Splitting the party's a bad idea. The dwarf shouted something, but I pretended to be deaf and ran towards the fountain ID noticed the last time. I had no choice then but to ignore it in order to not attract attention, but this time I had to get that item. Clang! Crumble! A fountain, dry and full of pebbles. After breaking the statue in the middle, I combed through the fragments and pulled out a small box from the debris. The character has obtained the tear of the goddess. When I checked, the contents also matched how it had been in the game. Other good news also followed. When I came back after packing my new prize into the sole of my boots, Raven had come to her senses. Vampire! What about the vampire? We managed to escape somehow, but hell appear again after the sun goes down. I see. Maybe because she was still in pain, so she frowned. Now it was her turn to answer. What the hell happened to you? Raven took a cursory sip of the potion the porter handed her like it was plain bottled water, and answered in a half-dead voice. Ugh, I'm not sure, but based on the symptoms, SSS, it was most likely pain sharing. Pain sharing. We were pretty lucky if that was true. The 8th grade monster with this ability, Night Flyer, was one of the ones with the lowest basic stats among its peers. If the essence had been 6th grade, no, even 7th grade, the difficulty would have been even higher. In fact, when I tried to use the spell one more time, the backlash. Raven grabbed the collar over her chest with a painful expression. Seeing it made me feel very sad too. Seemed like I'd have to cover for her a while longer. How long would the recovery take? Ugh, a complete recovery is impossible. My magic circuit's gotten completely twisted. A rough estimate is fine, so give me some numbers. 20 minutes? I should heal up enough by then for up to 5 rank 7 attack spells. 5 magic spells in the same class as Flame Baptism. This was a pretty big deal. Are there any other solar magics you know of? It's very rude to ask a wizard about their spell repertoire, you know? Of course, in terms of the worldview, I knew that. But right now, I was one of the barbarians who stood at the very apex of rudeness, with a cultural tradition of daring to talk smack towards anybody except the king. Looking at my eyes, which were bluntly saying, so what? Raven could only sigh. I could cast one Sunspot Sphere. Sunspot Sphere. Its basic form was similar to a fireball, but it was a rank 6 attack spell that used the solar attribute instead of fire. Now how could I spruce this up even more? What about using the attribute strengthening spell on the Sunspot Sphere? If I had 10 more minutes to gather the mana. Alright then, I'll try to hold on somehow until then. So, don't go out of your way to help, and save your magic. Yes, gotta wait, but why is Mr. Yondell acting as the leader? As expected of a wizard, huh? She sure caught on quickly. The dwarf had just followed along when I'd naturally taken the lead. Then is there anyone else who can do it? She glanced at the porter, Einar, and the dwarf, in that order, then shook her head as if she'd been convinced. That really I see how it is. Ah, sorry, I was just born like this, so what can I do? The dwarf scratched the back of his thick neck, as if he was indifferent. And Einar also joined in the conversation, because she saw a way for a quick victory. Are you going to admit that a barbarian is better than a dwarf? Of course not. However, as the barbarian lady here said, this friend here is really something special. I could feel it. Special. I've always been confident in my eye for people. Raven was curious about what happened while she was unconscious, but sadly, we couldn't spend our precious time on that. Murad, how many essences do you have? 4. What kinds? I made the questions as short and concise as possible, trying to grasp the dwarf's overall capabilities. Among the essences he had, there were no key cards that could turn the game around. Still, I could draw a strategy inside my head. The one disappointment, however, was that there was no time to discuss it with the team members. Swaya. A cool wind blew, and the shadows that covered the earth congealed and grew thicker. 30 minutes left until the preparations were ready. Night falls. Now, there was no place to retreat to. You just have to endure it somehow. Chapter 34. Warrior 2. Bjorn. The moment Einar called out my name, the sun, that had been covered by the red clouds so far, went completely over the horizon. And at that same instant, a pale-skinned man appeared under the red moonlight. It's strange, it's really strange. He took a glance at the ruins of the castle town all around us, then focused his full attention on our party. Your very presence makes my killing intent boil over. I can't even stand to look at you. Do you guys know the reason? The reason? Well, how should I know? And I don't really want to know either. I try to be a bit clever with my answer. Given some time to think, we might be able to remember. Even 1 more minute would be fine, so I decided to try and buy time. However, the bastard's eyes shined at my answer. Unfortunately, my bloodlust has become too unbearable. Kahaha. To be honest, this wasn't much of a surprise. There was no way this vampire bastard would agree to such a thing. Kahaha. Kahaha. Even facing so many of us, the vampire, as if had been possessed, went from a small snicker to full-blown, gut-busting laughter. Kaaf. Finishing with a scream that wouldn't have been out of place if it come from some kind of movie alien. Sniped. His nails, the main weapon of a vampire, were already protruding outwards with a sharp, slicing sound. At some point, only madness remained in his pupils, shedding a crimson glow. Again, this is the same as how it'd been in the game. Come to think of it, the game had been the same way. No matter how intelligent a monster was, there was never any proper conversation to be had, beyond exchanging only a few words like an introduction. Are you still fine with this much fear one? The killing intent emitted by the level 5 monster was enough to make one freeze. But surprisingly, the dwarf was fine. Everyone back off. I was indeed a little amazed. Head looked so pathetic when facing the corpse golem. But he was still a third-year adventurer in the end. Huh. At the same time as the vampire's form disappeared, the dwarf stepped forward and raised his buckler. Cleowang. An explosion of dust blew around him with a roar. The power was evident even from a few steps away, but... It's pretty heavy. The dwarf didn't take a single step back. It wasn't that his stats overwhelmed the vampires. It was all thanks to his essence. Hikarad Murad has cast Counterweight, an ability of the 7th grade monster, Iron Troll, a knockback immunity skill that prevents you from falling or being pushed when your feet are in contact with the ground. Additional options include shock absorption. Tarzine, you stand back. As the battle began, I gave orders. However, no answer came back. When I glanced askance, I saw that the porter was already far away, with the wizard safely cradled in his arms. He did do a good job, so why did I feel so annoyed? What exactly was I feeling right now? I decided to ponder over later. I know. They'll take the right side. I could just save my breath because we could read each other's thoughts just by looking into the other's eyes. I nodded briefly towards the left side of the vampire, then rushed at him together with Einar. Kawa. Perhaps he hadn't completely lost his mind, and his wits remained about him as far as battle was concerned. The vampire retreated. At the same time, the dwarf's half-crumpled buckler was restored to its original state as if time had been reversed. The buckler didn't come with an auto-repair feature. Hikarad Murad has cast Emergency Restoration. This was the ability of living armor, a useful skill that not only saved on the cost of equipment, but also greatly increased the performance any magic tool one equipped. The dwarf, who had finished the repairs in an instant, shouted, "He'll be in charge of the front, so you guys help from the side." There was no reason to disagree. Because he was a dwarf, he'd probably even be able to hold out alone for a few seconds. To be honest, I was the one here who was the least helpful. The video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by Pub Future. Einar had at least eaten an essence this time, but I, the wise one, had nothing except for my undying imprint. Well, I suppose I could serve as a meat shield. Kaya. At that moment, as the vampire looked at us from a distance, his body suddenly dissolved into hundreds of crows. A murder of crows flapping their wings and flying towards us at great speed. Get as far away as you can. The crows quickly hit the floor and exploded. Crack! Bang! Boom! The explosions weren't that powerful in and of themselves. However, we couldn't avoid the blood that splashed all over the place. Shit. Of course, this wasn't like the corpse golem with its acidic blood, but considering the next part of the combo, this was even more of a headache. Bjorn, what the hell is this? A red tattoo was engraved on our blood-drenched foreheads, and a bright light shone forth. The character has been anointed as a sacrifice. Vampire Duke Cambermere's physical ability temporarily increases proportional to the number of sacrifices within a 100m radius. I clench my teeth, ignoring the information from the game log that somehow rose within my mind. The vampire's figure was slowly reforming from the blood that pooled on the floor after the crows had exploded. Now that he'd been buffed, it was going to be even more difficult to deal with him. Are we close to about 3 minutes now? There was still a long way to go before the preparations were ready. Would I be able to survive until then? I shook my head. There was no point in thinking about the uncertainty of the future. I'd simply have to endure, with the same bull-headed, intransigent resolve that the barbarians were proud of. First, buff skill, sacrificial imprint. Second, eternal life, that greatly increases regenerative power, proportional to the lost stamina. Third, master of blood, that absorbs part of the target's abilities when directly sucking blood from them. Each of the 3 active skills possessed by vampires shine with great majesty in close-range melee combat. The problem, though, is that this isn't the end of it. These bastards, unsatisfied with their natural abilities, also use various black magic spells. Bjorn, another crow. For example, turning into a crow and exploding, turning into smoke to phase through hits, using blood scattered nearby to summon monsters, etc. Vampire bastards are the epitome of how cheaty the specs of the high-grade monsters are. This is why the majority couldn't even reach the 6th floor and had to quit the game. Seeing with my own eyes the crazy difficulty of dungeon and stone, once again, I raise my shield. It's already been torn and dug by the vampire's nails, and it's almost like scrap metal at this point. But it's better than nothing. Clan. I use the recoil to jump back and absorb the shock of the impact as much as possible. Strength, speed, and skill. Against an enemy who overwhelms me in every way, all I have are the remnants of my fighting talent and my experience. Please hold on for another 5 minutes. Suddenly, Raven's voice echoes inside my head. I wonder if it'd have taken less time if Shed saved the magic power instead of sending a message. Still, after hearing this hopeful news, I do feel a little refreshed. Hikerod got hit. Like hell. The dwarf who's been marking the vampire from up close, showing his skill as an adventurer in his 3rd year, falls down. Although Einar, being nearby, rushes in and prevents the vampire from sucking his blood. Hikerod Murad has fallen into a state of incapable of combat. In an instant, the tide has turned. Einar and I are already at our limits. It's almost impossible to stop the enemy with just the 2 of us, without the dwarf who'd been taking on at least half the pressure during this battle. Then I'll make a quick decision. Einar, take Murad and step back. But I'm going to stop this guy. Oh, I see. As Einar hauls Murad over her shoulders, I dash forward and swing my mace. Crump. My first valid hit in quite a while. Ah! My head throbs with the recoil of my successful attack. Because this crazy bastard is a high variant. Vampire Duke Cambermere has cast Sheer Affliction. In the meantime, this bastard fully recovers from his injuries by just taking a step back to catch his breath. Damn, I'm still in pain. What kind of bullshit is this? Kaiwaya. Still, just as planned, the aggro has completely focused on me. I double-check to see if the thing ID hidden in my boots is still safe. The item called the Tear of the Goddess. Simply put, it's a sacred object. Although it's a disposable item, it can be used for healing purposes and also for attacks against monsters with unholy attribute. Should I use this now? Of course, using it on myself isn't worth it. Doesn't matter if it's a special grade, it's still an item that can only be used within the Blood Citadel. If it's used on the dwarf, we could restore our fighting power immediately, and if it's used on the vampire, it'd be able to inflict considerable damage. But, no, I stopped my pointless worries. Why have I been defending so steadfastly until now? Because I've only planned for one attack. And actually, planning for more than would rather be a demerit, since the chance will come only once. We have to pour our everything into it at that exact moment. That's the only way for the 5 of us to hunt a level 5 monster. Click. I take a bottle of potion from my waist and open the stopper. In the moment, I pour the potion into my mouth while watching the vampire rushing towards me. Screech. The countless number of residual wounds I've accumulated during the battle start healing, and the accompanying agony rushes in like a tidal wave. It's as if the strength is running out of my hands like water. I want nothing else but to collapse. After all, it's close to impossible to fight while drinking a potion. But it doesn't matter, because I'm not trying to fight here. Not exactly. Snicked. Soon, the vampire's claws are nailed to my abdomen. Even with my sheet metal armor in the way, the wound seems grievously deep. Exclamation point. Nerves that feel a life-threatening danger fire like crazy, sending signals of pain to my brain. My head feels blank, as if overloaded on sensations. Shit, if I'd known things would be like this, I would have just eaten the corpse golem essence. Leaving my belated regrets behind, I pour another bottle of potion into my mouth. Screech. The effects of the undying imprint stack with the potion, and the wound heals swiftly. Kayak. The vampire bastard sounds startled, as if he can't make sense of the current situation. Honestly speaking, it hurts like I'm dying, but Behlare, you son of a bitch. Mere pain cannot kill me. I'm still alive to this day. I'm still here. That is my proof. What the hell is that guy doing? Raven, who was hiding behind the rubble in the distance and observing the situation, was astonished. Although she had read of many extraordinary strategies and hunting methods of famous adventurers in her books, none of them had been like this. Just cling to the enemy while chugging potions? That's never going to work. Hell die. The concept itself didn't make sense. She, who had taken potions several times, knew this very well. The pain that came with drinking a potion could be unimaginable, and the intensity of the pain increased depending on the severity of the injury. Then what about that barbarian, right now? Screech. It wasn't at a stage where his wounds were bubbling and steam rising from them. His whole body was covered with pulsing smoke. Even for her, seeing this kind of scene was the first time. In this state, even leaving the injuries aside, death from the shock itself wouldn't be strange at all. In fact, wasn't that already common as a case of death after drinking potions? At that moment, while she was shuffling in place with anxiety, her eyes widened. The pain the barbarian had to have been feeling right now was beyond her imagination. But at least one thing was certain. In that state, he shouldn't have been able to even move. But what the hell was this scene before her eyes? Clant, blocked, while half collapsed on the floor, holding a shield that had become a lump of scrap metal. The barbarian blocked the vampire's nails from cleaving him in two. And as if to prove that this wasn't an accident. Clant. This happened several times, over and over. Of course, not all the attacks were blocked. Even now, the barbarian's whole body was being shredded with abandon by those nails that danced like a whirlwind. However, every attack that targeted a key vital point such as the head or the heart was somehow blocked by a random-looking thrust of the shield. Is this even possible? She had no idea whether he was accurately avoiding the most fatal attacks with superhuman concentration, or whether it was just the fighting instincts left in his body that were making this possible. However, a document she had read a long time ago suddenly came to her mind. It said that the true value of the barbarians lay in their mental power, not their superior physical abilities. Somehow, I think I understand now. Mistress Raven, it'd be better for us to leave here. Tarzine, who was watching the battle together with her, spoke up with a heavy voice. He mentioned escape, but what he meant was to abandon the rest and run away. I'm not sure if I'll be able to protect you at this rate, Mistress Raven. It's too dangerous here. Seriously. Did she come off as full of the spirit of self-sacrifice? Do you think I'm still here because I don't know that? She would have done that already if she could. Although she had been told before that she had too soft a heart for a wizard, she still wasn't naive enough to risk her life for some low-tier adventurers. But, are you crazy? Leave? And go where? There was nowhere to run. There was only one way to get out of the rift, and that was to defeat the Guardian and exit through the portal. He already knows that he must be really desperate. A thought flashed within her mind. Even a barbarian barely out of his coming-of-age ceremony was making such a coldly rational judgment and doing his best given their situation. And as the wizard, what the hell am I doing right now? When Bjorn dies, I'll all be over. He must somehow survive. A wizard is not a being who only fires high-power spells from behind. One of the wizard's jobs is to coldly analyze the situation using their diverse knowledge and to suggest the most efficient way to their team. Raven checked the current situation once again. The third-year dwarf warrior was incapable of combat. The barbarian was feeding him potions and helping him recover. No problem so far. As a wizard, she was hiding and waiting until her magical power was restored, and a human swordsman was there to escort her. This was pretty wasteful. Tarzine, go help Mr. Murad. He'll be fine here. You go over there, so that at least that barbarian can join the battle. Understood. Leave your backpack here. Despite her slightly nervous tone, Tarzine followed her instructions without even trying to argue. Instead of even watching him go, Raven immediately put her hand into the subspace of her backpack. The essence of the corpse golem. As soon as she clearly recalled the image, the test tube was firmly grasped in her hand. It's a bit of a no, it's a lot of a waste, but this money's nothing compared to my life. Raven slowly gathered her magic and used the spells one by one. Whoosh! Support accuracy. Support projectile range. Support orbit auto adjustment. With a few more additions, she wouldn't even have to wave her arms to fire. I have to save some magic power. After completing the procedure, she threw the test tube in her hand as hard as she could. And, clink, the test tube that flew far away with a smooth curve hit the target and broke, emitting light. The corpse golem essence permeates the character's soul. Pain tolerance plus 70. Strength plus 15. Skeletal density. Bjorn Yandel. Level 2. Body. 80 new plus 34. /mind. 46 new plus 10. /ability. 30 new plus 26. Item level. 202. Combat index. 203.5. New plus 70. Acquired essences. Corpse golem rank 7 new. Editor's notes. 1. Fear lit. To bloom, a homonym of the English word fear. This seems to be an ocular/pupil skill of vampires here. Chapter 36. Guild 1. Hey, Mr. Yandel, wake up. Raven shook Bjorn by his shoulders. The rest of the colleagues had fainted, were waking up one by one. Miss Raven? What the hell is this? Bjorn, is Bjorn dead? Miss, I'm so glad that you're safe. Questions were popping up all over the place. Questions only Raven could answer. Indeed, because she didn't faint. The vampire is dead. Yandel is alive. Tarzine, I'm fine. So could you please stop yelling so loud? Great. To think your magic could kill the vampire in one shot. Hearing Murad's exclamation, she pursed her lips. She was somehow feeling upset. It was not the sunspot sphere that had killed the vampire. In terms of contribution, although she did contribute. It wasn't me, it was Mr. Yandel. What do you mean? Mr. Yandel was the one to kill the vampire. Murad furrowed his eyebrows. No, you mean this little friend? Had been praising the barbarian as special and a great warrior some time ago, but he didn't seem to believe that he could have killed a level 5 monster. It wasn't that she couldn't understand how he felt. If I'd only heard the story, maybe I would have felt the same too. Was it because of the distance? Unaffected by pain sharing, Shed watched the whole story unfold, that no one else knew about. Yes, literally, Shed just watched. What could a sorceress who'd run out of magic even do? Everyone, be thankful to Mr. Yandel. Perhaps, without him, none of you would have been able to open your eyes ever again. But could you explain a little bit more about what happened, please? She was wondering how to explain, but just then, Einar cut in on the conversation. Then what happened to Bjorn? Aren't we supposed to feed him potions right now? In other words, asking if she still had any potions left. Raven shook her head and answered. A potion wouldn't help. His body has mostly already recovered. If she dared to predict the future, she might say that this man wouldn't have many occasions to drink potions in the future, because any injuries he took would heal back up far too quickly. Then why hasn't he woken up yet? I don't know either. But, looks like you know something. What is it? Wizard, come on, tell me. Raven took a deep breath and answered. Maybe he's exhausted. Exhausted? Didn't you say his body was all healed up earlier? Einar placed a hand on Bjorn's shoulder, which was still filthy with grime and coated in crusted blood. She looked as if the sky had collapsed. Wait, don't tell me you two are really lovers? No. What's with that? All of a sudden, the video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by Pub Future. Anyway, I can't tell for sure. I'm no priest, and I only know of a few cases like this. Cases? Miss Raven, is this common? It's not that common, but occasionally there are cases like this. The body is healthy, but the mind can't recover. Warriors under extreme traumatic stress, or who really put their all into battle, can sometimes fall into this state. Hearing Raven explain this, Einar raised her voice. I've never heard of anything like that. Besides, it doesn't even make sense. Too tired to even wake up? Bjorn isn't that weak. He wasn't that weak. That was something she completely agreed with. A few hours ago, she would have snorted inside her own thoughts, but at least now, she believed it. Because she alone had watched him fight the vampire till the final moment. However, no, that's what made things even more difficult. To be honest, I'm almost certain the reason Mr. Yondell isn't waking up is because he's mentally exhausted. Too tired to even wake? That went beyond the realm of being weak or strong. It was the natural response of a living sapient organism. Perhaps this woman wouldn't have said this to me if she had seen him fight in person. Perhaps today, she herself had witnessed an incredibly valuable scene. Wizard. So when will Bjorn wake up? Well, it could take a day or two at the earliest. No, I think he should be up in a few hours. Bjorn is a great warrior. Then why did you have to ask me? Raven's heart became uncomfortable once again, but for some reason, she couldn't find any desire to retort. It was almost like she didn't have the energy to do so. In fact, those words didn't sound as pretentious as they used to. A great warrior, is it? In the eternal flow of history, there were fewer than 10 barbarians who had officially received such a title from the king. Well, it seems to be used as a compliment among the barbarians these days. She put her thoughts together one last time before continuing. The essence of a corpse golem and the essence of a vampire. A barbarian who had eaten them both, and the latter was even from a Rift Guardian. Had completed his coming-of-age ceremony only last month, so was this his second time inside the labyrinth? She opened her mouth as she looked at the barbarian, lying asleep, as if without a care for the outside world. Maybe he really might. Of course, in order for that to happen, he'd have to survive dozens more crises as dangerous as today. Am I alive? It was midnight when I woke up. Einar was giving me a lap pillow for some reason, and as soon as our eyes met, she screamed Bjorn, loud enough to chase all my drowsiness away. Where are the others? Everyone left. Bjorn, are you okay? I was worried because you'd passed out for 3 full days. It's been 3 days? So, in terms of time, now was the 7th day? Thoughts flashed through my mind, and I stood up as fast as I could. And then I gave myself a once-over. There were no visible signs of injury or trauma. In terms of health, except for the pangs of hunger being sent out from my stomach, I generally seemed to be in good shape. By the way, Einar, what are these trousers I'm wearing? In fact, the word trousers was a bit of a misnomer. A cloth folded like handkerchief was wrapped around my lower body, covering only the important bits. To be precise, it was closer to a skirt than trousers. It was quite minimalistic. The wizard gave you a surplus cloth. Well, were you the one to dress me then? Of course. A hint of shame crept in, but it wasn't too bad because Einar herself didn't seem to much care. Seriously, it was a little funny to see 2 warriors face each other in this situation. You don't have anything to be ashamed of. After all, Bjorn is a great warrior. Wait, was this sexual harassment? So, what happened afterwards? I changed the topic to forget my feeling of shame. I was wondering what happened after I defainted, especially when it came to loot. There was a numbered item or something. Murad took it, and the wizard took the Rift Stone. What? It was a series of surprises from the start. Being alive right now meant I'd absorbed his essence. Did that mean the vampire had dropped all 3 possible loot items? What kind of good fortune was this? All right, there were no dice rolls when distributing the Rift Stone, because the wizard forcefully took it away to make up for the damage she'd suffered. Einar continued speaking, as if making excuses. Murad said he didn't mind, but I said no. But then the wizard said something strange. Something strange? She said you won't mind, since you got the biggest reward. Only that woman seems to know that I ate the vampire's essence. I quietly shook my head. I had no regrets at all regarding the distribution of loot. Whatever the reason, the wizard had fed me the essence of the corpse golem from her share. In addition, considering the cost of the potion Shed poured on me, the wizard had actually gained almost nothing. If I got greedy for even the Rift Stone after all that, I'd just be a thief. Einar seemed to think a little differently, though. Well, I told him to wait until you woke up and then decide, but it couldn't be helped. After waiting for more than half a day, you still wouldn't wake up, so they all left through the portal. You don't need to blame yourself. This was unavoidable. To be honest, I could only imagine the expressions on their faces as they were held captive for half a day at Einar's coercion. It would be better to just give her a compliment. Thank you. I was lucky to have you with me. Of course. Aren't we friends? I checked my belongings that Einar had gathered. A backpack, a mace, a few pieces of scrap metal that might have been a shield in the past. Still, if I take it outside to sell, I'd at least recoup the price of the iron. Sorting out everything and putting them into my backpack, I took out some food and a canteen to fill my hungry stomach. And I checked the time. 11:20 p.m. There's less than an hour before the stairs close. Bjorn, when you're done eating, how about heading out? There isn't much time now. I can't. I stubbornly refused. I desperately wanted to leave this disgusting place right now, but since ID suffered so much, Shouldn't I grab everything I could afford to grab? I wanted to check out the boss room, too. The wizard took away the Necronomicon, so there's only one left. Looked like I'd have to move quickly. You have moved to the entrance to the first floor. The labyrinth has been closed. The character is moved to Rafdonia. I breathed out, feeling the kiss of the sun on my skin. Just barely safe. The schedule had been tighter than expected. It'd taken less than 10 minutes to find the item hidden in the ceiling of the watchtower of the outer walls, climbing up the ladder. But going to the boss room and coming back had been tough. In the end, it was all in vain. When Einar said they'd waited for half a day, was it really so that the wizard could investigate? Well, with that personality of hers, it'd be weird if she just passed by. Broken walls everywhere. Window and door frames torn out. Even the treasure chest had been left open and empty. There must have been some additional rewards, but she swallowed it all up by herself. In the boss room, where ID arrived in such a hurry, ID only found the aftermath of a thorough investigation. However, rather than anger at being one-upped, I was feeling curiosity. Wasn't this a variant rift that had never been cleared? Something that even I, who had been playing the game for 9 years, wasn't familiar with? My curiosity as a gamer was burning. There's no way she'd give me anything if I ask. I'll just have to ask in a roundabout manner when we meet later. Anyway, after searching all around to see if there was anything the wizard had missed, the schedule had become very tight. In fact, the stairs closed as soon as we came out of the rift, so it wasn't at a level that could even be called cutting it close. Any later, and I would have been caught by the boss mob and trapped there forever. Serum, fourth son of Kinnick. Got some new scars, I see. Am envious. It was nothing much. Karak, third son of Farron. As I was sorting out my thoughts, the voices of the barbarians could be heard here and there. Fortunately, they hadn't found me yet. I bowed my head to duck out of sight and headed to the money changer for level 9 adventurers. Fortunately, we managed to arrive early so the line wasn't long. There were no barbarians to bother me either. When I handed the mana stones, the official exchanged it for money just like last time. 231,520 stones. Around 230,000 stones. It was an amount that felt infinitely small compared to the hardships I'd been through. Because that's not all. In this expedition, ID absorbed 2 essences. Besides, after disposing of the items ID gotten in kind, the profit would be several times the mana stones. Somehow, the mana stones have just become extra income. I didn't know if I should feel happy or sad about this. I could only give a bitter smile and pick my pouch back up. That's too much for a tier 9 adventurer. As I took back the pouch the official had put down, he stared at me with a meaningful gaze. What's in that backpack on your back? What? I wasn't something I couldn't answer, but why are you asking that? Somehow a chill was running across my back. I looked around and saw that the guards were rapidly approaching this way from afar. It looked like Head pressed something like an emergency call button hidden under the desk. Is it this guy? Yes. I raised my arms to express my intention to cooperate with the public authorities, but the guards who had a quick conversation with the official forcefully grabbed my arms. Fuck, I just came back alive after so much trouble, so what the hell was this now? Barbarian, let's go over there for a moment and have a chat. Instinctively, I felt that something was off. Chapter 37. Guild 2. I'm sitting on a chair. Unusually, the chair is made of iron, has shackles that can be attached to the arms and legs as an option, and is fixed to the floor with nails. Aren't you supposed to give me some time to rest as a human being? To summarize the current situation further, where I am currently at is the interrogation room, located in the basement of the Adventurers Guild. Across the table sits the investigator. His age is somewhere around the mid-30s, and he's got a high-pitched tone of voice that's often related to obesity. I'm Cordo Bierman, the investigator in charge of this case. They'll be asking you some questions, so I hope you respond cooperatively. Investigation? Why don't you first tell me why you arrested me? I ask impatiently. I'm not even asking about the principle of presumption of innocence until proven guilty, but this much should at least be a reasonable right for a defendant in this age. Thud. The cunt of an investigator kicks me in the shin. His mouth rips into a sly smirk. Rule 1. You only answer what I ask. Understand? I get it. Hey, if you properly follow the rules, you won't get hurt anymore, rest assured. You really think you hurt me just now? Compared to what I've suffered inside the labyrinth, being kicked in the shin tickles at most. This bastard must have some kind of a fetish regarding his profession. Anyway, to answer your question, Bjorn Yandel, you have been arrested for pillaging inside the labyrinth. A pillaging charge? What kind of a bullshit ripoff is this? I can't help but wonder. The investigator bastard picks up my backpack and uppins it, spilling the contents on the floor. Phew, that's a lot. Exploration items such as torches and sleeping bags. A special item obtained from the Blood Citadel. From the rest, food and other miscellaneous items, the investigator takes out only the equipment and puts them on the table. Mostly stuff from the party of 4 who had ambushed us in the land of the dead. If you hadn't pillaged, where did this come from? A barbarian wouldn't use a bow. That they belong to those who tried to kill me first. Evidence? Evidence? There's no such thing, but there's no reason for me to be meek. I asked the other way around. Then do you have any proof that what I'm saying isn't true? Well, I'll have to investigate that from now on. Are you capturing people and investigates them without any proof? This is the part one can't understand the most. This is different from the usual habits of the Adventurers Guild. It's the unwritten rule of this city to not ask anything without evidence, no matter what the adventurers bring out in the labyrinth. Therefore, the guild never proactively searches for pillagers unless reports or testimonies came in. But the guild's internal rules changed a few days ago, since he says that I have nothing to respond with. This isn't a game, but a fully realized, fleshed-out world with innumerable people. The official guideline is to start with level 9 adventurers to deter pillaging. In a nutshell, it means to test out the doctrine from the weaklings. Wherever you go, if you have low status, you will suffer. I can roughly guess the criteria to be investigated. Did you collect a lot of mana stones, or do you have equipment that appears to belong to someone else in your backpack? Something like that, it must be. So, I got 2 strikes from the start? Well then tell me, where did you get all this? Anyway, the initial attitude was probably just to kill my fighting spirit, and after that, the investigator bastard continues the investigation normally. So, I try to be as open and cooperative about what ID experience as possible. Oh, of course I leave out the psychopath ID met. If I talk about her, I also have to talk about the oath, and a barbarian who breaks an oath will be considered strange wherever he goes. It's far more dangerous to be hunted down by that demoness than to be framed for murder, especially in the aspect that there's no room for excuses. If I report her for no reason, I might get butchered by that woman without tipping off even a mouse or a bird. Therefore, I only briefly state about meeting a 4-man pillager group, falling into a state of suppression, and then killing them in a dramatic reversal. However, the investigator bastard doesn't buy any of it. What? Can you survive being stabbed in the neck? You're telling lies that even a child won't believe. I'm only telling the truth. Then where did the scar on your neck go? According to what you said, it should have left a mark, right? I unconsciously touched my neck. It's smooth, with not even a scab. There's no reason why it would stay. After eating the vampire essence, my natural regeneration increased so much that even the scar got healed. Why are things like this again? I don't like it, but in the end I have to spill my guts about the rift. The only problem is that the investigator bastard doesn't even listen to me to the end. Huh? Rift? And a vampire came out? Because you're a barbarian, there's no logic in your words. I swear, everything I say is true. Perhaps he's finally hardened his heart, because even my oath as a warrior, which worked every time like a cheat, is useless this time. What honor can a pillager have? I too am fed up by now. Then call a wizard. Shouldn't it be verified through magic? In fact, there was no need for such a long conversation. Just one magic technique can reveal the truth. However, the investigator bastard only grins back. It's possible to make a formal verification request to the guild from level 7 or higher. Damn, when did this change again? They aren't treating level 9 adventurers like human beings at all. Even if I pay the fee, it's money that be returned to the state when you die. We can't waste it on meaningless things. Shit, it's probably because I don't have enough money to spend. Come on, just admit your crime. It seems that ITLL take a while to prove my innocence. As if announcing the end of the fortnight spent inside the labyrinth, the dazzling noon sunlight wrapped around her body. Erwin stood still for a moment, as if to bask in that warmth. Fragments of memories were interspersed in her head, perhaps because of the sudden stark shift in environment. I didn't know that the 3rd floor would be so hard. The 3rd floor that Shed entered with her sister. For the first time in her life, Shed experienced the might of level 7 monsters. Even though it was her sister who had almost fought alone, even the 6th grade monster they'd met by chance at the end. Truly, this was her first journey that actually felt an expedition. Well, my first time in the labyrinth with Uncle wasn't bad either, but I was just in a hurry to survive then, so it was a different experience. Would he be very surprised if I tell him? She wanted to run to him and tell him about what Shed experienced in the labyrinth. And she also wanted to ask him, how was his trip this time? Just thinking about it made her tired body feel refreshed. If I tell him that I got a new essence, would it again be like last time? That was a bit worrisome, but for some reason, her steps felt lighter than usual. Erwin quickly headed to the money changer for level 9 adventurers. Is it different this time? I can't see him anywhere. It's 184,100 stones. Wow, isn't that a lot of money for a level 9 adventurer? I went with my sister. May I know her name? Daria Wittenberg di Tercia. Yes, it's been confirmed. You may go. After exchanging the mana stones, meeting her sister outside, unpacking at the inn, washing herself, and changing into new clothes that took 3 hours, she finally headed straight to Bjorn's inn. But how could this happen? Ah, you're the fairy girl who came every day. But what's this? The guy at room 302 hasn't come back yet. Is that so? Bjorn was not at the inn. How could this happen? It seemed that the room had been paid for in advance, and there was other luggage left in the room. Are you going to keep waiting? Yes. You should be back soon. TCH. The owner of the inn, who was usually kind, clicked his tongue, expressing some kind of displeasure. How long had it been since then? The sun had gone down. That too, a few hours ago. Hey, why are you taking things out of his room? TCH annoying. Hey lady, do you have any paperwork? Paperwork? You don't? A certificate stating that you, young lady, are an associate of that barbarian, or that HRS agreed to hand over his keepsakes to you, or something like that. There is no such thing, no. What's this about a keepsake? The labyrinth is closed, and it's been this long. Why do you think he hasn't come back yet? Because he's dead meat now. Dead inside the labyrinth. Finally, the innkeeper kicked her out, semi-forcibly. Erwin squatted down in front of the inn. He can't be dead. It was ridiculous. No matter how common it was for an adventurer to die in a labyrinth, it was impossible to imagine his death. So she sat down and waited. Then it became morning, then night, and then morning again. There you are. Her sister finally came. She didn't complain about staying out for 2 days, nor did she ask any other questions. She just put her hand forward. Let's go eat first. Erwin took her hand and stood up, thinking. She didn't know the exact reason, but even though it had nothing to do with anything, but, sister, I want to be strong. She just kind of felt that way, more intensely than ever. I was trapped inside a cage with thick iron bars. All my luggage had been taken away, and I was wearing only a piece of cloth rolled up below my waist. I stood slumped against the wall. It was the second day. Motherfucker. After the first day, the situation got worse and worse. In response to my repeated denial and verification requests, the investigator had no choice but to call a wizard. The character's mind stat is over 90. You have resisted spirit magic with anti-magic correction. The magic of a level 9 wizard who worked as a guild employee didn't work on me. His mental barrier is too thick. It seems like we should call somebody from the magic tower. The situation got worse. Even from the guild's point of view, the help of a high-level wizard was too much a waste to close my case. It doesn't make sense to call them for a level 9 adventurer's case. From then on, the investigator threw all kinds of bullshit at me to get my confession. He must thought it would be easier. But there was no way I'd be afraid enough of this bastard to make a false confession. I even tried to name the 6th grade wizard Arrow a Raven, as well as the dwarf, but this frustrating investigator bastard didn't even listen. It was such a long and tedious case. Huh, Bjorn Yandel, apparently this isn't your first time pillaging. A completely new charge was made, unrelated to previous investigations. What do you mean? It was discovered while investigating you. It was nothing other than the message stone that the investigator held out with triumphant eyes. Message stones have a unique serial number, so the owner can always be found. I looked up what was in your backpack, and I found it. It belongs to a dead adventurer. By the way, the owner had been called Artoa Serdin, apparently. He was in a clan, so I inquired there, and they told me everything about what you did. It wasn't enough to run away after injuring this hearth young. You even killed the people pursuing you, right? This bastard thought he was the main character of a detective story, and he loved the sound of his own voice. So what happens now? Being naive, I'd gone directly to the point. After all, this bastard who was only dreaming of dealing with me wouldn't listen to anything I said anyhow. Since the circumstances, testimony, and evidence have all come out, this guild has decided to reject your request for verification, and will perform your sentencing. This shitty guild. So they turned down my request. So what will I get? You were saying something strange. Raftonia's royal law has never tolerated pillagers. Oh, are my words too complex for a barbarian? The investigator bastard had continued with a grin. It means the death penalty. This was what had happened last night. By the way, this morning, the jailer had come to visit and informed me of the date of my execution, and asked if there was any food I wanted to eat. At that moment, I realized, if I stayed still, I'd be finished. That meant I shouldn't stay still. The stage of resolution through dialogue had already passed. But if I broke this iron cage and left, I'd be nothing but an escaped pillager. I might be able to lose myself in the city, but I'll soon become a wanted criminal. I thought about it for a while, but in the end there was only one way to survive. To prove my innocence somehow. Of course, it wouldn't be easy. You can tell the forest by looking at the trees, and looking at this young investigator's bastard, communicating with him wasn't worth it. It doesn't matter if I'm guilty or not, the Adventurers Guild will judge that the easier and quieter way is for me to disappear. With such a premise, I could make some headway into devising a plan, and a path began to come into focus. First of all, the key was to create a situation where the Adventurers Guild could not silence me. There was a possible method that came to mind. Of course, I'd have to go through a lot of troublesome things in return. Crack bang. Recalling the investigator's smug face again, I raised my motivation. I'd been a rude child since young, who never turned the other cheek whenever somebody said something to him. No matter how much I think about it, saving my own life won't be an easy trade. I'd surely have to pay a commensurate price. The character has cast Flesh Explosion, but that was fine. Chapter 38. Guild 3. Flesh Explosion. It's one of the few crazy skills that use the character's life force itself as fuel. Maybe it's because of the adrenaline rush. The pain does break through my pain tolerance, but that's just the price I have to pay. Screech. The grate melts halfway, as it's drenched in my acidic blood that splattered along with the explosion. When I apply some force sideways, it bends very easily. Ouch! Aside from the pain, both my hands heal up quickly. It's not just the effect of the undying imprint, it's thanks to the vampire essence I got this time. As soon as I go out into the hallway, I encounter a guard. What? You. It's the same guard who'd visited me before to ask about my final meal. It seems like he heard something explode and ran in straight away. You. Everybody, jailbreak. Jailbreak. Before he can get any louder, I immediately dash forward and sink my fist into his stomach. Puff. He falls to the ground, insensate. As I riffle through his clothes and take out the keys, the other prisoners, who'd been watching the situation with interest from the other cages, begin to go crazy. It's pretty obvious what I'm trying to do. Hey, Barbarian, are you really doing this? Kai, you're crazier than I thought. Me too. Take me too. Considering that this place is inside the basement of the Adventurers Guild, most of them must be pillagers. But I'm not in a position to be picky about my methods. A poor barbarian who'd been unfairly framed can't care about all that, right? Anyway, things won't last long. The only good pillagers are dead pillagers. This belief, which I've formed within the first few days after waking up in this world, is probably something I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. Haha, I'm finally free. Freedom. Let's get out of here. I release all the prisoners on the floor. I naturally can't rein in these bastards, but that doesn't matter. That's not my motive in the first place. After that, I don't really need to do anything. An infectious insanity spreads through them like a bonfire, as the prisoners unite and head upstairs, subdue the guards, and release more and more prisoners with the keys they find. Of course, there are quite a few who don't participate in the mass escape even after the doors to their cells are open wide. As a percentage, about 50%. Either their cases are still under investigation, or they're really innocent, like me. As I make my way quickly through the chaos, I see a group of prisoners gathered in front. It's the door to the interrogation room, which I've gone into and out of countless times in the past 2 days. The situation is quite simple. See, come on, hurry, go back to your rooms. I dash. If you go back now, we can pretend nothing happened. The guards tremble at the other side of the locked door, and the prisoners try to rip the door open. They've got the keys, we need to go upstairs. Tear it out. However, it's unlikely that the thick iron door would break, no matter how much you pound on it with your arms. Do I have to do this shit again? While I'm busy pondering, do you think you're going to go scot-free after this? You're all getting death sentences. Execution. A familiar voice comes from beyond the door. Looking through the small grate, I see that polite investigator bastard, sandwiched between the two guards. I hadn't expected to see him this early. Get out of the way. With a happy heart, I push away the prisoners blocking my way. And then I explode my left arm, which had just recovered, again and again. Flesh explosion, flesh explosion, flesh explosion. After repeating it 5 times, the door handle melts and the locking mechanism is disabled. The price being only my flesh, blood, and pain. The prisoners burst into cheers like crazy. Wah! Barbarian! 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 He's the barbarian who freed us. The investigator's eyes widen as I enter the interrogation room. You bastard, what a how? It's not easy for him to understand, because the abilities a 9th grade adventurer can have are insignificant for the most part. That was why they hadn't put any restraints on me other than locking me inside the iron cage. How could he have known that I have such an ability? All I can say is this. Blame your poor family environment, where you had no choice but to grow up with a lack of imagination. I grew up in a decent family. It was so terrible that you even grew up a liar. The video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by Pub Future. What? Cough. The investigator falls to the floor and wriggles like a worm when I hit his solar plexus with all the anger I'd been holding back. He's still conscious, perhaps due to the thick layer of fat that absorbed the shock. You crazy. The uneducated swine slurs all kinds of curse words at me, unable to even breathe properly. You're dead. Your power might have been enough to cause a riot inside the prison, but do you think you'll be able to handle what comes next? Can I handle it? I think that's rather a question for you to think about. After all, if my plan works out, you'll be fucked. Yeah, what do you think you can do? A chuff of laughter breaks out. What can I do? What a fucking useless question. You should rather ask, what can I do? I'm an asshole who won't balk at anything, however crazy it might be, if my life is at stake. It's this pitiful lack of imagination that I was referring to, you piece of shit. So take a nap for now. When you wake up, either you will be in hell, or I will. Puff. This time my fist kisses his face instead of his plump belly, and the investigator bastard faints in a single blow. It's a guard who shouts at me next. Key. All of you. Do you even know what you were doing right now? I do know. But what are you trying to say? That it'd have been better if just stayed there? I only repeat that one word. Key. It is still not too late. Key. Here you are. As I pluck the key from his hand and turn back, the prisoners smoothly part before me, like it's some kind of a movie. Step. Passing between them, I find myself standing in front of the stairs that lead to the ground and take a deep breath. Is it really okay to up the ante even more? Such worries suddenly arise, but it's those bastards who didn't give me a choice. I raise the key up and roar. Let's go. Everything that's going to happen next is self-defense. To protect this precious life of mine. The prison was built deep underground beneath the Adventurers Guild branch office. The double doors that connected the basement to the ground floor were so thick that the people outside hadn't felt anything even when the situation underground had reached this point. It's pretty lucky for me. Creak. Climbing up the long stairs and opening the door, I could see a peaceful interior room that was completely different from the dungeon ID just escaped from. Lots of administrative staff and adventurers bustling in front of the counter. How did you get in here? A staff member asked as he saw me come from inside the building, where ordinary adventurers were not allowed to go. Of course, I didn't need to answer. The staff member noticed the open door behind me and understood the situation in an instant. Jailbreak. The eyes of everyone present converged on me at his cry. A heavy silence descended in an instant. However, among the careless adventurers, there was a bastard who was particularly quick in judgment. Sister Clerk, if I catch this guy, will you have a drink with me after work? A man standing next to a female employee jumped over the counter in an instant and ran towards me. And then, wah, the smell of freedom. Prisoners started pouring out from the stairs. No, stop. The reward will be paid by the guild. Adventurers, lend us your strength. Aakak. Prisoners rushed in without fear, and adventurers took out their weapons to fight back. Kill. In the peaceful Adventurers Guild office, blood began to flow. I, who had been the cause of all this, took a step back from the front and hurried towards my destination. I don't have time. The prisoners could perhaps earn me 5 minutes, or even less. Except for a few clubs that I'd stolen from the guards, I didn't have any weapons. I climbed the stairs to the second floor and looked out of the window. It'd be unreasonable to escape, too. Perhaps the commotion had already reached the outside, because adventurers all along the street were also paying attention to the building. If I went out in this state, I'd just get beaten up and taken down again. The answer, therefore, was above. You. Who are you? All the staff I encountered in the hallway, I stunned with a hit from my fists, and then peered over the railing to check out the situation on the first floor. Dozens of people were fighting. I reached out my hand to the air over their heads. And flesh explosion. As my hand burst, acidic blood poured down like a sprinkler. Adventurers, prisoners, and shitheads were all splattered without discrimination, and dozens of screams sang in unison. Somehow, I felt a bit guilty, but there was no helping it. I had to increase the chance of success of the next step of my plan. The character has cast Mark of Sacrifice. As the link activated, tattoos were engraved on the foreheads of those stained with my blood, and red light sparked here and there. The character's physical ability temporarily increases proportional to the number of sacrifices within a 100m radius. The sacrifices numbered at least several dozen. This is why the players were so addicted to this skill. Power boiled all over my body. The railing I grabbed unintentionally was starting to creak as if it snapped any moment. Even the anxiety in my heart had disappeared. This much was sufficient. Leaving the commotion behind, I climbed the stairs again and headed to the third floor. Fortunately, it doesn't look like he's gone. The third floor was completely different from the lower floors, with the door only slightly ajar. The entire floor was made up of offices. The wooden furniture, decorations, and the plaques on the walls gave off a rather old-fashioned vibe. What the hell is that commotion? Go down and check it out? Yes. Branch manager. There's the branch manager. Having identified the target, I hid behind the door, and the moment the man had gotten his orders, opened the door and came out. I hit him on the chin with my fist, holding nothing back. Crunch. I didn't mean to break your jaw. Thump. He was an assistant to the branch manager, so I'd been cautious thinking he might be strong. but he collapsed to the floor bonelessly in one shot. At the same time, the branch manager jumped up. Who are you? Me? A poor barbarian. If more clarification was needed, then I was here to prove my innocence. Like a proper barbarian in a physical manner. You must cause that disturbance below. The man quickly judged the situation, as expected of a branch manager of the guild, and immediately pulled out a sword that had been hanging on the wall. Perhaps he was a former adventurer? His posture was different from the rest. All of the staff below had been civilian pencil pushers. Well, it didn't matter in the end because ID doped up in advance expecting something like this. Girl, come stand behind me. Yes. The woman who had been sitting facing the branch manager quickly hid behind him, and both sides were now ready to fight. Is this what you call a boss battle, in game terms? I took a deep breath. For my plan to succeed, I had to defeat this guy. Ideally, before the commotion on the first floor calmed down. The hell, Ra? Was it because of my mark of sacrifice that targeted dozens of people below? The moment I kicked off the ground, my body surged forward with an explosive acceleration. To be honest, even I myself wasn't used to this kind of speed. But the branch manager wasn't helpless either. Damn it! His sword accurately read my movements, traced a precise trajectory, and dug into my wrist. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to cut my bones in Ultra Barbarian 1 mode. Crack! A dull sound rang out, as if something had gotten stuck. Then, blood sprayed from the cut and drenched the branch manager's head. Screech! Ugh! Hey! The unexpected pain made him lose focus. It was ridiculously simple after that. Taking advantage of the distraction, I hit his throat with my fist, and that was the end of it. Gah! Gah! The branch manager groaned and knelt down. Contrary to how nervous I'd been, the boss battle ended so quickly. Ads by Pub Future. I really hadn't thought that a simple blood spray would result in something like this. Apparently, lack of imagination was a tradition in the Adventurers Guild. But not for me. You bastard. I always planned imagining the worst possible outcome. Since I didn't know what kind of essence this former adventurer might have, I slapped him on the back of his head and stunned him. The preparations were ready. Please spare me. But what about the girl? Judging by the way she had crouched behind the branch manager, she didn't seem like a big shot. She's the district chief's daughter. Touch her even slightly and you. What the hell? How did he wake up so quickly? Puff. After applying a little more force this time, I calmly continued my thoughts. Daughter, the district chief's daughter. It might make things a little easier, or make everything spiral out of control. Branch manager, are you alright? A staff member came up to check up on the situation once the commotion on the first floor died down. Of course, there was no problem, because the branch manager had already finished changing his job to become my pet parrot. Tell him it's okay. I'm okay. What happened downstairs? Everything's sorted out. A few escaped into the city, but they'll be found soon. Is that so? Good job. But where's Secretary Robert? I thought he'd be here with you. The manager's assistant? He was resting in a closet with a broken jaw. Of course, it was impossible for the branch manager to answer honestly. Say he's taking a look around. He's got some business outside, so he went out. I have some urgent work to finish, so make sure nobody comes up until I call. Yes. The staff member left with an affirmative, and I immediately got out from behind the desk. In my arms was the daughter of the regional chief. The branch manager brushed his mustache as he looked at me. I sincerely advise you. It'd be better for you to quit even now. Right. The advice went through my one ear and out the other. Better for me? What bullshit. If I quit here, won't all I have done come to nothing? Think about it. I don't know what your purpose is, but I might be able to help. Yeah, I hear you. As I picked my ear with my little finger, the branch manager couldn't bear it anymore and roared. You crazy bastard. Do you even know what you're doing? I knew. No, to be honest, I'd heard it so many times already that my ears were about to scab over. What choice did I have? Either I did something crazy, or I died. It was a simple binary choice. I see. As I perfunctorily nodded my head again, the branch manager probably got too stimulated and tried to scream again. What the hell do you even? If you don't shut up, it'll kill this woman. When I bluffed and pretended to tighten my grip on the district chief's daughter's neck, the branch manager promptly shut his mouth. Upon closer inspection, his face looked pale and bloodless. Well, it wasn't like I couldn't understand his predicament. Not only did a jailbreak incident occur at his branch, the daughter of the local chief who was with him was also taken hostage. He was in a terrible mess. No matter how this ended, this bastard won't be fine. You reap what you sow. While I was thinking that, the hostage suddenly opened her mouth. My name is Julianne Obbins. Not this woman. Her voice had calmed down compared to the terrified tone from before. Her heartbeat, which I could naturally feel due to how closely our bodies were entwined together, was also quite stable. Tell me what you want. There must have been a reason for someone like you to do this kind of a crazy thing, right? Someone like me? Had I ever met this woman before? As I tilted my head, she continued. You aren't intimidated or anxious at all. Your breathing is even, and your eyes are calm and still. Summarize. Did you plan all this? A long time ago, too. Plan? I did at that. It was about 30 minutes ago, to be precise. I thought she was going to say something important, but it turned out to be a waste of time. Maybe you even knew that I was going to be here today. Be quiet. Covering the woman's mouth with my hand and shutting up her excessively narcissistic analysis of the current events, I asked the branch manager to make the necessary preparations for my future. I need you to bring me the investigator who was in charge of my case, a guy named Hearth Young of the Crystal Union clan who's active on the first floor, a wizard from the tower, and an official priest of the temple. I delayed the foundation as much as I could. Now is the time to turn this thing around. Editor's notes. 1. Barbarian. Has many meanings, but here it means ultra or extreme. Chapter 39. Guild 4. What do you mean, Master? Why do you suddenly want me to visit the guild? Didn't you say that you wanted to visit once, because you were looking for someone? That's true, but Arrow Raven, a 6th rank wizard belonging to the magic tower, put on a grumpy expression and mumbled. It was true that she had business at the guild, but she had been planning to take a good rest and do a rough study of the objects she had gotten this time, and go there only afterwards. The branch manager made an official request for support. From what I've heard, it seems that something big has happened there. Wouldn't it be nice to earn some pocket money? I see. Fine, I'll go. Raven reluctantly agreed. It was true that the guild was a place she needed to visit at least once. If she went now, she'd even get a small monetary reward, so there was no justification for procrastinating further. I spent a lot of money in the labyrinth this time. Besides, it didn't seem bad to meet that barbarian a little earlier, either. That unprecedented variant rift. Wasn't he the one who ate the guardian essence from it? He was as interesting a specimen as that object. All right, I'll be back in a while. Take Tarzine with you. That's all right. He wasn't particularly useful last time. Raven traveled to the nearest location to the relevant guild branch office, using the warp gate on the first floor of the tower. It should take about 10 minutes on foot from there to reach the destination. As soon as she came out to the street, she frowned. Why are there so many people here? The crowd seemed to be several times denser than usual. And the closer she was to her destination, the more people were packed into the streets. As if something big had happened here. By the way, did he say that the branch manager has officially requested support? Raven let out a long sigh. She was just here to earn some pocket money, but she thought she might have to really put in the work. Hey, let me ask you something. What the hell is going on? Raven grabbed hold of one of the spectators, the one that looked the most reliable, and asked. And she heard something that made her doubt her own ears. There's been a mass breakout of the pillagers who'd been locked up in the branch office. It was truly an unprecedented event. Not only was there a jailbreak, some prisoners even managed to escape to the city proper. One of the suspects was said to have taken the daughter of the regional chief, who just happened to stop by the branch office, hostage. He doesn't seem to have any brains. There's no way the guild will negotiate for something like that. The guild had no authority for such negotiations in the first place. The Rafdonia royal family gave the guild a lot of authority related to the labyrinth, but they strictly adhered to the principle of punishing pillagers. If he had run away like the rest of the prisoners, he might have at least had a slight chance of surviving. But things have gotten kind of fun. What do you mean? The hostage-taker is screaming that he's been framed. Really? Yes. All he wants is to bring in the parties involved and use magic to reveal the truth fairly, in front of everyone. So he was rather asking for an indulgence, instead of negotiating for amnesty. He only demanded clarification of the truth. Because of this, suspicions were spreading among the crowd of spectators that his words might actually be true. What kind of a crazy guy is he? Of course, if the story was true, the biggest culprit would be the investigator who had messed up his job. But did that mean that this guy had to cause a large-scale jailbreak and, not content with just that, also take the daughter of the regional chief hostage? It was definitely something no sane person would ever do. Anyway, that's why everyone is waiting. The branch manager has already asked for support from the magic tower, but who knows when the wizard will come. Raven smiled awkwardly as she watched the onlooker smack his lips in anticipation. Now she knew for sure that this wizard happened to be herself. Raven took a deep breath and recited a spell. Vatna Corvier. Ads by Pub Future. Her body began to rise into the air with a shimmering blue light blooming under her feet. Milady, you were a wizard. Raven passed over the crowd and landed on the third-floor terrace of the Adventurers Guild branch. And when she found the man already waiting there, she was stunned. Bjorn Yandel. Why was he here? Was it because the daughter of the regional manager was being held hostage? All the prep work was done quickly. This is Cordo Bierman, whom you asked to bring. Like you said, he was down below, unconscious. Thank you. You can go. The first to arrive was the investigator bastard. He was still unconsciousness. It didn't look good, so I shoved him into the closet too. After a short wait, the second shipment arrived. Wait. No matter even if it's the guild. How can force people like this? The name of this male adventurer in his 20s, who walked in with a slumped posture, was Young, the asshole who lost his masculinity while trying to do something to Irwin. Thank you for taking care of my request. You can go back downstairs. Yes. A dash. Are you the branch manager? Why am I? In sync with the footsteps of the staff member going down the stairs. I jumped out from behind the ajar door and shoved my fist into his face. Puff. One wasn't enough, though. If the investigator was the #1 contributor to the situation coming to this point, this bastard was undoubtedly the second. Had it not been for this man giving a false testimony, there would have been no basis for the investigator to sentence me to death. Whoa, what are you doing? Who are you? Okay, let's get it right. 1, 2, 3. As I slammed my fist down on his face, Young passed out with blood bubbles foaming at the corners of his lips. This time, too, it didn't look good, so I put him in the closet as well. It looked a little cramped thanks to the inspector's girth already taking a lot of room, but it shouldn't be a problem. The more I looked at them, the more they matched each other. After watching for a while, the branch manager cautiously spoke to me. What the hell do you want? Oh, I hadn't told him yet, but there was no need to explain twice. After all, when the next preparations arrived, even if he didn't want to know, he'd have no choice but to know. With that thought in mind, I refrained from talking. But, Chief, it seems like it'd be difficult to get a priest. The most important card in this game, the priest, was missing. The reason being that the priest officially assigned to this branch was currently absent. It was impossible to just call another priest. No matter even if it was the Adventurers Guild, they couldn't just call a priest who worshipped the gods like a friend from the neighborhood. Even at the request of the branch manager, it'd take at least a day. In this worldview, priests were like nobles. Not in their identity, but in their job. All of a sudden, I had a taste for it. There is no way to solve this neatly. I wanted to do things as quietly as possible. If the branch manager had heard me, he probably would have pointed to how the situation already was and shouted what kind of bullshit was I spewing. The jailbreak was an accident and could be hushed up somehow. But what about the guild sentencing an innocent rank 9 adventurer to death? The moment this was known to the outside world, the prestige of the Adventurers Guild would sink to the absolute bottom, covered in shit. Especially because they claim to be an organization that protects adventurers. That was why ID asked for a priest. If I could prove my innocence in front of a priest, I could do things relatively quietly. And the Adventurers Guild wouldn't have dared to cover this up either. But from the very beginning, the plan was hampered. Thank you for the news. Go back down. Yes, you've worked hard, branch manager. As I listened to the footsteps of the staff moving away, I finished my brief deliberation. If it is impossible to entrust a priest to be the notary, there was no choice but to enlarge the game board even more. Only then, the Adventurers Guild won't be able to silence me by killing me. Of all the methods that came to mind, I chose the most radical and the most effective one. What are you doing? As I went out to the terrace with the sword at the neck of the regional chief's daughter, I saw people flocking to the street. They seemed to be spectators who had gathered here because of the previous jailbreak incident. Up there, there's a suspicious guy up there. One of them noticed me and shouted. Their attention focused on me in an instant. After clearing my throat once, I shouted using the natural outdoor voice of a barbarian. My name is Bjorn Yandel, a level 9 adventurer that the guild tried to frame and kill. I swear on my honor that I am innocent. The reaction appeared immediately. Who is this guy? One of the prisoners? It didn't matter whether they believed me or not. Since I threw some bait, people would gather, even if only to sate their curiosity. Even for the Adventurers Guild, it wouldn't be possible to forcefully bury the incident, not with all these people keeping watch in real time. Now I just had to wait until the wizard came. Instead of my old shield that already become a lump of scrap metal. I made good use of the regional chief's daughter, who happened to be my new one. How long had it been since the jailbreak? What? Why is Mr. Yandel here? You must be the wizard sent from the tower. Hearing the conversation between the pair of male and female voices, Cordo Bierman opened his eyes wide. It was dark, and his body couldn't move. What? Am I locked up? Why? Forcibly ignoring the blooming headache, he recalled his memories. There were a few scenes that immediately came to mind. Prisoners running rampant, escaping from the prison. The interrogation room, where Head escaped to, locking the door behind him. And the barbarian who smashed the door and hit him with his fists. Oh, but what happened after that? He didn't know. He didn't have the faintest idea. So he focused on his sense of hearing. It'd be quicker for me to explain the situation to everybody at once. Quicker? Who cares about quicker? What were you thinking? Mr. Yandel, how many lives do you think you have? If I had more than one, I wouldn't have done this. Mr. Yandel? What? Maybe that barbarian was out there? Okay, now do some magic. If you promise to grant me one request later. I don't know what you want, but if it's within the range of possibility. Nice. Remember you promised? Dirty Narvis. Why doesn't this work? Mr. Yondell, do you have any magical tool that reinforces mental barriers? Isn't it clear just from looking at me that I don't have anything like that on me? I guess I have no choice but to wake these guys up. Do you even know how to use the image of remembrance magic? Yes. Can I record everything from now on? The more he listened to the conversation, the more confusing it was. Ouch! Ugh! Suddenly, the space widened and the center of gravity shifted downward. He fell down with a bang and hurriedly raised his head. It was the branch manager's office on the third floor, which had only been to a few times. What? Were you awake already? A total of 4 people were looking at him. The barbarian and the branch manager were both there. There was also a woman who was presumably a wizard and another woman who looked like she had some kind of high status. He didn't know what was happening, but he cried out, B-dash, branch manager. It was this bastard. This bastard led the jailbreak. I know that already. Y-dash yes? His head went numb for a moment. He couldn't understand. If the branch manager already knew what an outrageous crime this bastard had committed, why was he just observing quietly? I heard you were in charge of the investigation of his case. Is it true? Well, it is. It was then that he felt the heavy atmosphere covering the room. He could tell, because he had experience as an investigator, that this atmosphere was in no way favorable to him. This barbarian, no, Mr. Yondell here, is claiming that you identified him as a pillager without clear information. What do you have to say about that? Nonsense. The word it has to be true. It won't end with just hanging up your uniform. Otherwise. WH-, what are you talking about? Isn't he just a level 9 adventurer? Watch your mouth. Can a guild staff of any grade say something like that? Y-, yes? Bierman completely froze at the thunderous shout. Why was this man, who had always been the first to despise the lower-ranked adventurers, saying this all of a sudden, as if he was conscious of the gazes of outsiders? I remember they were talking about image of remembrance magic or something. Apparently, the conversations they were having now were being recorded on the crystal ball the wizard was holding. Ahem! As far as judging right and wrong goes, the guild's actions must be meticulous and perfect. Please tell me the reasons behind your judgment. Bierman, focused, recited the contents of the investigation as the branch manager directed, because he thought that was the only way for him to live. The first one is the mana stones. At the checkpoint, he presented mana stones that far exceeded the average income of a level 9 adventurer, and he looked suspicious, so his backpack was checked. Then equipment that seemed to have been stolen from others were found. Therefore, during the investigation, the authenticity of the charges could not be confirmed, because the truth magic didn't work. Then, on what basis did you make the final decision that Mr. Yondell was a pillager? Because of a separate incident. A message stone was found within his belongings. Based on this, we traced the origins of the original owner, and we were able to obtain testimony from his clan members that Bjorn Yondell murdered innocent people and robbed their belongings. As he talked about the investigation, his voice gradually filled with confidence. He didn't know why the branch manager was treating him so harshly, but there had to have been something wrong. Chief, there's nothing wrong with my judgment. If you suspect that I might have lied to you, you can use magic to determine the truth. I'm doing it already. Everything you've said so far is true. The wizard, who was watching silently, nodded. However, at that time, the rude barbarian who didn't know his place spoke up sarcastically. Yeah, it was only the testimony of the clan members, neither confirmed by magic nor evidence. Is what Mr. Yondell said true? That's right. Why didn't you check that part? The branch manager's voice suddenly became cold again. It wasn't that he had nothing to say. First of all, the attitude of this barbarian was the problem. Knowing that magic doesn't work, he just kept making false statements instead of cooperating. He lied? What exactly do you mean? Bierman answered confidently. One time, he said he survived being stabbed in the neck, but there was no trace of the wound, so I asked him about that. And do you know what he said? Goodness. The scars disappeared because he ate a vampire essence from a rift. He said he ate the essence of a vampire? Yes. Branch manager. Does this make sense? Vampires coming out of a rift on the first floor? From start to finish, this barbarian had been speaking gibberish, spitting out a new lie to hide a previous lie. This is the most common statement pattern for criminals. How could I just listen to this guy and let a precious wizard suffer in vain? Of course, there were times when Head wondered if there was any truth in the barbarian's repeated claims of innocence. But he thought it wouldn't matter. After all, what did it matter if an innocent, young adult barbarian died without just cause? Besides, if I called in a wizard, my own take would have decreased. Still, it was fortunate in the midst of all this misfortune. Ignoring everything else, meeting a vampire on the first floor? If it could be confirmed that the barbarian had made such a rubbish statement, it'd be enough to convince everyone of his judgment. If he was really going to lie, he should have done it a little better. So he looked at the barbarian with triumphant eyes. But only for a while. That's true, though. His thoughts froze at the wizard's voice. Yes. Yeah. I was there, or do you want me to prove it too? You can't use magic on me, though. What the hell was this wizard talking about? Chapter 40. Guild 5. W dash, W dash. What do you mean, wizard? Even if you two know each other, you can't just cover thing up like this. The investigator stuttered in a panic. His tone wasn't just incredulous. It was close to denying the reality that stared at him in the face. But the wizard was in no mood to coddle him. Oh, you calling me a liar? No, that wasn't what I meant. Then what did you mean? Because you got the authority to investigate some two-bit adventurers. Even wizards don't look like much in your eyes anymore. Is that it? Wizards from the tower were close to semi-nobles. Although they were split into several schools, they were always united when it came to thoroughly protecting their rights and interests, so it was no wonder. Hence the fact that the investigator, a junior employee of the guild, dared to doubt the truth of her words, was a problem. The branch manager, who had been watching from the sidelines, now cautiously interrupted the conversation. How about stopping here? Lady Wizard, even you should understand, this sounds like nonsense for those who don't know the details of the situation. Raven nodded as if in acknowledgement. Certainly, there's no precedent of a vampire sighting in a rift on the first floor. Unlike when she'd been dealing with the investigator, now there was a friendly smile on her lips. It was very fleeting, however. Thank you for saying that. But ever since the labyrinth had been born, it's been filled with all sorts of unknowns. So what's all this talk about nonsense? Is that something a branch manager of the Adventurers Guild should say? Harsh criticism poured out. As expected of a wizard, perhaps? Even the opponent's position as a branch manager of the guild didn't seem to matter to her. The branch manager, who had gone to battle but had come back defeated, chose to shut up. Rap! There was a knock on the door. It wasn't a request to open it, however. Before anyone could move, the door had already swung open. Are you that barbarian? Who are you? You can call me Nilabans. Two men entered the room. A middle-aged man dressed in a neat tuxedo, and a young man who seemed to be escorting him. Our Dash, regional chief. Father. Julianne, who was being held hostage, and the branch manager both spoke up at the same time. I, too, ratcheted up my muscles that had relaxed. In the end, the regional chief came. The guild's operating system was simple. Each of the hundreds of branch offices in the city had a branch manager, and there were 13 regional managers to oversee them all. The only rank higher than them was the guild leader, so one could actually consider the 13 regional chiefs as the guild's second-in-command. There was no doubt that this was big shot, one a Tier 9 adventurer would usually never even catch a distant glimpse of. But even they couldn't control how the world turned. So you were the one behind this absurd situation? Do you think this is a joke? Facing the regional chief's gaze that was full of displeasure, I grinned. Absurd, was it? Yeah, you guys might see it that way. If only Hearth Young hadn't given false testimony. Even then, if only the investigator hadn't been greedy and did his job properly. No, if only the Adventurers Guild was a fair organization that properly managed its staff. Maybe I wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. But they didn't. It might seem like a very small thing for you, but not for me. For me, my life itself was at stake. So why did you do such a crazy thing? Crazy, I retorted. Is it crazy to struggle to survive? Didn't you have any other choice? You've caused too much trouble. Any other choice? What bullshit. Until I broke my iron cage and arrived here, the manager of this branch hadn't even known that I existed in this building. And this was also true of this regional chief, who had the right to change the guild's internal regulations so that only level 9 adventurers could be investigated. If you had done things right, none of this would have happened. As I responded with cold sarcasm, how can you take that tone in front of the regional chief? The branch manager cut in on our conversation. The investigator bastard and the regional chief's escort were also looking at me, as if they were wondering what kind of madman I was. Well, I felt the same about these guys. Common sense couldn't explain this situation. The regional chief sighed and shifted his gaze. What's your name, Lady Wizard? I am Arrowa Raven. All right then, Miss Raven, how much would you want for that crystal ball if you had to sell it? A conciliatory offer with no hesitation. I hadn't thought He'd be so open about it. My heart pounded for a moment, but I will decline the offer. That's too bad. You aren't going to try and take it away by force, surely? How could I? The master of your school wouldn't stand still if I did. The regional chief bromed into a cheerful smile. Why are you all so stiff? It was all just a joke. There are people out there waiting for the results. How'd I dare do something like that? It was a pretty shitty joke. Cold sweat was still running down my spine. This was why ID tried to bring in a priest. Forget that image of remembrance magic or whatever. Wizards could always be bribed according to their interests. Maybe if I hadn't known her at all, she might have even accepted the bribe from the regional chief. So what if there's a crowd outside? What happens in here? Anyway, the results weren't bad. She kept her word. So even the regional chief wouldn't dare to forcefully bury this incident. In other words, now I only needed to prove my innocence. Either way, it was time to end things. All right, how about we slowly finish things up? I walked to the closet and woke up Hearth Young, who had been sleeping inside. Why am I here? I could hear gulps from the surroundings. Yeah, they were right to be nervous. The moment I proved that this guy gave false testimony, they really wouldn't be able to take it as a joke anymore. This man is lying. As soon as Raven spoke, a heavy silence descended on the room. Then what are you going to do now? Regional manager? Did you say your name was Bjorn Yandel? You are innocent. Seeing the regional chief's forced smile, I answered. I hope you don't expect a thank you. This time, even the branch manager, who had been standing next to me and listening quietly, didn't dare question the sarcasm in my tone. He just trembled under the gaze of the regional chief. Then what do you want us to do now? The usual. Punishment for the guilty and compensation for the victim. Right. The regional manager nodded quietly, as if he was running some mental calculations, and spoke. First of all, the investigator in charge of your case will be fired. Regional manager. I swear to God, I only made a mistake. Are you trying to pass on your incompetence to the guild? All the judgments you've made in the past will have to be thoroughly reviewed. And if any injustice is found in the process, you'll be punished accordingly. Why you can't? The arrogant investigator fell to his knees in despair. Seeing him so afraid, he didn't seem to have led a life of integrity. Well, looking at his past behavior, I couldn't say it came as a surprise. Save me, please. Please. Shouldn't you beg me here instead of him? I thought he was barking up the wrong tree, but I didn't dare say it out loud. And anyway, things wouldn't have come to this point if he hadn't been such a bastard in the first place. This was just how the world was like. I, too, never had any regrets about attacking anybody. I just regretted when the time came to pay the price. Then what about this guy? The other contributor to this case, Hearth Young. When I asked a question looking at him, the regional manager answered without much thought. He seriously jeopardized this investigation with false testimony. Hell faced the same. Meaning, imprisonment and a thorough investigation. A regional manager's words carried significant weight. The investigation had not yet begun, let alone a trial, but it almost certainly result in a death sentence. And no. Hearth Young's eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he fainted dead away, but none of us paid him any attention. I wish you'd investigate the clan this guy belongs to, if at all possible. You mean the Crystal Union? They're a bunch of noisy rabble-rousers. Fine, well, do as you say. The regional manager readily agreed to my request. He was a pretty smart guy. He must clearly recognize that he had no choice but to accede to my demands. Then, is the punishment enough? Well, as I dragged the word and glanced to the side, the branch manager who met my eyes hurriedly avoided his gaze. I smiled and nodded my head. If I want any more here, I'd be overstepping. Thank you for considering this situation. You didn't need to be thankful, though, because I plan to be repaid in a different way. Fine then, now that the punishment part is over, we should talk about compensation for our mistake. Is there anything specific you want? What are my options? First of all, well, raise your rank to the 7th. A rank up, huh? It wasn't bad. Once I became a level 7 adventurer, the money-changing counter would be less crowded, and there'd be many other benefits. The investigator bastard wouldn't have been so arrogant if I weren't a level 9 in the first place. Regional manager. He's only been an adventurer for 2 months, to promote to level 7 at once. The branch manager added that he was worried about rumors of favoritism arising from this, but the regional chief waved it away. This is how we're apologizing to him. So please don't disagree on this. Understood. The regional chief's attitude seemed like a politician who was apologizing sincerely, especially in how slick he was talking. Wait, this sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? As I was about to speak, Raven, who had been quiet so far, joined the conversation first. I was nervous about what she was going to say, but as it turned out, she was pretty impolite. How can a rank upgrade be called a reward? Isn't it the guild's actual job to give such benefits to adventurers if they have the ability? But as you just heard, it hasn't been long. So what? Why does that matter? Unprecedented. Of course it's unprecedented. Interrupting the regional chief several times, she spoke like a rapid-fire cannon. How could there be another adventurer who ate the essence of a level 5 monster, a vampire rift guardian, after 2 months? So, what do you actually want to say, Miss Raven? Well, it just seemed a little ugly to call it a reward when you're just doing what you're supposed to. Raven looked at me and smiled. I wasn't so ignorant that I couldn't eat when somebody said a buffet, so I quickly fell into step. I think I can expect real rewards. What do you want? Well, since I'd suffered this hardship, I should get back something commensurate. What did I want? As if waiting, Raven spoke up again. Of course, it's money. Is there anything else the Adventurers Guild can do for you? If you looked, you could indeed find other things. lifetime free bonding magic, or allow posting personal announcements on bulletin boards within the guild, etc. But at the end of the day, everything can be done with money. When I nodded as if in agreement, the regional chief sighed and raised a white flag of surrender. How much? Now, all I had to do was to write the amount on the blank check. I looked at Raven, feeling I could trust her on this. I could believe in a wizard's rational judgment. Fortunately, she read my glance properly and spoke with a somewhat proud expression. You almost accidentally killed an adventurer with a bright future. As the sentence trailed off, she bit out after some suspense. Isn't 5 million stones the least you should reward? The regional chief nodded his head without saying a word. All right, I'll pay. It wasn't that surprising. If it was just 5 million stones, it was quite a bit beyond the maximum ID expected, but because she's the one asking. Without Raven, the transaction wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Was this the true power of having an identity? With a deep sense of realization, I wondered how I could repay her for the help I received today. But then Raven spoke again. And my hard work costs 1 million stones separately. Are you trying to make trouble? What do you mean? If it's the fee for your visit, the amount agreed with the tower is. This includes the price of this crystal ball that recorded that joke of yours, regional manager. Even though it was just a joke still, I think there'd be quite a few people interested in this crystal ball, don't you think? Ha ha ha, you're pretty funny. I'm not joking though? At her retort, the regional chief's expression hardened and distorted. However, it didn't last long. Fine. The regional chief nodded. This 1 million was the price for his own mistake. I don't need to pay extra for her work, I suppose. Was this the true form of the tribe called wizards? As I was admiring how quick she was to snatch others' money, Raven's voice resounded inside my head. Thanks to you, I got some pocket money. Hearing that, I stood still looking at her for a moment and thought. As much as possible, I wanted to stay friends with her in the future. Chapter 41. Wizard and Barbarian 1. No. Please, just one. Just give me one more chance. What are you standing around for? Take them both away and put them in jail. After removing the investigator who was still begging, as well as the unconscious adventurer from the scene, the compensation process was carried out swiftly. As soon as we signed the non-disclosure agreement stating we wouldn't leak this outside, a total of 6 million stones was given on the spot, including the additional labor fee. And well, that wasn't the end of it. Here, all your belongings. How is it, Mr. Yondell? Please check carefully. Looking at the barbarian rummaging through his backpack, the wizard said with a curious look. Maybe something is missing? Missing? The barbarian hesitated for a moment, then smiled as if he understood. Oh, something really seems to be missing. Oh my gosh, is there something missing? It's not a thing, just about 1 million stones and cash have disappeared. They weren't very good at acting no matter which way you sliced it. The branch manager, who had been listening quietly, was about to faint because of high blood pressure. What kind of people were they? What do you mean? How could an adventurer, who just came out of the labyrinth, have such a large sum? Then are we lying? At the cold tone of the wizard, the branch manager flinched. That's obviously. You got evidence? How could there be? Oh my God. Are you again accusing people of lying without proof? Mr. Yondell, now that I see this, I think this branch manager should also be added to the punishment list, right? Really? To call an honorable barbarian and a wizard liars, he must not have been taught well at home. Growing up. Stop it. The regional chief, who'd been quiet so far, sighed and stepped out. We'll also compensate you for the missing money. It's a reward that I definitely deserve, so I want to say thank you. If one ignored the fact that they weren't waving any weapons, what was the difference between this and daylight robbery? It was so shameless that the branch manager could only stand frozen on the spot because there was nothing else that he could do. He could only watch what was happening in front of him. 1 million stones here. Wow. As rumored, the Adventurers Guild seems to have a lot of money, right? You just say a word and it just comes out. I think we've shown enough respect to the tower already. Do not cross this line. Ah, yeah. Then will you give me the crystal ball now? No. I think it'd be better to give you this after confirming that the punishment was properly meted out. Of course, I promise I won't show it to anyone in the meantime. That promise must be kept. Sure. Don't worry. Anyway, we'll see each other for a while. Please take care of the people gathered outside. With those words, the barbarian and the wizard left. And in the hall, a heavy silence fell as if a storm had passed. The guild was deprived of another 1 million stones, but they didn't even get their hands on the crystal ball. Also, the crowd gathered in front of the guild, as well as the people involved in this matter, had to be dealt with. The regional chief, who had been forced to smile in front of the two, was now looking cold as stone. Feeling that suffocating chill, the branch manager struggled to speak. Regional manager? Thank you. The video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by Pub Future. Thank me? That didn't you agree to their coercion to protect me? Because you belong to me, not anybody else. Oh, I won't forget what happened today. I'll work hard for the rest of my life to make it up to you. So even if you do need a beating, it should be me who dishes it out. The branch manager, who was showing off his determination to be forever loyal with an excited face, showed a puzzled expression. What are you? You really are naive. Did you think you'd get away scot-free? But I really... Enough. I'll take care of the rest, so if you want to save your own life, be on your toes until things calm down. Even if you have to die, you can't die in a way that relates to this case. Without saying anything further, the regional manager turned and stared at his daughter. Daughter, you'll have to tell me later why you are here today. Yes, father. Then let's just go. The office became empty in an instant. Only the branch manager was left alone inside, thinking, if only all this could be a dream. A black spire soaring high into the sky, on the 31st floor of the building. How does it feel to visit the tower for the first time? It feels cramped because there are no windows. Is that so? But we wouldn't have been able to build such a high-rise building in the city if not for that. I was currently at the personal laboratory of Erua Raven, a wizard belonging to the Artemian school. Come, sit here. As she also sat down, clearing the pile of documents that had been randomly scattered on the chair, she offered me a drink. In a conical titration flask, no less. Oh, I don't have a cup. I took a moment to observe the drink, and came to a conclusion. It's water. Ah, yes? Oh, would you like some basilisk extract instead? No, this is enough. Of course, I didn't drink it. I knew it was actually water, but it just felt disgusting to drink. Not too long ago, it must have contained one of these colorful liquids and monster organ specimens that were scattered all around. I got to the point. So why did you bring me here? I've got something to discuss with you. You agreed to do me a favor, didn't you? So it was because of that. I'd been in a hurry at the time and blindly agreed to her demand. But now that I was here, I was regretting it. What if she said she wanted to do some kind of biological test? As I said back then, as long as it's possible. I like it. That's enough. So, what are you asking for? I want the rights to do proprietary research on the essences you've absorbed, Mr. Yandel. ITLL definitely help you too. Since there's no precedent, there might be something unusual to discover, right? The more she spoke, the more her eyes changed. From the calculative eyes Shed had while dealing with the regional chief, to the zealous eyes ID seen inside the rift. It wasn't that I didn't understand. Except for the variant rift Wed experienced this time, there were no records of a rift in which a vampire guardian had been sighted throughout the entire floor. But what does proprietary research mean? Oh, that? Basically, it means that you only provide samples to me. I want to submit a thesis in my name to academia. Were the wizards in this world like graduate students? I didn't completely understand the motive, but they say that scholars always crave honor the most. Oh wait, is that why you asked me to erase the records about the vampire earlier? While writing the non-disclosure consent form in the guild, Shed asked me not to record the fact that I'd eaten the vampire essence. Of course, I didn't expect such a thing to remain completely secret, but ID also agreed, thinking that it'd be better to just leave it alone. They say that you should hide 70% of your abilities. To be honest, I was thankful that she was so mindful of even the smallest details. The wizard awkwardly scratched her cheek. Well, it's not that it's not really that. A double negative is proof of the positive. Raven then abruptly changed the topic. Oh, anyway, I'm not asking for much. You just need to come here once a week and help for about 3 hours. 3 hours a week. Total duration? Well, I think half a year would be enough. 3 months. I see. So, are you going to agree to my request? I will. After the first agenda was settled this way, Raven immediately brought up the next one. Then, back again, shall we start with the calculations? Calculations? Was there still such thing? Since my gaze must have made it clear I was asking what kind of bullshit was this, Raven also changed her demeanor. Just like how Shed been in our fight with the regional chief earlier. You didn't just survive because of me, you even got a total of 6 million stones for free, right? I don't think it's strange to claim my share. Huh, right. This was what the tribe of magicians were known for. If I was a simple man who only sought maximum efficiency, they were the ultimate money chasers. So I decided to change my mindset too. Give you money? You must be joking. Just like how ID smashed a goblin's head when I saw it. Our quarrel continued, in a more intense tone than before. It would have been the same with any wizard, not just you. Oh, if it were someone else, I would probably have sold the crystal ball as soon as the regional manager suggested it, you know? But the price has already been paid by the regional chief, right? A whopping 1 million stones. Rather, you only managed to earn that much thanks to me, so if anybody can claim a share, I swear to Behelare, it should be me. Then give me at least the 1 million stones that you got with that backpack stun in the end. That was purely thanks to my advice. Did I ever say that I wanted to be friends with her? I decided to cancel that. Did barbarians look like pushovers or something? I refuse. I see. You agreed to help with my research, so I won't ask for too much. Just give me half, 500,000 stones. I refuse. Huh. Then even if it's 250,000 stones. I don't even need to hear it. Refuse. I didn't make any compromises. Anyone trying to inflict a loss on me was a fucking asshole. And I never negotiated with assholes. Whatever I earned was mine. The story ends here. What? Do you know how much I lost because of you in the rift? Eventually I made up my mind. I'll have to break this flag before the water gets more muddied. To be honest, it wasn't that I didn't feel grateful to her for this incident. But aside from that, in order to have a long-term, friendly relationship, I needed to show her who I am. If you just agreed with a smile no matter what the other party did, you wouldn't be the good guy in the equation, just a scoundrel. In the first place, she must have been so persistent not because she needs the money, but because she wants to subdue my pride. Okay, let's move on to the next calculation. The next calculation? She tilted her head as if she could think of nothing else to discuss. I spoke directly, as a barbarian should. You should give me 5 million stones. 5 million stones? Why should I? Because you fed me the essence of a corpse golem without my consent. What? She groaned as if she was feeling short of breath. Hey, I gave you such a rare essence for free, and then you're asking me for money instead? Do you think that makes sense? I did think that, in fact. This wasn't some simple whim. I didn't know why everyone around me lacked imagination. If you just looked at it in enough detail, it'd all make sense. Why do you think it doesn't make sense? You forcibly fed me that essence without my consent so that you could survive. Damn you. Don't you know I was trying to save you too? Well, I can't actually know, and I didn't want it, so pay me 10 million stones. I heard that it takes that much to remove the essence at the temple. Why would you remove that precious thing? You crazy barbarian. Because it wasn't the essence I wanted. You've done me some serious damage here. Unlike before when she'd been negotiating a price. Raven's face was now flushed red. To anyone looking at it from the outside, this might sound like extortion, but it did make sense in a way, so she must have gotten annoyed. She took a moment to regain her composure, with only the constant sound of exhalations. Who? I've heard from adventurers before that they want essences but can't find them. So this doesn't make sense. Rather, in the one who should get paid. Isn't that your preconceived notion as a wizard? You can also ask other adventurers. How would you think you feel if someone else fed you an essence you don't want? Huh? Are you saying you know adventurers better than I do? Wait a minute. I can ask someone right away. The wizard was very excited as she took up the crystal ball on the desk and operated as if pressing a phone number. The call connected soon after. Is this Mr. Patsran? Who is this? Hello, I am Erua Raven of the Artemian School. I was with my master when I met you last time. Miss Raven, I remember. But why are you calling me out of the blue? I have a question for you. What do you think would happen if someone fed you an essence you hadn't planned to eat without your consent, Mr. Patsran? I don't know why you're asking such a bizarre question, but if I had to answer, I'd be really angry. Yes? Angry? E-. Even if it's a 7th grade essence? Even if it's a very rare essence that only drops from a rift? Even then, an unplanned essence means that it's an essence with only a negative effect for me. I don't know what happened, Miss Raven, but if somebody just picks up any which essence and eats it, they'd never reach the higher ranks. The wizard had initially held a triumphant expression as soon as the call had connected. But after hearing the adventurer's kind reply, her face turned pale. That I see. Assuming that's what happened, how should I compensate? If it were me, I'd first ask for compensation in cash. How much would that be? 15 million stones would be appropriate. That much? The more expensive an essence is, the more it costs to erase. I don't know why those god-botherers hanker after money so much. I see. As if she didn't have the strength to keep holding it, the telecommunication device fell from her hand and rolled on the floor. I picked it up for her and put it back into her hand. I still have one question left to ask. As I whispered into her ear, the blonde girl in her mid to late teens asked in a trembling voice. No, if the money can't be paid back, then what would you do, Mr. Patsran? Well, if that happened and the other party was in front of me. The man on the other side of the telecommunication device answered with enthusiasm. I think I'll probably shove their head down and cut it cleanly. Chapter 42. Wizard and Barbarian 2. Click. The line cut off. There was silence inside the laboratory for a while. Heck, even I had never expected this to happen. I was just trying to sponge some money off her, but how could I have known that things would turn out like this? Really, this lack of imagination seems endemic here. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't have any way to win the argument. If she had caught any of the 9th grade adventurers scraping by hand to mouth and asked them the same question, they would have called it a lucky break. Her argument definitely wouldn't have gotten dismantled like this. But instead, she ended up asking an adventurer who seemed capable even at a cursory glance. If it's her teacher, she's talking about a master wizard. There's no way somebody who has a personal acquaintance with someone like that could be some ordinary adventurer. This served as the decisive factor, one, that resulted in her defeat. So now it was her time to reap what she. Chuckle, a barbarian beating a wizard in a battle of words. It seems you're even more amazing than I'd heard, friend? A white-haired old man with wrinkled skin opened the door without even knocking and entered the room. Although his face showed his age, he had a straight waist without any sign of stooping that one might have expected. After a moment of bewilderment at the sudden intervention, I was quickly able to infer the identity of this old man. Oh, I didn't introduce myself yet. This old man is the master of the lady who you just made to cry. I didn't cry. Raven's teacher. In other words, the master of the great Artemian school that independently owned a whopping 5 floors inside the tower. He was as much a big shot as the regional manager I'd met earlier. No, in some ways, he was even more powerful. Anyway, I heard you two talking by chance. Yeah, you heard us? I'm sure the soundproofing magic is still working. Oh, it needs to be reinforced a bit more. There are a lot of gaps in the technique. From his way easy of speaking, he sounded like a normal old neighbor, but since he still sat in such a high position, I couldn't help but feel a bit daunted. After all, this disciple of his that I've been dealing with, he seemed to cherish her a lot. You completely smashed my magic circle. It must have been difficult to do that without me noticing. No matter what you say, why were you trying to snoop? The old man chuckled. My youngest disciple brought in a boy for the first time. Plus, it's been so long a barbarian's entered here alive. Wouldn't you be curious? Something was strange. Alive. As I mumbled unconsciously, the old man savagely grinned. Chuckle. They mostly come in as corpses. Or just their hearts get delivered. Question mark. Look at your face. All red. It was a joke. Oh, I see. Is this wizard humor? I was also a barbarian who was an expert in reading the atmosphere, so instead of staring blankly, I gave a big smile. I want to smash your head, aka barbarian humor. What? But why weren't they laughing? Oh, I forgot the punchline. It was a joke. Whatever bullshit you spout, you just have to tack on that it was all a joke at the end, right? So don't look so red and smile. Old geezer, the video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by Pub Future. OL-. Old geezer? Oh, that was a joke. The old geezer, who happened to be the master of the Artemian school, frowned at me, as if he was uncomfortable with my sense of humor. When I glanced at the side, Raven was also gaping, as if she couldn't believe what was happening. Mr. Yondell, are you a crazy bastard by any chance? Was this her being respectful or rude? It was confusing because of the mixture of tones. I might have messed up a tiny bit. Seeing their expressions, I thought I might have exaggerated things a bit. This was a normal, A damned barbarian, playing such a crazy prank in front of the head of a school inside the tower? I should have known, seeing what you did at the guild. But it was still a little sad. It might sound like an excuse, but hadn't this guy been joking about dead barbarians in front of a barbarian who somehow survived his imminent demise just this morning? I was feeling a bit sensitive, so I might have gotten defensive without realizing it. I apologize if I've offended you. It was quite a succinct explanation, but Raven shouted as if she didn't accept it. You call that getting defensive? Offense is the best defense, after all. This was my theory, which I clung to all my life since my early childhood. So how do I follow up? At a glance, I noticed that the old man was still standing still with a blank gaze. As the silence continued, I was beginning to become genuinely concerned about my future well-being. That was great, my friend, great. The old man suddenly started talking. I didn't know what he was going on about, but I went with the flow and laughed along. You're funny, my friend, very funny. Anybody could tell that this old man was forcing himself to laugh, but if I did it right, I might be able to cross the bridge like this. Don't worry about it. The old man is different from those other little bastards who are sensitive to every word. Although he probably still had some resentment left from the way his lips were trembling. But there was no need to bring attention to that. I can roughly guess what kind of a character he has. I had a sense of how to deal with it. Do you have some barbarian blood in you? I take back calling you old geezer. To think you didn't even bat an eye at barbarian-style humor. This is my first time seeing a wizard as spry as you, although wizards were scarce and hard to see in the first place. But who cared about that? Chuckle, not that old in the first place. Somehow, it feels like we get along a little bit. I agree. The bloody atmosphere seemed to dissipate. Seeing us going ho-ho, Raven made an absurd expression. What is even going on? Well, I didn't know either. And I was sure that even this old man had no idea what he was doing right now. I am Bjorn, son of Yondell. Great wizard. I want to know your name. So you're Bjorn Yandel. After seeing all those other little bastards for so long, you feel like a breath of fresh air. Good to meet you. This old man is Dian Tvihirian. For some reason, the old man introduced himself in a loud voice. However, the veins sticking out on his neck would make any observer worry about his health. Let's pretend I didn't see anything. Awesome. That's the majestic voice of a real man. Bjorn Yandel was a barbarian who understood the mores of society. So, what I told those little bastards back then was, awesome. Huh? I didn't say what I told them yet. Must have been awesome. After a few minutes of such entertaining conversation, perhaps the old man regained his sanity after getting his fill of blowing his own trumpet. So, what do you think a ruin should do? A ruin? Oh, that's the nickname of my youngest disciple. Arrow plus Raven equals a ruin? This kind of culture seemed to be multiversal. Anyway, those 5 million stones earlier, if this old man. No bargaining. Social life mode off. Seeing me stop talking, the old man clicked his tongue. TCH was talking about stiffing you. Rather, if it's fine with you, this old man would like to replace it with something else. Then it was different story. Something. This. The old man put his hand inside his robe and pulled out a box the size of a palm. However, I was more interested in his robe than the box itself. Is there a subspace attached to the robe? I wonder if he'd give it to me if I asked for it? What are you staring for? Come on, open it. I opened the box and glanced inside as instructed. A ring lay inside. It's an item called the Ring of the Frost Spirit. Ring of the Frost Spirit. The old man continued to explain, but I didn't need to listen, because I already knew what it was. Even though it's from the 9000s, every adventurer knows how precious a numbered item is. Numbered items. They're only dropped by Rift Guardians, and each one has its own special ability. In fact, except for production and discovery, in Dungeon and Stone, the only other source of equipment is numbered items. Of course, most of them are expensive regardless of their number. But you're really lucky. People usually can't get their hands on it even if they want to. Well, it's not something anybody would actually use. Number 9425, Frost Spirit Ring. Frost Spirit Ring, which can only be dropped from rifts below the 3rd floor, has only one unique ability. It's not an ability that helps in battle. It just seals one of the essences absorbed by the wearer. Of course, stat changes are still applied, and only the skills are sealed. In that case, it's cheaper to remove the essence from the temple. Consider the facts. Leveling up becomes astronomically difficult as you go higher. However, if you wear this ring, all of the skills you've acquired from an essence will be completely lost. The skill slots disappear altogether. Adventurers, considering their future, would rather choose to erase the essence at the temple and eat a new one, instead of wearing this ring. But it must be a very useful thing for you, isn't it? Well, there was some truth to that. Stats are more important in the early game than skill combinations. Moreover, even though the corpse golem has poor skills, its stats are quite high. If I take the ring off at any time, I can use the skills again, so it's not a bad item by itself. I finished my mental calculations. In fact, I never even considered rejecting in the first place. That's because this ability was only a fraction of the true value of this ring. No matter what, since you haven't mentioned it at all, you really don't know about that, do you? Wizards were the best intellectuals in this worldview. However, in the Blood Citadel, Raven had no idea how to obtain the tear of the goddess hidden under the statue. That was what convinced me. Yes, in my eyes, they were all newbies. What could be easier than playing with a newbie? What are you so worried about? To be honest, this ring isn't worth 5 million stones. But it's not something you can get even if you want to. Right. I nodded as if in agreement. Even in the game, the auction house price was only about 1.5 million stones, but numbered items hardly ever went up for sale, so I got my hands on this ring less than once in 10. But did I get such a precious thing just like this? In the first place, ID never expected to get the full 5 million stones. This old man also took this out with the intention of foisting some useless stuff off me. He was probably laughing at me inside, calling me an idiot barbarian. Thank you, I got something good. He'll use it well. And I was in the exact same situation. Chuckle. Think of it as a gift from an old man. I thought, as I looked at the old man who smiled kindly. If I did well, perhaps there'd be a lot more things I could mooch off him in the future. As much as possible, I wanted to stay friends in the future. Mr. Yandel, a lot has happened today, hasn't it? You must be tired. Shall we meet again in 2 days for the rest of the discussion? I was just going to say that. After a quick arrangement of the detailed time and place, Bjorn left the laboratory. After that, Raven looked into her master's eyes. I'm sorry, master, because of me. It's fine, it was something that I've gotten sold anyway. That barbarian, he might get quite heartbroken when he finds out later how much that ring costs. Is that so? Fortunately, he didn't seem to be particularly angry with Bjorn whom Shed brought here. So Raven could more comfortably try and confirm what she was curious about. But why were you like that today? Her teacher's attitude today was very abnormal. He usually hated rude people, and had never joke about his fellow mages either. Oh, there's just something I need to check. Check. You don't need to know. She shut her mouth with a subdued expression. Clearly her master had some kind of intention behind matching Bjorn's pace, but since Head spoken like this, there was no way for her to find out the details. Anyway, he's an odd duck. He's so unique that I'm kind of looking forward to what he does next. I hope I'm on the right track. Are you going to keep doing this? If you're going to tell me, just tell me. He'll tell you later when the time is right. Oh, and make sure you write down what happened with that barbarian and give me a report. Aren't you going to tell me why? I'll tell you once I'm sure. Her teacher left the laboratory with a gentle smile as usual. Looking at the empty place, Raven felt a bit uncomfortable. What the hell is Master thinking? She wondered if bringing Bjorn here had been a mistake, because the people her master had such interest in never ended up well, from what she remembered. Oh, but maybe Mr. Yandel will be different. Thinking of the mess Head left at the guild as just a level 9 adventurer, she became somewhat anxious. I'm just overthinking it. The magic tower isn't as small time as them. The tower was completely different from the guild. It wasn't a place that could be shaken up by a single barbarian. Certainly, indubitably. Chapter 43. Wizard and Barbarian 3. Oh, Bjorn's son of Yandel. After leaving the tower, I headed towards the barbarians' only dormitory. Had it already been 2 months? More than half of the familiar faces had disappeared, and new barbarians were filling the void. I'd heard that it was an implicit tradition to leave this place as soon as you made enough money to do so. Among those absent, there are probably quite a few who had died this time. Since I was born as a barbarian, this might also be my destiny. Unlike the fairies, who have their veterans help their newbie members up, the barbarians prefer to leave the newcomers to fend for themselves once they grow up. Is Einar in there? Einar. She left for the sanctuary first thing in the morning. Yeah, that did sound like her. I didn't show my face for 2 days after leaving the labyrinth, so I came here in a hurry, but in the end it turned out to be a waste of time. Oh, by the way, have you heard the rumors? What rumors? The Barbarian of Liberty. The whole city's shaken up because of him. Didn't you hear? Instinctively, my body trembled. I haven't heard anything. Do you maybe know his name? Oh, I do not know. Strangely enough, nobody knows who he actually is. Fortunately, the guild seemed to have preserved my anonymity. Anyway, to think we have such a person among our people, I feel proud. He beat down hundreds of people by himself, and proudly torn apart the guild's conspiracy against him. Amazing, huh? Hundreds. On my oath, nothing like that ever happened. All I did was take the daughter of the regional chief hostage and lodge a complaint. And yet were there already such rumors spreading? I was quite worried about the future, but I don't know, I'll calm down soon. Those guys at the guild aren't idiots. They'll be back tomorrow morning, so will you let Einar know when she comes back? Of course. I left and headed towards the inn. But what was this now? Why dash you? W dash. Weren't you dead? The innkeeper looked like He'd seen a ghost. Or rather, from his point of view, that was what happened. I didn't even have to dig deep. He confessed very quickly that He'd cleared out my room thinking I was dead. What happened to my luggage? I cleaned it all up. ID paid for the next 3 days in advance, right? My voice that had unconsciously become annoyed, enough that the innkeeper's face began to turn white. I can't let this go. No, wait. When the hell did I start thinking like this? My body trembled at the sudden feeling of discomfort that ID noticed so late. Maybe it was from the first day. In fact, looking back, all of it was a little strange. As soon as I opened my eyes, even though a man was decapitated right next to me, my mind was at peace. It was the same with my first murder in the labyrinth. I thought it was something I had to do, but the process was far too easy. It wasn't even a gradual change, or anything. From the first day ID woken up from this body, ID been a radical brute like every other barbarian. Today was the same. Organizing a jailbreak? Of course, I could have come to the same conclusion after a lot of deliberation, but it was strange how little ID hesitated. In the same way ID started an argument with that old man in the tower. Did I get angry just because I heard something I didn't want to hear? Li Han-Su, the 29-year-old office worker, would never have done that. He hadn't been timid, but he hadn't been outrageously bold either. At his core, had been a skeptic who always observed everything for a long time before putting it into practice. But what about now? Up until now, ID thought my new, special environment the root cause behind my changes. But the feeling of incongruity was getting bigger and bigger. Surely, I was convinced. The video player is currently playing an ad. You can skip the ad in 5 seconds with a mouse or keyboard. Ads by Pub Future. Just like how the brutish instincts engraved on this body came out to play during a battle. My mind had also transformed. No, it'd be more correct to call it harmonization rather than transformation. I told you I'm sorry. Please stop staring at me like that. Having finished my contemplation, I sighed. ID changed. There was no refuting that. It was strange to have noticed it so late, but I was now at least certain. But what could I do about it? If I want to survive in this place, it's better this way. I decided to do the best I could with the hand I was dealt. Well, that was the barbarian way. For 30,000 stones, I can let it go. Although the innkeeper's behavior had been atrocious, I decided to end it with a reasonable compensation. Considering the fact that the most expensive item in my missing luggage was the clothes ID bought for 2,500 stones. The greatest desire was to take a break while arguing. 30,000 stones. For those few pieces of junk that sold for chump change. Didn't you say you'd thrown them away? Fine, if you don't want to pay, that's okay. I'll just tell everyone here what you made me go through. How about staying here till the money covers your rent? Absolutely not. I had no intention of staying at this kind of an inn in the future. Even if it was just stealing a dead adventurer's belongings. Couldn't he at least be moral enough to wait till the promised date? Oh, you have to promise not to tell anyone about this. Naturally. With an additional income of 30,000 stones, I headed to the other inn I'd been eyeing before. Although the meal had an average cost, and the rent per night was twice as expensive, it was well worth it. Now, this is the life, even if just a little. First of all, the room was about a half larger than before. It had windows, and even a private bathtub in the bathroom. That it was much closer to the Dimensional Plaza was a bonus. After scrubbing my body hard for about an hour to wash away the grime from the labyrinth, I threw myself on the bed. It was fluffy. In fact, it made me wonder if people live for this kind of momentary happiness. But was it worth it? Suddenly, the events of the past few days, starting from the labyrinth, till returning to the city, unfurled in my mind like a panorama. Fuck! Why was it so difficult to get a good rest? As soon as the dawn broke, I went and bought everyday clothes from the first clothing store I saw was open. And then I headed to the Barbarian-only dormitory. Bjorn, where have you been all this time? I had some business. Sorry for worrying you. Worry? What do you mean? There's no way I'd worry for you. Bjorn, even if you get thrown into hell, I'm sure you'll be able to survive and return on your own. I see. Is that how I look in your eyes? Well, I like this much better than some clumsy melodrama anyway. Since neither of us had had breakfast, we went to a nearby restaurant. Oh, did you hear? As soon as we sat down and ordered from the menu, Einar started off with a question. I wasn't particularly surprised because I'd been expecting it this time. Ah, the Barbarian of Liberty? Huh? Barbarian of Liberty? What does that mean? So you weren't asking about that? It's nothing. What were you trying to say again? Ah. Returning to the original topic, Einar ducked her head and spoke with a low voice. I heard from the elder that someone stole our Genesis treasure too. Genesis treasure? I was floored. There were 6 of them in total. For reference, in the game, they'd been divided equally among the 6 races. The dwarves, the barbarians, the fairies, the beastmen, the dragonkin, and the humans. And the problem was, you can't enter the last floor without them. The Genesis treasures were key items in Dungeon and Stone. To reach the game's ending honestly, I didn't even know if such a thing really existed. But in order to open the gates of the abyss at least, you needed to collect all 6. But was one gone? Who the hell did something so grand? I don't know either. Apparently, we got robbed on the day of our coming-of-age ceremony. The elder said that the other races might be in a similar situation. I see. It felt like someone had smashed the back of my head with a hammer, but I still quietly finished my meal. Fuck, do I have to live here for the rest of my life? In a way, it was as if the most hopeful route I had before me had just disappeared. Still, it'd take at least several years for the Genesis treasures to become relevant for me. It's not something to bash my head against, when I haven't even reached the 3rd floor yet. In the end, I still had work to do. When the moment came for me to make a choice, I had to be strong enough to have as many options as possible. Besides, who knew? Perhaps the thief who'd stolen the Genesis treasure would get caught soon. But, Einar, are you free today? Yeah, I decided not to visit the sanctuary today. Good. After the brief meal, I headed to the business district with Einar in tow. Is this Commelby? It's my first time here. So many people. Commelby. Sectors 2 through 5, which encircle the first sector, Karnon, like a belt. Commonly called the free market. As such, it's the most thriving and commercially active area of the city, full of shops of all kinds. The middle class of Rafdonia mainly reside here, and the place is filled with artisans. It was here that ID stopped by along with Erwin the other day. Come to think of it, is she doing all right? Belatedly, Erwin came to mind. When ID first met her, she always used to visit mine the first thing in the day. But now that ID left the inn, it'd become quite difficult to meet her again. I couldn't even remember exactly where the fairy-exclusive dormitory she stayed in was, even though I'd been there once before. Well, it's not that I can't find it if I really look for it, but I wondered if there was any need. As long as her older sister was still alive, there was no chance of the two of us going into the labyrinth together. We'll meet again if fate allows it. To be honest, after the sufferings of these past few days, my memories of Erwin had also faded a lot. We hadn't had that deep of a relationship in the first place. Look over there, Bjorn. People are eating clouds on skewers. What? Did they even have cotton candy here? Intrigued, I bought one and passed it on to Einar after taking a bite. By the way, it was real cotton candy. Oh, I can't believe it. Are humans this clever? To make food like this? Stop admiring it and start walking. D-dash. Don't leave me alone. I mean, I can't find my way home alone. Quickening the pace, we reached our destination in no time, where I'd disposed my equipment in the past. This time, I disposed of all the equipment that had landed me in prison, as well as my own equipment that turned into scrap metal. The selling price was about 800,000 stones. I didn't dispose of the item I got just before leaving the rift, but let's price that at 500,000 stones. Einar, this is your share. Can I have this much? You even got me in essence. Don't make a fuss, just take it. It's you fair share. For reference, the ratio was 8-2, as promised. Still, among the barbarians of our batch, this should have been the biggest when it came to earnings. I promised you, didn't I? If you follow me, you'll make a lot of money. Still, 300,000 stones, isn't that too much? How many cloud sweets can I even get with this? It seemed that cotton candy had risen to be another monetary unit for Einar. By the way, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Was it because of the corpse golem essence, with its appetite plus 9 foot? My hunger cycle seemed to have quickened a lot. Already? It hasn't even been 3 hours yet. So you're not coming? Of course I'm coming. Today is my treat. I'll buy you meat. After quickly disposing of the equipment, we stopped at a nearby restaurant for a bite. And as we finished up and were about to leave, thank you, Bjorn. Einar looked straight into my eyes as she said so. Her lips were still stained with sauce, but her eyes were much more serious than usual. But all that served to do was make me feel even more awkward. It's fine. Like I said, I'm not talking about the money. Yeah. Then what are you talking about? It's just I just wanted to thank you for treating me the same as you used to. I heard her nonsense, but I didn't understand it all. However, Einar's expression was much too serious for me to tell her that. So I simply watched her, silent, as she struggled with her words. It's my appearance, it's changed a bit, you know? Others are now avoiding me because they don't think I'm a warrior. In these days, wherever I go, humans keep sticking to me and flirting. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. Clearly, this was a serious concern for her as a warrior. To be honest, I couldn't really sympathize. It must have been because my nature was different from that of a barbarian. As I listened quietly, Einar cried out in a voice that burned with anger. Bjorn, be honest. Am I that ugly? What? I've decided. Bjorn, I can't enter the labyrinth with you anymore. No, wait. How the hell did you come to that conclusion? While drinking lukewarm beer, I sat alone on the first floor of the inn where I was staying. Oh, how could beer be this fucking tasteless? I made a bad choice with the inn. The food was pretty good, but the owner couldn't brew alcohol worth shit. Phew. I took a deep breath to shake off the bitter taste. My conversation with Einar during the day came back to my mind. After her bombshell of a declaration, we had a long conversation, but the result didn't change. I'm alone again. Einar left. Due to the nature of barbarians, she wasn't shy with her words, but from what I heard, it wasn't just a matter of appearance. Actually, yesterday, I received an offer from the Elder about becoming his heir. The Elders of the Sanctuary. One of them, a rarity with a strong reputation as a sword master, favored Einar. And today, Shed made a decision to learn swordsmanship in earnest under the Elder. Can't you go into the labyrinth anyway? Isn't it just one day on the outside? ID asked. It was just one day every month. So it might have been alright to take a day off every month to visit the labyrinth. But Einar only looked troubled. I wanted to too, but I heard that there's a special training method, so I won't be able to leave the sanctuary for 6 months. Special training? Huh? If so, it was understandable that we couldn't go to the labyrinth together for 6 months. I knew what a great opportunity this was for her. I won't ask you to wait. I won't ask you to unconditionally accept me back when the time comes either. He'll train hard and he'll definitely come back as a great warrior who won't hold you back. So I couldn't hold on to her. Even on this last expedition, she had been forced to swear an oath under duress to a pillaging criminal. Also, what about the rift? A wizard, a dwarf, and even I, her comrade, had contributed while she had been helpless in comparison. Actually, that must have been the decisive factor behind her decision. I couldn't say for certain, but the change in her appearance might have only been the last straw. Oh, I gulped down another sip of lukewarm beer to quench the unfamiliar thirst brewing within me. The bitter taste covered my throat. In the end, I can only find a new colleague. I'd even hoping to take a little break and prepare better this time. Damn, Why wouldn't these daily quests end? Chapter 44. Drawing a line 1. But do I even need any colleagues? That had been the first thought that come to my mind when Einar talked about leaving the party. After all, I was now different from who I'd been 2 months ago. Now I think I could even hunt a group of death fiends all by myself. I'd eaten the essences from a corpse golem and a vampire rift guardian. My basic stats, including strength, had increased tremendously, and considering my new regenerative skills, it was safe to say that I was virtually unrivaled on the second floor. There's nothing there that can stop me, I'm pretty sure. Although I wouldn't be able to take any breaks. There'd be nobody to turn to for help in case of an emergency. But I still judged, objectively. Even taking all of that into consideration, at my current level, a solo playstyle would be stable enough. Of course, the third floor would be unreasonable. Dungeon and Stone is basically a game that forces party play. No matter how strong your character is, it's impossible to be an invincible lone wolf, due to how the game itself is structured. As such, party composition is crucial, and the higher you go, the more fatal would the absence of a specific position become. For example, the Goblin Forest, where having a scout is essential. It's an obstacle a barbarian in the tank position can't overcome alone. From the third floor onwards, the monsters also change in scale. After a lot of deliberation, I finally made my decision. I'd find a new colleague at my level. If you couldn't find one, I'd join a similar team, and together, would hunt monsters on a higher floor and aim for the top. It's more efficient than wasting time alone on the second floor. Of course, this would also be quite troublesome. I'd have to worry not only about the combat power and team composition of the party, but also about how to make sure that they were trustworthy. Huff, where the hell can I find such people? It looked like this month would be pretty busy for me. In fact, except for Erwin and Einar, I didn't have a single acquaintance in this world. KEH. As I poured down the rest to bear down my throat, and was about to go up to my room. Hey there, yes, you barbarian? What do you think, brother? A party of adventurers, who'd been chugging down alcohol at the next table for a while, called me. What do you mean? Oh, you didn't hear? This young friend here has been saying some adorable things. Well, it didn't look like they were trying to strike up a quarrel. When I nodded, indicating my interest, an adventurer in his mid-20s explained the situation. In short, it was as follows. Recently, there'd been talk of a barbarian of liberty. Naturally, the adventurers had gotten excited hearing the story and started liberally slandering the guild. But then a young adventurer had bucked the trend and praised the guild instead, asking the others how they could believe such nonsense. The adventurers who'd been listening had then started making fun of the kid, ridiculing him. So, I wanted to hear what you think. What's your opinion? Do you think the guild is trustworthy too? Fuck, say that earlier. If you think that, you might as well believe that pigs can fly. I knew you'd say something like that, brother. One look at your eyes is enough to tell that you've got your shit together. The man grinned like a cat that's got the canary. But a young boy who'd been crouching in a corner suddenly got up, face red. Wait a minute. Can you really call yourselves adventurers? Did you ever consider, without the guild, who'd protect us in this city, you should be grateful instead? His outburst led to a spell of silence that lasted for a while. But before long, everyone at the table burst into laughter. What? Grateful? Pwahaha. You little punk. And you wonder why people treat you like a kid wherever you go. Apparently, distrusting the guild was an ancient adventurer tradition, and you couldn't be called a full-fledged adventurer without it. You all, what's even the point of this? Wouldn't he realize it himself, once he gets a little more life experience? That nobody can protect you other than yourself. Cage, now that really strikes a chord. Let's have another round. After the brief incident, the adventurers started drinking again. I was about to leave, but the man who had spoken to me first approached me with a friendly expression. Hans. Hans. Ha! Is the name too common? I couldn't really say, but it did seem that way. The first man I'd killed in the labyrinth had also been called Hans. I am Bjorn, son of Yondel. I see. It's fate that we've met like this, so if you aren't too tired, why not join me for a drink? My treat, of course. Hesitating for a moment, I finally nodded. Although I'd eavesdropped on other adventurers before here and there, I'd never had many direct conversations with them. So, what kind of trouble are you in that you're drinking here all by yourself? Maybe I could get some unexpected advice, so I frankly laid bare my concerns. My team has disbanded, and am looking for new colleagues. But I don't know where to start. Hans had been listening intently when he tilted his head as if in puzzlement. If that's the problem, isn't it easier to just go to the guild? The guild? It's true that those bastards are hardly trustworthy, but shouldn't we use every available resource? Just how much money do you think they mooch off our taxes? Well, it certainly made sense. Adventurers are inseparable from the Adventurers Guild. In the game, it'd been easy to find colleagues through the guild. But I'm worried whether the people I meet there can be trusted. It looks like you haven't used it properly yet. It's very different from how it used to be. Because there've been a lot of cases of betrayals in the past, it's now mandatory to wear a video recorder. Really? There've been nothing like that in the game. Trust me and go check it out. Whatever you're worried about won't happen. Since he said so, it might not be a bad idea to visit once. Next morning, waking up with a slight hangover, I headed straight to the tower. You can't enter without a visitor's pass. Aren't you supposed to ask first if I have one? It was annoying to start off the day with an episode of racial discrimination, but once I showed the card Raven had given me, the staff let me in without saying anything else. Ding! And I soon arrived on the 31st floor. Once I set foot into Raven's private lab, a far more bustling interior than 2 days ago was there to greet me. Oh, are you here already? It seemed that a lot of books and documents that had been cluttering the space had been cleared away, but in their place, the room had been crammed with gruesome-looking devices. Where are you going to use this? I pointed out the one that looked the ghastliest and asked what it was to be used for. It's nothing special. It's just a magic tool that makes it easier to collect blood. Her answer was a double surprise. The first surprise was that it wasn't intended for crushing people's skulls. And the second surprise was that this savage-looking instrument was a magic tool. Then, you ready? I don't think so. Not yet. You serious? Come on, come here. Fine. At first, I was half suspicious and half worried, but surprisingly, all of the diagnostic tests using the magic tools turned out to be quite humane. Not only that, the process was so quick that it didn't even take long to finish. But looking at the results, there's nothing I hadn't already figured out while I was stuck in prison. First of all, there's no significant variance compared to other Guardian essences. Oh, do you know what I'm talking about? I know. Essences dropped by Guardian monsters have two characteristics. First of all, the basic stats are 1.5 times higher than the essence that the monster would normally drop. You know, it might be better to just see for yourself. Raven showed me a piece of paper that summarized the stats of the vampiric essence, which Shed estimated using the various magic tools. It didn't really mean much. As expected, instead of hard numbers, the paper had rough guesses like high, medium, and low written on it. Whereas I myself was able to calculate the exact numbers by multiplying the stats of a normal vampire by 1.5. Vampire. Natural regeneration plus 45, 1 strength plus 15, agility plus 15, magic resistance plus 30, physical resistance plus 12, soul power plus 21, mana sensitivity plus 30, dark resistance plus 12, solar resistance minus 12. Some might think the stats too low for a level 5 monster. That's definitely true, from a certain perspective. The Corpse Golem Essence, which is only rank 7, gives much higher stats of plus 70 pain resistance and plus 55 skeletal density in comparison. And even these pitiful stats are what you get after multiplying by 1.5. And yet, natural regeneration, magic resistance, physical resistance, soul power, and mana sensitivity. Different stats have different values. Even in the game, these precious stats tended to be low on average. Because if you could stack them high, a monster would be born. This isn't my first time thinking this, but Mr. Yondell, you're really very lucky. Even a regular vampire essence is rare as hen's teeth, but you got one from a Guardian. In fact, lucky wasn't enough to describe it. Guardian essences of the 5th rank or higher could even be treated as essences that let a newcomer graduate into an expert. It definitely wasn't something you were supposed to get in the early game. If you've taken it all in, check this too. In case you don't understand, I put together all the characteristics. There are 4 in total. Suddenly, the corners of her lips curved up. 4. That's the second characteristic of a Guardian essence. Normal essences bestow only 2 skills, 1 passive and 1 active. But essences from a Guardian are different. P. Dark Origin resists death as long as your heart is intact. There's the basic passive skill, of course. A. Mark of Sacrifice. Temporarily increase your physical abilities based on the number of marked beings within a certain radius. A. Eternal Life. Temporarily gain a significant increase in regenerative power based on health lost. A. Master of Blood. Temporarily absorb one of the target's skills when directly drinking their blood. And alongside that, all possible active skills are attached. Originally, to get Mark of Sacrifice, you need to eat a yellow vampiric essence, and to get Master of Blood, you need to eat a red vampiric essence. But a Guardian essence bypasses all that. Even though it's tough to acquire them, they're worth it. Now that I've got this on top of the Undying imprint, is it safe to say that I'm done with the regeneration side of things? This was some incredible growth rate, even for a 10-year pro at the game like me. While feeling satisfied by myself, I heard Raven talking. Okay then, this is all for today. Thank you for taking the trouble. Come back for the next checkup anytime next week at your convenience. We'll be here anyway. What else is there to check? What are you talking about? We need at least 10 more surveys before this essence data can be registered officially with the society. I see. I asked because I didn't know, so don't be angry. I'm not angry. Anyway, I'm going to check on the corpse golem essence when I have the time, so don't even think about running away. Got it? I'd been pretty much naked during the examination, so I put my clothes back on. But before I had to leave, I had one more question. Raven, do you have any plans to enter the labyrinth in the future? Well, probably not for a while. Why? Oh, wouldn't it be better to go together with people you know? Although I tried to act cool, she seemed to see right through me. She grinned as if I was being an idiot. Oh, but we really don't each other that well, right? All right, pretend I never said anything. Oh, should I? Her voice suddenly became harsh. Now that I remembered, she did have this kind of a personality. Even though she kept calm most of the time, if somebody touched her pride, the arrogance buried in her bones would burst out and pierce the heavens themselves. No, how dare you think you can ask me to join a team with just 2 barbarians? To be honest, it wasn't 2 anymore. One had resigned yesterday. Of course, I had more sense than to say that out loud and turn the atmosphere any bloodier. That's why I told you to pretend I never said anything. How do I pretend I didn't hear it when I heard it already? No, is this worth raising your voice so high? While I was pondering over how to react to this sudden burst of temper. She let out a long sigh, as if forcefully calming herself down. Mr. Yandel, even if it's not me, if you're going to make such an offer to any other wizard, please make a team properly first. Well, it'd be nice if everybody is level 6 or higher, and there should be a priest too. Mother, if you don't say. If things have been going that good, do you think I would have come to offer you a spot? Yeah, right. Really, wizards were such snobs. Then see you later. Wait a moment. Raven caught Bjorn had been just about to leave, because she remembered something she'd been planning to ask. At the end, what was that? You put something in the mouth of the vampire while he was stunned? I think I felt a flash of divine power. It was a question that risen while she'd been recording the past events, to pass on to her master. What the hell had that thing been? No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't something a level 9 adventurer could carry around. Oh, no idea what you mean. Didn't you see it wrong? It was such a crazy situation after all. See it wrong? I couldn't have. I'm sure I felt sorry I have to go. Got some urgent business to take care of. Hey, wait a moment. Wait. Bam. Bjorn slammed the door closed and left without saying anything else. Are you hiding something? Breaking her gaze on the door, Head hurried through. Raven frowned and headed to her study room. Once there, she pulled out a thick book from the shelves. Rift Records 3. It was a compilation of various recorded information on rifts. Just like its plain title, the old book didn't even have the author's name written on it. As a child, Shed accidentally bought this book at the free market, and surprisingly, it contained knowledge that was not even recorded by the society. What page was the Blood Citadel on again? As she was flipping through the pages, her fingers stopped at one place. A map of the dungeon area. The exact location of the hidden passage. A page with advanced information about the Blood Citadel, such as how to obtain the Necronomicon inside the demonic shrine. Unfortunately, there were parts that were not readable. 2 of them. Terror of the Goddess. Location. Golden Mask. 2 items, whose descriptions and locations had disappeared with the passage of time. She had gone through the rift with a fine-toothed comb to find them herself, but in the end she hadn't been able to. Raven tilted her head as she again felt the taste of regret. Wait, I think I've heard of the Tears of a Goddess somewhere. Where was it? Trawling through her hazy memories, she pulled out a few books on religion and quickly flipped the pages one by one. How long did it take? Finally, her hand stopped turning the page. Tears of the Goddess. A consumable relic of unknown origin. When destroyed, it has the effect of spreading powerful grace on its location. 150 years ago, during the dimensional collapse, Cardinal Andron had used all 3 to save the Pope, and they've since disappeared. A holy relic? Amazed, Raven even checked the illustration drawn on the next page. It was too early to be certain, because she had only seen it from afar, but the shape and size seemed to roughly match. Even the method of using it, and the effectiveness, it all matched. Raven was feeling confused. Just looking at the shape of things, this didn't look like some simple coincidence. But if it wasn't a coincidence, then what? How could a barbarian who had just become an adult know where the Terror of the Goddess was hidden, and even made a plan to use it right away? Maybe Mr. Yandel. One possibility popped into her mind, and her eyes lit up as she gripped the book tight. I'll have to check it out, no matter how long it took. It'd be worth it in the end. Chapter 45. Drawing a line to. After returning to the inn, I was organizing my backpack when I ran into a problem. It was about nothing other than the metal helmet in my hand. Should I just sell this? This helmet had been officially called the Golden Mask in the game, an item obtained by defeating the boss of the Blood Citadel and satisfying certain special conditions. The effect was simple. It customized the appearance of the wearer's face, although the effect was only limited to 30 in-game days. Plus, it's a limited-use consumable. From what I remembered, it could perhaps be used up to 5 times. I recalled that it naturally disappeared from my inventory after ID used it all up. Of course, I wasn't completely sure about the number, because except for the first playthrough when ID got my hands on it, ID never used this item. Instead, ID sold it off on the exchange, every time, for about 500,000 stones. Still, I'm worried. It wasn't a worry one would have if they were playing the game. What use is a cosmetic item in a game? Why would you go and apply a skin on a game character with 2D pixel graphics, and one with a limited 30-day duration at that? It was better to sell it off, even if it were as cheap as 10,000 stones. But I was in a reality right now. After a short deliberation, I made my decision. Since I can't be sure, let's keep it for now. I'm not hurting for cash right now anyway. My situation was different from the game in many ways. Hadn't I even been framed and imprisoned just recently? If I ever needed to become a public enemy of this city, this item would surely play a huge role. And perhaps I could find some other place to use it too. In the end, it's money that makes the world go round. I could once again feel how precious money was. If I hadn't made a lot of money this time, I'd have definitely chosen to sell. And as could be seen from this, the more money you have, the more options you have, whether it's in the game, or in reality, or even in this distant world. Hey, did you hear? The Crystal Union's disbanded. A silver-haired fairy was quietly eating in a corner of the restaurant. Daria Wittenberg de Terja perked up her pointed ears, because this was a topic she was interested in. What? The Crystal Union disbanded? The Crystal Union. It was the name of an adventurer clan that achieved explosive growth in the past decade. It specialized in providing various conveniences to first-floor adventurers, using an extensive network of contacts and an overabundance of message stones. Surprising, right? A whole adventure clan in tip-top shape, just going puff. Overnight. Huh, tip-top shape? Can you even call them adventurers? From what Shed heard, the members of the Crystal Union were mostly ordinary people who, under the pressure of taxes, set foot in the realm of adventurers. Many of them held a separate job in the city and spent only one day a month to visit the labyrinth. Of course, there was nothing wrong with just that. Rather, such a purpose could be even called noble. In fact, Shed heard that many ordinary citizens who had been facing a crisis of defaulting on their taxes, WH would have seen them executed, had been saved through this in the past. But, anyway, this is good news. They always kept bragging everywhere about being adventurers. The current Crystal Union had become corrupted. As its power grew, it began to reject outsiders, and there were frequent cases of abuse of power, and even violent deeds against rookie adventurers. 002. 031. Ads by Pub Future. What happened to her sister was a perfect example. It wasn't enough that they tried to harm her in such an unsightly way, they'd even tried to eliminate her to keep her mouth shut. I hate to admit it, but if not for that barbarian, something unimaginable could have happened. Ever since hearing about the incident, Shed been hoping to take care of those guys one day. But from this conversation, it looked like she didn't need to anymore. Coincidentally, this time too, it was thanks to a barbarian. By the way, I haven't asked yet. Why did they suddenly disband? Oh, didn't you hear the story? What news? The Barbarian of Liberty. As she secretly overheard the story that followed, Daria frowned involuntarily. The more she listened, the more interesting the story became. After being framed, not only did this guy escape from prison, did he even take the daughter of the regional chief hostage? The story keeps getting bigger and bigger. At this rate, the new loot investigation law for 9th-ranked adventurers may end up getting scrapped. It was a story worth listening to. The person who had allegedly done the frame-up had already been sentenced to death and summarily hanged. Even the Crystal Union, which had been proud of its staggering size, was now apparently being held accountable for its past actions and was being savagely beaten. Just there was one thing. But you know what's even more surprising? That barbarian's only a level 9 adventurer. A rookie barely passed his coming-of-age ceremony. A level 9 adventurer who had just finished his coming-of-age ceremony. Somehow, when she heard this story, one person came to mind. A barbarian who had faced her with dignity and was different from the masses in many ways. No way, such a coincidence. She shook her head as if to untangle her jumbled thoughts. Getting up and leaving the premises, Daria headed towards home. But with every step, the thought came back again and again. Is that barbarian really dead? So far, there'd been no reason to doubt it. But if he was actually the protagonist of the story Shed just heard, then it explains why he didn't come back to the inn for 2 days. Could she really tell her little sister about this? Creak. The thought still hadn't left her head when she opened the door and saw her younger sister, who looked noticeably emaciated. She was sitting on the bed, eyes closed, manipulating 3 wisps of flame that were on the verge of winking out any moment. Last time in the labyrinth, 2 had been her limit. Oh, big sis, are you back? Have you been summoning spirits nonstop since then? Yeah, if I can expand my ability even the slightest bit. Daria's mouth hardened into a line at those words. The training method itself wasn't surprising, because she'd been the one to instruct Erwin to train like this in the first place. But her younger sister had never pushed herself to the limit like this before. You know, big sis, I think I heard the voice of fire. What? Now I know. I know how to become strong. Why did I stay so weak all this time? Why did I always have to ask someone else for help? Her younger sister had always been a bit shy, had always avoided her gaze when speaking, kept talking while staring straight into her eyes. I just wasn't desperate enough. There was no vitality in that dry, cracked voice, merely a sense of desperation. Spite. Thirst for victory. Finally, the one thing that her younger sister had lacked the most had been filled. It was clear what was causing this change. So Daria kept her mouth shut. Even if the story is true, I'd better not tell her now. Just like how it'd been 10 years ago. All this was for the sake of her precious little sister. Sometime past noon, I visited the Adventurers Guild branch near the tower. To be honest, my last experience there had been so traumatic I never even wanted to come near it ever again. But I had no choice but to proceed with the daily quest ID received the day before. What are you here for? I'm looking for colleagues of the right level. Any requirements? The guild administrator quickly came to the point without wasting time on useless words. I, too, answered without hesitation. A team of at least 4, working on the 3rd floor or higher. After all, I wasn't here just to fill in a substitute for Einar. Rather, I planned to use my promotion to the 7th rank to join a team with the best skills, as that was the most effective path to attacking the labyrinth. Well, assuming I get a good team. As I showed my identity card along with the personal statement ID prepared in advance according to the procedure, the sleepy-looking administrator looked startled for some reason. He looked it over several times with strange eyes. 5 stars? Is there something wrong? Oh, Anna? The administrative officer seemed to have gotten a sudden infusion of energy. I didn't know what the stars meant, but his tone had become noticeably kinder. This is a list of teams that meet your criteria, Adventurer Bjorn Yandel. Would you like to check it out? He was finished in less than 5 minutes. That's quite a few. I swear that among the recruitment announcements received by the guild, these ones definitely meet all your conditions. What did I say? It was just a comment. I didn't know why he suddenly had the urge to swear an oath. The documents briefly described the 15 teams in total. When I started with the first one, 3rd floor adventurer Ellen Bornev. Preferred exploration areas: Twilight Slope, Steel Rock Hill, Jet Black Estuary. Average rank, 7th. Current personnel: 2 human melee warriors, 7th rank, 1 beastkin melee warrior, 7th rank, 1 dwarf melee warrior, 7th rank. Recruitment: 1 melee warrior. Equal distribution. No fairies. Participation in post-battle meal together is mandatory. Drinking is allowed during exploration if desired. What the hell was this team? The smell of sweaty muscles could almost be felt within the lines. Frustrated, I read the recruitment letters of the other teams, but couldn't find one that I really liked. If the members were good, the loot distribution was too lopsided. And if the distribution ratio was good, there was some problem with the team composition. If I can see it even from the recruiting announcement, it'd be even worse in reality. Perhaps if ID had a slightly longer career, finding a team would have been easier. The highest ID reached was the 2nd floor. If I weren't such a purported newbie, I would have had a much wider range of choices. There wouldn't have been any teams trying to openly rip me off with such a low distribution ratio. It's annoying. I thought I'd rather organize a team myself by posting a recruitment notice, but, well, no one would join, right? Rather, the unlucky bastards who'd join such a team wouldn't be normal people. Forget it, I didn't think I'd be able to find a team on my first day, anyway. Do you have a team you prefer? I'm not really seeing anything I like today. When I shook my head and returned the documents, the administrator started parroting lines like those brainwash game NPC. Oh, is that so? Thank you for your valuable time, but I'm so sorry that I couldn't help you. Bjorn Yandel, we can let your information be disseminated to other teams if you wish. It's fine, I'll be back. Oh, would you please? Then see you next time. I am Turbies, a guild member who's always friendly towards adventurers. Really, this man was kind in his tone, in his words, and in his actions. He wasn't bad at his job either. Then goodbye, adventurer. But why was I feeling so weird? Leaving that hint of unease behind, I left the guild and headed back to my hotel. But my feet stopped at an alley corner. It was because of one barbarian. Step. A bushy beard. Trousers that were frayed and stained with dirt. It was true that many barbarians comported themselves no better than beggars. But even keeping that in mind, the barbarian resting against the alley wall looked particularly wretched. What? As soon as I saw him, a sense of incongruity struck my mind. Although I lived in a separate inn, I often hung out with other barbarians, so I could pinpoint the source. Even if it was like this, a barbarian who just sat down to rest somewhere. Why are there no weapons? He had no weapon. This was a very serious contradiction. No matter how poor, hungry, and cold they might get, the barbarians carry their weapon as if it were their own life. Although I wasn't one to indulge in idle curiosity, I approached him instinctively and tried to start a conversation. But what was this again? Hey! Hey! The barbarian, who had fallen asleep leaning against the wall, was startled and greatly dismayed when he woke up and found me looking down at him. Well, fear of strangers may be a natural reaction for a living creature. But that's by the standards of other creatures, not for us brave barbarians. Motherfucker, this bastard. That nebulous sense of incongruity began to gradually take shape. My heart was pounding, but I quickly suppressed my raging emotions and thought through what I had to do next. First, I'd have to lower his vigilance. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. As proof that I wasn't an enemy, I pulled out a piece of jerky from my backpack and forced it into his hand. It was the greatest kindness a barbarian could do. Of course, he only took it, and he didn't actually eat the jerky in front of me. Still, I could at least clearly feel that the caution engraved in his eyes had subsided a little. Well, this should be enough to start a conversation. I asked as if curious. Why are you doing this here? That's I don't have any money. I nodded quietly. Rookie barbarians were indeed penniless. This could indeed be the reason. No, it made more sense the more I thought about it. But, what happened to your weapon? I sold it, sir. He didn't just sell his weapon, he was also polite. You've got a name? I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. Tarikan, son of Lin. He raised his voice as if Head realized his mistake, but it was already too late. I was already certain. Nice to meet you. Tarikan, son of Lin. This bastard was an evil spirit, and it hadn't been long since Head entered this world. Chapter 46. Drawing a line 3. Tarikan Lin. Of course, it wasn't his real name, but I decided to ignore that. It'd better to have this conversation over a meal. Since my hotel wasn't too far away, I took him to my room and got him some food from downstairs. It was just a set meal of the week, priced at only 300 stones. Chicken stew, a few slices of bread, and a few grilled vegetables were all it had. But that was enough to make him feel overjoyed. Still, if there was one thing that bothered me, that was, I will never forget this grace. Ugh, what the hell was this clumsy barbarian-style speech? Although Head thankfully come to his senses, if he was going to do it, he should have done it properly. His voice was much too faint, and he lacked any kind of confidence. We barbarians rejoiced a lot more enthusiastically when someone bought us something to eat. Although I've been eating well from the start, is he so starved he simply lacks the energy? Seeing him wolf down the food, I hid my bitter smile. And I learned what I needed to from a short conversation after dinner. I really thought he was a newbie. Surprisingly, this man was older than me in this world. Although only by a month. He was called into this world a month before ID opened my eyes in Bjorn's body. And there was one more surprising fact. Coming of age ceremony? I was really surprised back then. Who could have known that there were evil spirits hiding among us? So an evil spirit had appeared. Coincidentally, this man and I had very similar beginnings. A demon had appeared at his coming-of-age ceremony as well. In other words, there was an incident where a player got executed by the chieftain, and another question arose at this point. How did he survive that? At the ceremony, you get called by name. But when you, the evil spirit, wake up, you have no information about who your body previously belonged to. That was why ID had to count the time in my heart, taut with tension, every time the chieftain had called a name. Even if he hadn't been as jittery as he is now. How did he keep people from suspecting? Well, perhaps had been in better condition back then. Or, he could have used a strategy similar to mine to avoid suspicion. I was mildly curious, so I asked in a roundabout manner, but the answer that came back was a little frustrating. When was I called at the coming-of-age ceremony? I don't know why you're asking, but I was the last. I see. Had been the last one to be called. That's why he hadn't needed to know what his name was. Because there were no more warriors left to be called up. All I could think was that he was lucky, but the man himself didn't seem to even realize that. What an idiot. So what happened afterwards? What happened? Why do you want to know? Why? Because I was an evil spirit too. This was market research, data collection, whatever you'd like to call it. Tell me, and if the situation calls for it, I might be able to help. I deliberately answered as vaguely as possible. But had this guy already decided in his mind that I was going to help him out? I see. Then let's talk about it. He didn't hide his anticipation and slowly began to tell his story. From the day Head woken up in the body of Tarikan Lean to today. As I listened, all I could think was that some punishments were well-deserved. You mean you couldn't enter the labyrinth after the coming-of-age ceremony? That couldn't be helped. I got lost along the way. First of all, he didn't even enter the labyrinth. He made some excuses about losing his way, but it's best to filter out the obvious lies. Quite possibly, the real reason was that Head felt that fighting monsters was a crazy thing to do. and it wouldn't have been hard to break away from the horde of overexcited barbarians. The problem was the next bit. Left in the city, had eaten the rock bread he had with him for a week, and wandered to and fro looking for a job. He hadn't gotten accepted anywhere because he was a barbarian. Other races can hold side jobs. For example, beastkin may wait at a tavern, or dwarves may work at a smithy. On the day the labyrinth opens, they go harvest mana stones inside, and for the rest of the month, they earn a living wage in the city. Unlike barbarians, whose only option is combat. But didn't you know that? You must have learned that in the sanctuary, right? That I guess I forgot. And oh, didn't I tell you already? I got lost, and there was nothing I could do. He was bullshitting one again, so it looked like he didn't know. ID asked him if he hadn't learned about this while living in the sanctuary, but what I meant was he should have known about this setting if had played the game. But if the answer's like this, I was slowly starting to get suspicious. Was it actually true that evil spirits were the beings who opened the gates of the abyss on the last floor? Because if this guy had been that experienced, he definitely should have known the settings about the barbarians. So, should I keep talking? Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on. Anyway, we went back to the main point of the story. After starving for several days, he finally sold his starter weapon for 50,000 stones. I didn't know who the buyer was, but he was one sharp bargainer. Barbarian starter weapons go for 150,000 stones on average. Well, the most important part comes afterwards. With that little bit of money in his pocket, he made it to the next month somehow by skimping on everything. And then came the next chance to enter the labyrinth. In other words, the day I woke up in this body and decided to enter the labyrinth. Huh, you didn't go into the labyrinth that time either? Are you crazy? But how am I supposed to fight monsters without any weapons? No, that's why you should have just walked in the first time. He had to be a player who had reached the gates of the abyss, same as me, right? Couldn't he even judge something so simple? Besides, ID had a stomachache that day because of something ID eaten. Really, I don't know what to say anymore. My thoughts were getting complicated. I can't ask him directly if he's ever played that game. Now that I thought about it, I didn't even know if all demons, including this one, were from the same earth as me. Wasn't this a world of magic and monsters? Then why not have some evil spirits be summoned from some alien dimension? Anyway, keep talking. It didn't seem like there was anything special left to learn, but I still listened to the rest of the story. Of course, the content didn't differ much from what ID expected. The money ran out, he got kicked out of the inn, and he had to fight hunger, sickness, and cold every day. One day, when he found out about the inn where barbarians gathered, he went to see if he could get some help, but was rejected for some reason. You really are special. Everybody else just gave me weird looks. To be honest, I was now even more curious about him. How could he survive 3 months in such a state? No, shouldn't he have realized how to pretend to fit in with the other barbarians by now? Even though I didn't understand the reasons behind any of his choices, there was a sense of relief blooming in my heart. If I too had made a different choice back then, perhaps I wouldn't have ended up any different. On that day, if I'd chosen to run away because I was afraid of fighting. By the way, how much does this place cost per day? By now, I might have been sleeping on the streets instead of renting a room in an inn, with a window and a private bath. I wouldn't even be able to afford rock bread without soup, and would have to rummage through the trash for something to eat. So, how's my story? Good, huh? Just like this, I might have had to pour out my own imperfections to scrounge for the sympathy of others. I pondered one last time before answering, and made my decision. It was definitely a sad story. Then, can you help me? His face regained some animation in an instant. Of course I will repay the favor. You might not believe it, but I actually know the labyrinth really well. If you go there with me in the future, I'll be of great help to you too. Help me? I see. So you do have some knowledge about this world. I could even sense what kind of a future he was imagining in his head. Like teaming up with me to go into the labyrinth. He might have said he'd repay me, thinking of that, because he didn't know who I really was. But if I had to cut off this dream of his, and draw a line in the sand in advance, he'll never go into the labyrinth with you. There was no such possible future, upon my oath. I had so many bigger fish to fry, too. Why would I take a burden alongside me into the labyrinth, just because he was somebody in a similar situation? How crazy would I have to be to even consider something like that? Didn't you say that you'd definitely help? Hearing his voice filled with a trace of anger, I again forcefully suppressed my bitter smile. He'll help you, but in a different way. A different way? Here, 150,000 stones. Buy a weapon with this, and enter the labyrinth. When I took out 3 50,000 stone coins and held them out, his face brightened again. Are you really just giving this to me? Thank you. I will definitely repay this favor. I didn't even expect it to be repaid. Even if he had the money, with his mindset, long-term survival seemed like a fool's dream. The labyrinth that ID personally experienced was not a place one could easily navigate with just game knowledge. But I still gave him 150,000 stones. I handed him the money, knowing that the act wouldn't do me any good. Now, I'm a bit tired. So shall we wrap this up? Ah, that's right. I get it. I'll be back next time. Don't. I lowered my voice and repeated my words so he could clearly understand me. Tarakin, son of Lean. Whether you're defeated in the labyrinth or survive and make a fortune, or even if things go well and you can afford to repay the favor. I closed in and grabbed him by the shoulder, and he flinched. An awkward feeling passed through my fingertips, but I didn't let that stop me. Or for any other reason. Leave this room today and never return to see me. If you understand what I'm telling you, then answer me. Do you understand? I understand. After his confirmation, I semi-forcibly kicked him out of the room. Then I stretched out on the bed, pondering what I'd just done. My lips twisted into a smirk. Huh. Did he remind me of the past? A past when I, too, had desperately needed someone's help. But even considering that, what a disgusting thing I've done. From a pragmatic point of view, it'd been a foolish act that had no value. From an emotional point of view, I could have done much more if I'd actually intended to help instead of this anemic level of support. Neither were wrong. I had neither the ruthlessness to completely step back from the line, nor the recklessness to cross over it. So I'd stopped right on the line I'd drawn. In the end, I'm just being a hypocrite. I closed my eyes and thought, no matter how hypocritical my actions were today, Tarakin, live as long as you can. This was the best that I could do. And without money, I could have never made the choice I'd made today. The next morning, I visited the same Adventurers Guild branch I'd visited yesterday. Unfortunately, it was a different staff member who responded. 5 stars. The face of the female employee who checked my identification card underwent an instantaneous transformation, same as what happened yesterday. And she also responded very kindly. What the hell? Maybe the regional chief had done something to my identity card? I was curious, so I asked but couldn't get a definitive answer. Star? Oh my, did I say something like that? Well, rather they just plainly pretended not to know. I didn't choose to dig deeper, either. It had to be something like a password, used only by the guild. Something like being marked as a VIP, or to be temporarily given special treatment. I was curious how exactly it had been marked, but either way, I'm the one who benefits. It didn't matter if I was considered a VIP, or if it was a limited edition special treatment. The end result was the same, to receive a kinder response from the guild staff. This is a list of teams that meet the criteria you mentioned. Would you like to check them out? Sir Adventurer. Same as yesterday, I again went through the recruiting announcements. They were almost unchanged compared to yesterday, except for a few new teams being added. Am I going to find a decent team today? While looking through the documents focusing on the newly added teams, I stopped my gaze at a specific part. It was because I saw a familiar name. 3rd floor exploration, Hikerod Murad. Preferred exploration area. None. To be decided at a later meeting. Average rating. To be decided. Current personnel. 1 dwarf melee warrior/defender, 7th rank. Recruitment. 4, regardless of role, may vary depending on team composition. Equal distribution. Is the team leader called Hikerod Murad? The race was dwarf too. Could it really be the same guy? Is his original team disbanded? Whatever the reason, it wasn't a bad deal for me. It was a bit odd that there weren't any members yet, but at least the team leader was fairly reliable. I wondered what numbered item had gotten at the Blood Citadel. I'll have to meet him once. I filled out a short application form and submitted it to the administrative officer, then left the building and headed along the road towards the business district. Maybe tomorrow, or perhaps the day after tomorrow at the latest, a meeting would be arranged. Then let's do some in-game purchases before then. I was certain this was definitely going to rank up there in terms of having fun, given my recent history. Hell, but have I ever had fun before? I decided not to worry about such trivialities. Chapter 47. Companions 1. 230,000 stones just from the Mana Stone exchange. The equipment from the 4-man party led by that blonde sold at 800,000 stones. 5 million stones of settlement money from the guild, and 1 million more via blackmail. In addition, 30,000 stones worth of compensation from the innkeeper. The golden mask is worth about 500,000 stones, but since I decided to keep it, it doesn't count. From the earnings, subtract the 300,000 stones paid to Einar, and the 150,000 stones I'd thrown away carelessly yesterday, and you can calculate my current wealth. About 6,610,000 stones. In fact, even if I factored in my current standard of living, it was a huge enough amount that I won't have to enter the labyrinth for the next 3 years. Of course, that was only because the tax rate was relatively low for rookies, but even so, if I leave out 70,000 stones for this month's living expenses, my total budget comes around to 6.54 million stones. I quickened my steps, recalling the items on the shopping list I'd prepared in advance last night. Although, that didn't mean I was really going to walk all the way. Is this the carriage for the zone 2? Right. Once I arrived at the shared platform, I paid the 500 stones fee and got on the 10-person carriage. The original price was 250 stones per head, but Barbarians were so big that they had to pay for two. Damn it. It was kind of upsetting, to be honest, especially because I had to wait to refute it. We're here. After a period of dozing on the seat, we arrived at the northern part of the city, to Zone 2 of the Commelby commercial area. It took about 4 hours. If I could have passed through Karnan, the first sector under the royal family, the journey could have been cut in half. But there's no way for me to do that, with what little fame I have. First, I had a quick bite at a nearby restaurant, and then headed to my destination following the city map ID bought in advance. It was easier to find than ID expected. It wasn't long before I started to see a majestic building in the distance. Arminus Central Exchange, one of the facilities ID used the most while playing the game. The Central Exchange. There was no need to wander around the city directly selling my wares, and it was also a convenient place for finding specific items. In return, you had to pay a fee. Are you registering as a seller? No, I'm here to search for some stuff. After taking a number ticket and waiting a while, I submitted my pre-written documents to the exchange staff. There are a total of 12 items that meet the criteria. Would you like to check the information? Of course. For reference, the search fee for each item was 3,000 stones. After paying and waiting a while, the staff pulled out some papers and brought them to me. After checking the contents, please tell the staff over there what you want, and someone will guide you to the storage area. In the game, you just had to press the buy button, but this was how it actually worked, huh? It was reasonable that they were charging a fee. Somebody had to pay the labor costs of the system, after all. Anyway, let's check things out first. Like the other users crowded nearby, I also sat down and started reading the documents. There were only 12 items that met the criteria, so it didn't take long to finish. I want to see this item here. Having selected the item with the most reasonable price from the list, I followed the staff to the storage area. And after a few inspections to confirm that there were no defects, I bought it with cash without hesitation. Expandable backpack. Storage space. Tier 8. Form. Standard medium backpack. Enchantments. Automatic organization. Individual item. Withdrawal/deposit. Lightweight low. Selling price. 2.5 million stones. An expandable backpack. It was a little far from the standard subspace, but at my current level of wealth, it was a good item. Even if the storage area was only tier 8, that was still more than thrice the size of the extra large backpack I used. And it's got the set of all 3 of enchantments. All in all, it was definitely worth it. Even assuming you can do without one automatic organization, which keeps the items inside in an optimal shape. Lightweight is close to essential. Think about it. No matter how wide the space might be, if the weight of the items remains the same, it's meaningless. In that sense, individual deposit and withdrawal is the same. This was an expandable backpack that I bought for convenience. If it had no individual withdrawal function, only last in, first out withdrawal would be possible, meaning I could only take out the items in reverse order of how ID put them in. It was all so inconvenient in the game, but in reality, it's no joke. Well, it was a bit disappointing that it still looked like a backpack, but expecting anything more would have been delusional. I decided to be satisfied and returned to my original place with the backpack ID just purchased. Then I searched for the rest of the items as well. Now my remaining budget was about 4 million stones. The character is wearing an expandable backpack. Inventory expands significantly. Now that ID taken care of the conveniences, it was time to increase my actual strength. 4 million stones. It was enough to fit myself a full set of steel plate armor or to raise my immortal imprint by about 3 levels at once. Neither was a bad choice per se, but I didn't pick any of them because things had changed at my end. Dark Origin resists death if your heart is intact. Somehow, I ended up eating the essence of a vampire. Thanks to that, I was now in a state where my body would not perish as long as my heart was unharmed. In other words, the choice of strengthening the immortal imprint or getting matching armor parts such as gaiters was no longer the best value for money. After much deliberation, I made a final decision. I'd rather get higher tier equipment. What was commonly called higher tier equipment was, in other words, I decided to purchase equipment made from a second tier metal instead of first tier metal like steel. The character is wearing a Lithinium breastplate. Total item level rises plus 270. Lithinium, a second tier metal, twice as light and hard as normal steel. But maybe because it was so brilliantly white, it was outrageously expensive. 1.91 million stones for a single breastplate. The breastplate I purchased through the exchange had the same shape as the steel half armor I sold as scrap metal, but the price was more than 5 times higher. Well, it's natural. Usually you'd have to be an adventurer on the 4th floor to use tier 2 material, right? Among the various armor pieces, why I chose the breastplate as my top priority was simple. The safer and more protected my heart, the greater the benefit of my passive skill, Dark Origin, would be. Safety was my paramount concern, so there was no doubt about what my first pick would be. The second, however, took some time before I could finalize the purchase. The character has equipped a large titanium combat shield. Total item level rises by plus 315. After puzzling over whether I should change my weapon or buy a new shield to replace the old one that was sold for scrap metal. After a long deliberation, I finally spent 2.1 million stones to purchase a shield. There were many reasons, but the main one was, now I don't have to focus on DPS 2 anymore. So far, ID only ever ventured into the labyrinth solo or as PRT of a duo. But to go any higher, ID need a party of at least 4 people. In other words, it was more efficient to hold a shield and become a living tank to protect my allies. Vampiric Essence isn't suited for the DPS role, anyway. And above all, unlike a weapon, the shield was something I could continue to use even after I got my hands on that essence. And without my trusty shield, I was feeling kind of bereaved. Well, now my pockets have become bereaved instead. Yeah, now this is some respectable equipment. For some reason, when I looked into the mirror, a sense of satisfaction welled up inside my heart. Was this another transformation from my becoming a barbarian? Bjorn Yandel. Level 3. Body, 155/mind. 90/ability, 115. Item level, 683. New plus 585. Combat index, 527.75. New plus 146.25. Acquired essences. Corpse Golem rank 7. Vampire Guardian rank 5. By the time I was done with my moderate spending spree, it was already evening. After eating one more meal at the same restaurant where ID had lunch, I got into a carriage and returned to my place at Zone 13. The day was over. It takes so much time to travel. Later, once I made some actual money, I did have to look at moving to the Central District. Living at the outskirts brought many inconveniences along with it. Even though ID gotten a bit closer to the city center this time, it was still too far from the Dimensional Plaza. At the end of the day, is it all about money? As ID spent a lot of money today, I want to sleep with a promise to myself to make even more money. And the next morning, I've finished what I can deal with right now. So let's go back there soon. Like a sincere barbarian, I got up really early in the morning and headed to the library. Korean gamers are famous for their habit of grinding 3 whenever they have spare time. Well, this wasn't a game anymore, it was reality, so now it was just normal hard work. I still lack common sense and knowledge of this world. In that sense, if I get my own house in the future, it'd better if it were close to the library. Books are nourishment for the soul. The reason why ID been able to spend my money so rationally on the exchange was probably because ID read a book in the library. What was the title of that book again? I couldn't remember the title, but it was a book that recorded the average trading prices of items on the exchange for the past decade. It was hard to read because there were so many numbers, but there was no better textbook to learn the market price levels. As I kept walking while immersed in my own thoughts, I soon found myself at my destination. Nothing had changed compared to the last time. The smell of books wafting throughout the building, the countless glass-wearing nerds who had arrived earlier than me, and the librarian sitting at the counter with a sleepy face. Long time no see. As I greeted her, same as last time, the librarian gave me a strange look. Then she mumbled a short word. How? Oh, did you notice? Fufu, this is titanium armor and shield. I had to spend about 4 million stones in total. Oh, and Hayrace an expandable backpack on my back. Parstiev. Ah, she was as cold as always. Ads by Pub Future. I left the chronically fatigued librarian, who had started to doze off again after casting the spell on me, and headed deeper into the library. But was it because of my new, shiny equipment? I could feel people's gazes everywhere, even more so than usual. Most of them had a look of awe. I wasn't completely sure about that, but delving deeper into that train of thought was just a recipe for embarrassment, so I decided to think of them that way. Is it because I came to the library with my equipment on? Maybe so, but even if it looks strange, so what? I was a barbarian. I just stopped paying attention and decided to do my own thing, and while concentrating on the keywords, I managed to pull out a bunch of books. Establishment and Development of the Adventurers Guild. Judgments on Pillaging. A Case Study 3. Comprehension of Legal Terminology. The Birth of Moslem. Was it because how ID almost gotten framed this time? My interest in the guild, as well as the various institutions directly controlled by the royal family, and the law was growing. Wasn't there a famous saying back on my world? Ignorance is a sin 5. So, I had to start learning. Creak. As I kept reading, with a break every 4 hours to go out and have a meal, the sun again began to set. I decided to finish the rest when I came back the next day and returned to my inn. A letter had arrived for me during the day, which was a very unusual state of affairs. It was from the Adventurers Guild. Hikarad Murad wanted to meet with me. I can't go to the library tomorrow, looks like. After wiping my new shield and breastplate with a dry cloth for about an hour, I lay on the bed and promptly fell asleep. There was nothing to do in the morning, so I decided to sleep in. It was a little past noon when I got up. After a quick and plain wash, I headed to the meeting place. Rattle. A shop that was an inn, a restaurant, and a tavern all in one. As I entered the hall on the ground floor, I could see quite a few people eating and chatting. After looking around the room for a while, I finally found the person I'd been looking for. After all, dwarves were too short to see easily among a crowd. He would have done better to stand while he ate, honestly. But anyway, it's been a while, Hikerod. Huh, it was really you. It's marked as a rank 7, so I wasn't sure if... The dwarf who greeted me with a smile suddenly startled as he got a better look at me. No, what the hell is with that equipment? Oh, so you noticed? I replied like it was no big deal. This? As you can see from this white brilliance, it's titanium armor and the shield's the same. And this one on my back is an expandable backpack. I finally bought one this time. Really, it was nothing much. No need to stare. Chapter 48. Companions 2. After a brief spell of silence, the dwarf, who was looking hesitant about what to say, finally spoke after a period of contemplation. Is that so? His reaction was in equal terms bewildering and surprising. What are you so surprised about? You must have at least one of these too, right? No. Just was your personality always like this? Well, I had no idea what misconception had about me. But this would have to be enough. I wasn't going to suffer any more embarrassment. As long as I gave him a little time, even with just this little bit of information ID craftily leaked out, he should be able to make an estimate of my overall equipment level. With this, no matter how short my career's been, I don't think he'll try and mess around. Of course, the recruitment notice had clearly stated equal distribution. But I still remembered very clearly the expression on his face when Head lamented that he only got Riftstone and had to give up all the rest of the loot in the Bloody Citadel. After all, no matter how nice somebody might be on the outside, adventurers are adventurers in the end. If you started off by giving an inch, they'd take a mile and still keep coming forever. Therefore, I plopped down on the seat opposite him, without even asking if I could sit, and didn't hesitate to ask. Not gonna buy me a drink, Hikerod? You got that numbered item thanks to me. After all, a statement that harkened back to my abilities and reminded him of his dad at the same time. Is that so? Although the dwarf laughed out loud, he didn't deny it, because I'd indeed been the biggest contributor in the Blood Citadel. Well, that's not wrong. It's a bit late, but I'll buy you a round in thanks. Let's talk while drinking. Good. It seemed that the food would take a while, so we grabbed the alcohol that got served first. And our conversation started in earnest as we drank. The dwarf started with a string of rapid-fire questions. I was really surprised when I found out you were the one who applied. You know? What the hell happened? Did you find there's some sort of treasure hidden in the rift? Surely that wizard girl must have looked around, too. But she never found it? It wasn't surprising that he had so many questions. After all, ID changed too much. Although, we weren't familiar enough that I had to give him an honest answer. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What do you mean? Please tell me more. Like you said, there was a treasure there. That's it. Don't ask any more. As I drew my line in the sand, the dwarf smacked his lips. He understood that getting any more information would be difficult even if he pressed. I don't know what kind of treasure you got, but you got lucky too, huh? Me lucky? This guy had been the one to benefit the most from the Blood Citadel, while I got hurt to the very edge of death. Wasn't he the only one going in solo who got out with a numbered item? I wonder what exactly dropped. I'll ask about it later. The meal ID ordered soon came out, so the conversation went on while I was filling my stomach, starting with the obvious. So, have you got a full team? I don't really like any of the applicants, so you're the first one in meeting face-to-face. I see. Nodding, I went straight to the point like a barbarian should. The real purpose behind the meeting. So, what do you think? Would Hikerod Murad accept me as a team member? That's actually, I invited you just to check if it was really you. More than getting a teammate, I just wanted to talk to you. Although I wrote in the notice that we were going to explore the 3rd floor, I was considering going up to the 4th if the team seemed solid enough. He was just needlessly chattering on. It would have been enough to say he never intended to accept me in his team. So, have you changed your mind now? At my piercing stare, the dwarf answered, stroking his well-kept beard. You could say that. After all, nobody would call you a rookie anymore if they just got one look at you. Really, if it weren't for the fact that gathering the rest of the team would be problematic if they saw a rookie had joined, I wouldn't even have worried about it. Instead, making such cheap excuses, I wished he hadn't said anything in the first place. But the fact that the dwarves lacked the artifice to take such attack was also a part of their charm. Then, is this it? Let's seal the deal. I picked up my drink, and the dwarf followed suit. Hey, race to the future. A team was formed, although it had 2 people in it. But I could just pretend in the future to have an intense discussion before I made the choices according to my own thoughts. Hikerod, didn't you say earlier that a lot of people had applied? Yeah. Who were they? HM? Who cares? They were just 8th-ranked kids with less than a year in the trade. Oh, didn't that apply to me too? After a moment of serious thought, the dwarf suddenly spoke up as if Head remembered something. Ah, come to think of it, I never asked. How did you get promoted so quickly? It'd be difficult to get rank 7 with just one corpse golem essence, right? One corpse golem essence? My muttering trailed off. Wright had passed out, hadn't he? So he still didn't know that I'd eaten the vampire's essence. Should I tell him the story? While I was locked in an internal struggle. Oh, that's right. Suddenly, the dwarf shouted that Head got it. Huh, I didn't think it through. Seriously, your equipment now is more than enough for the promotion. It was a plausible enough guess, but yeah, that's true. Now that this had happened, I decided to keep the information to myself. After all, the team hadn't even been officially formed yet, and others might join in the future. It was better to be careful. Maybe someday this could be my trump card. It's enough to say that I have regeneration from my undying imprint. The most important part was over, so we continued small talk over a glass of wine. I also had a question as to why the dwarf had left his original team and formed a new one. You know, I just left my team for a while this time, right? Right. I heard that Head applied for a leave of absence from the team, hoping to get a crack at the rift. But now that I'm back, they seem more interested in the warrior, who temporarily substituted for me. The dwarf belched out his anger towards his former colleagues in a voice filled with fury, but to be honest, I couldn't particularly empathize. Isn't it because you left the team for personal reasons in the first place? The biggest victim had been the leader of his old team. They'd been slated for a labyrinth tour, but a teammate suddenly said Head take a break. He must have gotten swamped by a sudden deluge of overwork. What if more such problems cropped up in the future? Rather, didn't he have a better choice? I too, if I'd been the team leader, wouldn't have accepted such a selfish guy back. After all, what happens once can happen again. Of course, I kept the thought bottled up inside my head. Oh my God, what idiots. Right. Yeah, they really have no concept of loyalty. It was always better to agree unconditionally in such a scenario. But I could take this opportunity to satisfy my curiosity. I don't know how good they are, but they'll definitely be crushed with regret if they get to know what you got this time. What I got this time? The numbered item. Ah, I totally forgot. Next time we meet, they'll tell them all about it. Make them understand how big idiots they are. Was he already fantasizing about the scene? The dwarf took a large sip of alcohol and burst into laughter. Anyway, this was a natural segue to what I wanted to know, right? Yeah, exactly. That's why I was asking. I probed carefully. What did you get this time? Didn't I tell you yet? You didn't. It was something I'd been curious about ever since we met up here. I knew all the possible numbered items that could have dropped, of course, but this was an unprecedented variant rift that had cleared this time. You might come across a unique item, like the mysterious box that Raven had left open in the boss room. Come to think of it, I never asked what was in it. I decided to inquire when we met up next week, and while I was waiting for him to answer, the dwarf grinned and put his thick arms on the table. These vambraces are from there. Well, I couldn't get a feel of them just from the view. What are they called? The guild's appraiser called them something like the Guardian's Bracers one. What the hell? How did something like that drop? Yes? You're familiar? Oh, no. I was just surprised by how cool the name was. Haha, we really have something in common. I thought so too. Number 3112, the Guardian's Vambraces. A numbered item belonging to the 3000 sequences, which can drop only from rifts on the 4th floor or higher. With unsurpassed effectiveness, how much would this cost on the market? I checked the price through the central exchange. Apparently, it's around 50 million stones. Fuck. What was this, a joke? How much had this dwarf bastard even contributed in the rift? Ha ha ha. They said that was the old price. And these are almost never put up for sale, so they might actually be even more expensive now. Of course, I'm not selling either, but still. Oh, hey. Why are you so silent? It's nothing. Just I was a bit surprised, that's all. To be honest, I was so surprised that my stomach, filled with alcohol and meat, was now feeling unbearably sore with jealousy. I understand. 50 million stones? I thought I was going to faint when I first heard it. It must be the same for you too. Huh? Was this retaliation for how I teased him about my new equipment? Didn't this bastard understand the concept of disproportionate response? Don't be so down. Keep on adventuring, and you too could get a numbered item someday, right? Of course, it won't be as good as what I got. Ha ha. Luing away from his grinning face, I slowly lowered one of my hands under the table. It was the hand that wore the ring of the Frost Spirit, number 9425. Guardian's Bracers? 50 million stones? So what? I decided to think as positively as possible. Although I was so green with envy that I felt like hurling, it was a minor annoyance. Having a strong teammate was an unquestionable net positive. Let's just focus on building a team. The first task should be to raise the dwarf's adventurer rank to the next level. If you want to find a good team member, you first need to look like an attractive team. There's a huge gap between the team leader being 7th ranked and being 6th ranked, which can't be bridged by mere words. Hikerod, Go to the guild today and raise your adventurer rank first. What's this all of a sudden? Don't you have 50 million stones worth of equipment? If you apply for review, the guild will definitely take it seriously. But it's too sudden. So, you don't want it? No, it's not that. Then go now. I even followed him to the guild and watched him submit the application, in case he got sidetracked. For reference, the evaluation results took 6 days, a little later than expected, but fortunately the promotion request was successful. And then the quality of our applicants rose dramatically. More than 10 came in every day. And while the dwarf and I were busy carefully vetting the applications, very happily. Oh, a wizard? Suddenly, a wizard's application arrived. Of course, he wasn't somebody from the Magic Tower and was only 8th rank, working in a guild or a public institution somewhere. Still, a wizard was a wizard. Hey Bjorn, isn't something wrong? How can a wizard be attracted to a team like ours? Yeah, it's really weird. He could have picked a much better team than ours. Well, what should we do? There were some questionable parts, but we still decided to meet him and inform the guild. And this morning, finally, a place and time were set for the appointment. You want to ask for half the share, right? They say all wizards are snotty. I didn't know what made Hikerod so nervous. He hadn't given a single inch against Raven, who belonged to the tower, while haggling for his share. What are you so worried about? If he makes a request like that, you just say it's unfortunate and leave. That all right? Was it because it was the first wizard he was meeting as a team leader? While I was teasing the dwarf who was so nervous that his chubby legs kept occasionally knocking together, a man in a robe entered the tavern. He looked at us and waved his hand. Yo, Barbarian, dwarf. Fuck. Was this another landmine? How could somebody sound so offensive with just a short greeting? I was already expecting a catastrophe, but just in case, I decided to wait a little longer. Huh. Nice to meet you. Are you the wizard we're here to meet today? What are the odds of you coming across a second wizard at the same time and place? I think. At the young wizard's question, the dwarf looked at me in bewilderment. Oh, really? Why was he like this? He means you're right. Oh, is that so? Huh. Anyway, nice to meet you. My name is Hikerod Murat. That's a weird name. I am Riol Webdwaki, an 8th rank wizard officially acknowledged by the royal family of Rafdonia. Royal family of Rafdonia? Again, what was this guy so surprised about? It means he isn't from a guild, he does administrative work in a public institution. Ah, is that so? The young wizard's roundabout way of speech was also contributing, sure, but it was the dwarf, dazzled at every turn, who was really driving me up the wall. Ah, even though you're a barbarian, you're very knowledgeable. What's your name? I'm Bjorn, son of Yondel. Please sit down. I'd just been planning to watch for a while, but it was so frustrating that I decided to take the lead in the conversation. Because that'd save all our time. Dwaki, I poured over your application, but I still have a few questions that I'd like to ask. Is that all right? Of course. Do you have a labyrinth pass? Would I have come here if I hadn't? Well, assuming that was true. One more thing. Why do you want to be an adventurer when you can make enough money in the city? It was rare for 8th ranked wizards to go on labyrinth expeditions. For a simple reason. They didn't have the skills to explore the middle or higher areas. But there was hardly any money to make on the lower floors. Working at a public institution would net them much better income. Considering the difficulty of obtaining a pass and the risks involved, it wasn't worth the cost. That's an unexpected question. Dwaki, who tilted his head for a moment, continued. It's simple. I want to become a great adventurer, to honor my liege, Baron Martuan. His face was shing with pride as he declared his aspiration. The dwarf, who had been sitting by the side listening quietly, apparently felt a chill down his spine. Baron? You are a noble? No. Why would a noble? Nobles. The most powerful group inside Rafdonia. The masses usually lived out their lives without ever meeting a single one. As if he felt quite content with the dwarf's reaction, Dwaki burst out laughing and proudly declared. Fufufu, Ananka, my mother's sister, happens to be the wife of Baron Marty-One's third younger brother. The dwarf was hyperventilating as if he was about to faint, and Dwaki patted his shoulder as if he understood. There was a kind smile on his lips. Seeing that smile, I thought, don't be too nervous. I want to abuse my status to mistreat others. This punk, did he really have a few screws loose? Chapter 49. Companions 3. A polished appearance and curly blonde hair. Height in the mid-160s, with a tall and lanky body. A rank 8 wizard who was capable of daily life and administration magics, a few curses and cold magic. Riol Webdwaki. The more he talked, the more his words stank, practically oozing. Fuck, is he actually a wizard or not? I suddenly had such doubts, so I tried to verify, but surprisingly, he was legit. And looking back, had never truly lied. Had only said that his aunt's husband was the third brother of the Baron, not that he himself was an aristocrat. Well, he probably knew where to draw the line. Impersonating a noble was an unpardonable crime, the sentence being summary execution. So how about it? Am I in? After much deliberation, it was decided to add him to the team. We will be colleagues from now on. That's good. Because it's my first time, I wanted to join a team with as many warriors as possible. His personality was full of bravado and bluff, and had never delved into the labyrinth before. Although these two were demerits, but he was still a wizard. He didn't request a higher share, and even said he'd follow orders properly inside the labyrinth. So on balance, he was a decent enough pick. Because nothing comes cheap without reason. Moreover, we'd get better applicants if it became known that we had a wizard on the team. It wasn't like our recruitment notice would describe our wizard's personality, right? Once we recruit the rest of the team, we'll contact you again. I see. Then I'll see you later. After Dwaki left, the dwarf, who had been frozen throughout the conversation, let out a long breath. Isn't he great? A wizard, even a nobleman, is so humble. I answered with sincerity. Hikarad, it's you who really is the greatest. I was being 100% sincere. My life in the city settled into a plain routine after that. Aside from visiting Raven's lab once a week, I got up every day at 7 a.m., grabbed a bite to eat, and went straight to the library. Parstiev. I'm off then. Have a nice day. Including last time, I'd been here almost every day for 2 months, but I'd never had a proper conversation with this lady librarian. Cough. Usually I simply kept reading till the closing time, going out for a meal break every 4 hours. But today, the routine would have to be broken because I had an appointment. I was about to leave a little earlier than the closing time when the librarian suddenly started talking to me. I have a question. What is it? Why do you always wear armor when you come to the library? Oh, that was what she was curious about. I answered honestly. What if I leave it at the inn and someone steals it? I see, so that's why. As soon as she got her answer, the librarian closed her eyes as if she was done. I thought you were completely indifferent to others, but you don't seem to be, huh? I felt like I was losing for some reason, so I added a comment. But the librarian showed a slight displeasure on her face. I keep getting complaints from the other users. They feel so worried at the sight of you that they can't read the books calmly. Is that so? Yes. If your business here is done, could you please not disturb me anymore and leave? Disturb? Yeah, I should just leave so you can get back to your nap. I wanted to retort, but if she really got annoyed and had me banned, it'd be a headache. I left the library at a fast, almost running pace, and headed for the meeting place. It was a little past 9 in the evening when I got there. There you are. Bjorn, why are you so late today? Sorry, it was too small to find. More jokes. Come sit down. In the evening, I met the dwarf and had a drink together. Not just today, about 3 or 4 times a week. Of course, it wasn't to foster our friendship. It was to discuss the team. So, how was the guy you met this time? He was a serious and reliable friend. No, not that. How were his skills? It wasn't as bad as I'd been worrying it'd be. He's had a long career as an adventurer and is an all-rounder with skills for all sorts of situations. Right. So, what do you think? After thinking for a while, I nodded, and the dwarf's complexion brightened. That's good. I was wondering what to do if you didn't like him. There isn't much time left. In his sigh, I could hear his pain as a team leader who was actually only a figurehead one. In fact, he was the one who was suffering the most. Let's praise him more. Praise him more. Praises didn't cost money anyway. You did a great job, Hikarad. Also, you are a great leader. I'm glad I chose you. Is that so? Of course. Is there another team leader in this world who respects the team members' opinions like you do? Don't lose your focus and just keep on doing things the way you are. Then, unlike that idiot who kicked you out, you'll be a great team leader. You've been a real help too, mate. This was my first time in a role like this, so I'd been a bit worried, but I'm glad that I have you with me. My heart was overwhelmed at those words. This dwarf always complained about my frequent interferences. How come he turned into such a great team leader overnight? Then, you buy the alcohol today? Again? Didn't I buy it last time too? Hey, a good team leader shouldn't be so stingy. Hey, who says I'm stingy? Exactly 1 week was left before the labyrinth opened. A final buy today? Finally, we've got all the team members. Is the price of alcohol an issue? Finally, the team was complete. The reality is different from the game. You can't enter the labyrinth just with a full team. There are other preparations you need to make separately. First, everyone in the team has to gather and discuss. How far to go? Where would the main hunting ground be? And as adventurers who are all crazy for money, whether the loot distribution ratio is fair. If no problem arises, you have to go to the guild office to register as an official team, and then work together every day to organize the exploration plan, etc. It passed quickly. This has been my busiest week since waking up in Bjorn Yondel's body, and the long-awaited moment has come. You have entered the crystal cave on the first floor. The crystal cave on the first floor of the labyrinth is covered in brightly colored spots of light. Oh, This is a labyrinth. Unlike the days when I'd been solo or at best part of a duo, now there are 5 men and women around me. These are the new team members who'll be joining us on this journey. Let's introduce them one by one. Ouch. Fuck. My eyes. The skinny blonde who cast optical magic before my eyes could adapt is named Ryal Web Dwaki. Dwaki the Dunce, too, for short. This crazy basta. The dwarf cuts my grumbling off. Dwaki, save your magic as much as possible. Oh, but isn't it too dark? In the labyrinth, this is already very bright. If it gets really dark, you can light a torch. Okay, then I see. This is a change that's occurred over time. The dwarf finally realized that Dwaki isn't a noble and began to be more relaxed around him. And somehow they've become pretty friendly. The dwarf pretends to be indifferent, but whenever Dwaki the Dunce does something stupid, he's there to take care of it. Why did you pack so much for the labyrinth? Rookie mistake. Come on, give it to me, you'll put it in my bag. Your meticulous consideration, I will not decline. While the dwarf is watching over the idiot and taking care of him as usual. A high-pitched, cheerful voice breaks in. Captain, shouldn't we start moving? Misha Karistain. As can be seen from the triangular ears growing on her head, she's a beastkin adventurer. 25 years old, and on her 5th year as an adventurer. Her height in his early 170s, and her tall and slender body, along with her proud expression, creates the impression of an icy beauty. But stop playing and come on. I want to get a cracking some monster skulls. She has a strange habit of slightly slurring her words at the end of her speech. She claims that it's an unavoidable problem due to the beastkin body structure, but I've never seen one with such poor pronunciation before. Oh, and she has one more trait. If Princess says so, we have to march. Didn't I tell you not to call me Princess? Still, you're the daughter of the chieftain of the Red Cat tribe. How could a mere dwarf like me? Shut your trap, you bastard dwarf. Misha Karlstein is the princess of one of the 5 great tribes, the Red Cat tribe. The 13th, or the 15th. I can't remember her actual number in the sequence. In any case, there's no need for special treatment or anything like that. In the first place, she's only a princess by the norm of human society, not a real princess of the beastkin. Rather, there's somebody else in the team to be more careful of. Murad, stop it. Even if it's just a joke, you shouldn't annoy her like that. Brown Rotten Miller. A human, 34 years old. Although he's only 7th rank, he has 8 years of experience. No matter how meritocratic the adventurer industry may be, he's the most experienced among us. That's why even the dwarf takes a step back every time he says something. Hey, was I a little too harsh? I'll be more careful in the future. Serves you right. Same goes for you, Karlstein. I understand you're angry, but does that justify calling your team leader a bastard? I was wrong. Personally, in this team, I like him the best. In a way, he's the only normal member in this team. Well, that's what, unlike the other team members, also makes him difficult to deal with. Murad, can we stop delaying any farther and depart? Yes, please. From now on, everyone, please follow me. Dwaki speaks up just as we're about to start. Wait, wouldn't it be better for Bjorn or Hikerod to take the lead? They're the warriors. He'll need help from the 3rd floor onwards, but it'll be enough by myself till then. Frankly, I don't know what he's so worried about. Rotten Miller is a professional adventurer who survived the labyrinth for 8 years. His adventurer rating is low compared to his experience, but I rather appreciate that part. In 8 years, he must have gone through all sorts of situations, but isn't he still alive and kicking? Not by virtue of brute force, but by taking advantage of his other diverse talents. That's probably why he's so serious and inflexible about everything. Under Rotten Miller's guidance, we finally reach our destination. Occasionally smashing the monsters appear in our way. To the outermost part of the 1st floor, often called the Dark Zone. Despite running all the way via the shortest route without losing our way even once, the portal had already been opened by some other adventurers by the time we reach it. I got outpaced this time too. Don't be so hard on yourself. You've done your job without any mistakes. Murad, that's no reason to give up. If you can't resent your own shortcomings, that means your life as an adventurer is over. Is that so? It took us about 10 hours to get here for reference. After Rotten Miller's passionate speech, I can't say it out loud, but for a generalist adventure team like ours, this is already a very good record. We aren't a speedrunning team specialized in grabbing the portal opening experience, after all. To be honest, I hadn't expected him to find the portal so easily. He isn't even a specialist guide, but to think he still found the way so fast. I'm anticipating all the other talents he hasn't had the chance to show off yet. But in a corner of my heart, a strand of regret blooms. If it were Einar or Erwin, I would have been able to grab the opening experience. Dimensional instability. By using the method that can only be called a bug, it's possible to grab the portal opening experience without any fuss. But this is a method that can only be used when the secrecy can be maintained through a promise or an oath. Later, let's save it for later when I have a really reliable team. After all, experience isn't the limiting factor right now. I take a deep breath and shake off the last traces of my regrets. And the dwarf shouts loudly at the same time. Come on then, let's go in. The dwarf steps into the portal first, and I immediately follow after. Please, I hope nothing big happens this time. Isn't this a bit too windy? You have entered the beast's lair on the second floor. The true journey has just begun. Chapter 50. Companions 4. Skills are, of course, very important when looking for colleagues. But there are virtues that are just as important. Reliability, for example. In other words, can they be trusted? Of course, when things go smoothly, this isn't much of a problem. You could just band together and laugh. Ha ho ho. But what if they don't? When the worst happens, can you trust them with your back? Maybe it's not a matter of trust. It's a matter of nature. This is the part that you can't find out just by rereading the application letter a few times or after a few meet and greets. Human nature is hidden deep within, and I fervently hope that we do not ever need to show our true natures to each other. Because that'd be for the best of us all. No matter how many times it's been, I just can't get used to the stink of this place. Ha! Hey, Dwaki, you alright over there? Please don't talk to me, Ughurt. I turn my gaze away from the nauseous form of Dwaki and glance around for a moment. The place where I currently am is on the second floor, accessible through the portal in the eastern area of the first floor, the habitat of the Blade Wolves. The lair of beasts. As can be inferred from the name, it's a place where mainly beast-type monsters appear. And that's why it stinks so badly. That too, a very dense smell. Rob Miller, are you alright? I heard you have an olfactory essence. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. This isn't my first or second time coming here. Right. Is this the true form of somebody in his 8th year? Just looking at this uncle somehow gives me peace of mind. I'll have to nose in a bit more to understand him better. By the way, when will our wizard come to his senses? I need to go make some money. Misha Karstein. She shows no empathy for the suffering of her colleagues, and only cares about her own interests. While I'm about to add this sentence to her character evaluation in my head, I freeze. Am I not the same? Dwaki, calm down. How much of our time are you going to waste? Right. If you can't even handle something like this, you're no adventurer. Wizard, grow up. As soon as I say a word, Misha, who's next to me, immediately jumps on the bandwagon with a high-pitched tone. But Dwaki shows a rather unexpected reaction. That's right. Now I must act like an adult. Is that how he's taking it? To be honest, I thought he'd make some stupid excuse. Or maybe even get angry. Let's go. But are you okay? Of course it's tough. But even though it's my first time, even though I'm a wizard, how pathetic would it be if I became a burden to my teammates? I didn't say you were a bee burden. While Misha is embarrassed by the unexpected apology, Dwaki, getting up from the ground with a pale face, mutters sadly, I can't besmirch the honor of Baron Martoin. Hey, you're pretending to be a noble again. I won't be scammed anymore. Let's go. I'm really okay now? Seeing him so cheerful, as if it's all been a lie just now, Misha bursts into anger, as if she'd been cheated once again. And finally, we slowly start moving. From here on, everyone please follow my steps. Although it looks flat, the terrain is filled with pits. Pits? I'm looking, but I can't see any. They're usually filled in with trash, so it's hard to tell them apart. So you could easily fall into one if you don't take care where you step. Rob Miller, I will trust only you. The beast's lair is a canyon terrain. The narrow path is lined with high cliffs on both sides, and any adventurer passing by must find their way by wandering through the cliffs tangled like a maze. There are no traps, but the role of the scout is more important than in the Goblin Forest. For reference, the monsters that appear are blade wolves, wall mole rats, saber tigers, werewolves, and volkers, and most of them live in the caves on the cliffsides. It's common for adventurers here mainly to hunt, to enter a cave, and fight a group of monsters. But our purpose is to go to the 3rd floor, so we pass on it. You have defeated a giant blade wolf. EXP +1. You have defeated a saber tiger. EXP +2. You have defeated a werewolf. EXP +2. You have defeated a wall mole rat. EXP +1. As we move quickly while hunting only the monsters roaming outside the caves, the time comes to take a break. 3 hours left before the start of the second day. 2058. Although the entire day has been invested in traveling. Without Rotten Miller as the scout, it would have taken twice as long to get here. The entrance must be narrow, so this be a good place to camp. We clean up the den of a wall mole and start preparing our camp. The dwarf, Rotten Miller, and Misha. We have 3 adventurers with years of experience, so the preparations take barely an eye blink. Even the wizard, who's had no presence so far other than creating drinking water, shines at this time. Since there's alarm magic, 1 person on watch should be sufficient. Why do we need somebody on watch? Dwaki, it's not because I don't trust you, so get any strange ideas. As you know, monsters aren't the only ones to be wary of in the labyrinth. To become a proper adventurer, you need to be on the lookout for other adventurers, or the same as you, more than monsters. The first watch goes to Rotten Miller, who's worked the hardest today, and we'll take turns from then on in this order. Wait, I don't have to stand watch. Leave this to us, and rest. The wizard is excluded from the night watch roster. Not because we're particularly concerned about his weak stamina, but because this is the custom. Adventurers are big fans of grant honors according to one's merits, and the alarm magic is enough to compensate for a watch shift. Well, actually the custom came about naturally from trying to please the wizards. Anyway, it's unbelievably comfortable to have stand on night watch only for 2 hours. Sleeping 6 hours a day? Compared to when I'd been in a two-person team, it's almost like heaven. Of course, the downside is that the number of people to share the loot has increased, but it's a more than fair trade-off because we can now hunt more and stronger monsters. The great wizard Riol. Stop mumbling and wake up, wizard. Slurp. Is it morning already? I don't know if it's morning, but I'm sure it's time to wake up. Day 2, 5 a.m. The first night that I've been so worried about passed by without a hitch. The alarm magic detected monsters 4 times, and a group of adventurers approached the campsite when it was the dwarf's turn, so all of us had to wake up together. That was all just par for the course. Dwaki must have adapted too by now, so we'll speed up a bit from now on. But there's no need to be in such a hurry, is there? It'd be convenient for camping if we arrive on the 3rd floor as early as possible. From the 2nd day onwards, we reduce the chatter as much as possible and focus only on traveling. Of course, monsters block our way every few minutes, but it's a welcome sight. You have defeated a half-moon rock bear. EXP +1. You have defeated a wall mole queen. EXP +1. You have defeated a bloodblade wolf. EXP +1. I suppose I've hunted all the 9th ranked monsters in the Beast Lair? Because this is my first sojourn here, the experience points are piling up fairly quickly. Of course, I don't have some kind of HUD with an EXP bar. If I count the monsters I've hunted so far, only 40. If I do get the proper bonuses for killing a high variant guardian, it's 44. There's still a long way to go before I can reach level 4. As the level goes up, the required experience increases explosively. For level 2 it's 6, for level 3, 30, and for level 4, 150. Of course, it's not a continuous geometric progression by a factor of 5, but it's safe to say that the level of difficulty is even higher than that. If the monster goes up by 1 rank, the count increases by +1, but even with that, once you've run out of monsters you can reasonably hunt, it's no longer a matter of supply and demand. TCH, it's not like I'm in a hurry to level up right now. I'm level 3 right now, meaning I can absorb up to 3 essences. In other words, I still have an essence slot left. Of course, I'm not expecting another essence to come out before I hit level 4. Dungeon and Stone isn't as kind of game as that. Why did I have to play a game like this? Such regrets well up in my heart. But what can I do? The me of that time had felt the more joy, the more difficult the journey, had been a top-notch pervert. Well, now slow down. From here on out, only higher species will appear, and the number would also increase dramatically. As we trail after Rotten Miller for about half a day, the terrain, or to be precise, the color of the cliffs starts changing, from reddish-brown to black. Is this the end of the second part? No rank 9 monsters appear anymore. Still, no one, including me, is too nervous. Even if it's a higher species on the 2nd floor, that just means rank 8. Our team is rank 7 on average, and we have people who've been active on the 3rd floor for a certain amount of time. Well, I myself am a rookie, but I'm an exception because I've seen it all in the game. By the way, did Bjorn say he hasn't been to the 3rd floor yet? Yes, so? Thinking she might be trying to start up an argument, I answer in a stern tone, but Misha sounds genuinely admiring. Great. It took me a year just to get to the 3rd floor. Well, that just makes me uncomfortable. I just got lucky. It's not a topic I'd like to talk about at length, so I try stalling, but then the dwarf also joins the conversation. 1 year to the 3rd floor? So how long did it take you to get to the 4th floor? 2 years? I think it took about that long. Just like me. Yeesh. I'm suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. Even though I'm your senior, team leader, you're already 6th rank. But instead, you were born into a good family, Miss Karlstein. Yeesh. I told you, don't bring up my family. As the conversation lengthens, and there's a sign of another quarrel starting up, Rotten Miller, who'd been looking for the way forward, intervenes. Both of you stop. His voice, his tone, and his expression are the same as last time. But why do I feel he's more annoyed than last time? Hey, he's working hard on his own, so it's too much to have to calm people down who are lazing around in the back, is that it? But I don't pay much thought to it. You have entered the Pilgrim's Path on the 3rd floor. It was a little past noon on the 2nd day. According to Rotten Miller's flawless guidance, we entered the 3rd floor. It was a bit disappointing that I couldn't hunt a few more reasonable rank 8 monsters in the beast lair, because not all of them appeared regularly on the second floor. I'll get another crack them someday. Shaking off my remaining regrets, I focused on our current situation. Rob Miller, get out of the way. The place where I was now was on the 3rd floor, the Pilgrim's Path. It was along the route from the beast's lair to the Steel Rock Hill. And upon arrival, we encountered 2 7th rank monsters. Dwaki, use corrosion magic. Intidinim, Irontro. You could easily visualize them as wild boars with steel tusks. Only, they about 5 times the size of a wild boar from Mount Yuri-san in Korea. Riol Webdwaki has cast the 8th grade curse magic, Corrosion, while Rotten Miller, who entered the portal first, retreated to avoid the monsters. Dwaki immediately cast a spell, and in tandem, the dwarf and I dashed forward to block one each with our shields. Clang! A heavy shock hit me from the front. If it were the old shield, it would have gotten crushed the moment it met the charge. Like the dwarf shield was over there. Hikarad Murad has cast Emergency Restoration. Bjorn? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? No, I'm just not being jealous. I really wasn't. If you use a hard shield in the first place, you don't have to fix it every time, right? What's that? All of a sudden. Anyway, Bjorn, don't even think about pushing them away. Just don't get pushed back. You don't have to spell it out loud. I already know. Irontro's active skill is Counterweight. It has the effect of knockback immunity. It was also the same essence that the dwarf had. Hikarad Murad has cast Counterweight. Did he even have a conscience? A crazy wild boar with that kind of a skill was charging straight at me, and this dwarf bastard was nagging me about not getting pushed back? The anger inherent in the barbarian body surged up once again. Was that why? The Hellray! Instead of waiting for the rest of the teammates to attack, I swung my mace and smacked the Irontro on the jaws. Siariak. At that moment when the steel molars that had already been corroded were shattered without resisting. Essence, here I come. Without my permission, Misha stepped on my back and leapt high, stabbing a dagger deep into the Irontro's head. You have defeated an Irontro. EXP +3. 1 down. I thought of dealing with the other one as well, but stopped and watched for a while. Dwaki was casting magic. One of the few offensive spells he had. Riol Webdwaki has cast the 8th grade attack magic, Ice Lance. A skewer of ice flew and pierced into the Irontro's stomach. If head aimed at the head or the heart, it would have been a one-hit kill, but I'd have to give him some detailed feedback later. Whoosh! The battle ended with Rotten Miller approaching the collapsed Iantro and firing a bolt into its forehead from the crossbow in his hands. Of course, no essence dropped. Well, that wasn't what was important right now. There was a monster right in front of the portal. Some bastards might be lurking nearby. Chapter 51. Team Halfwits 1. Rotten Miller, is there anyone nearby? Could they perhaps have similar doubts as me? Rotten Miller closed his eyes and opened them again without saying a word. Then he looked around with his newly oval-shaped pupils. Brown Rotten Miller has cast Thermal Coloring. The Lizardman Skirmisher's ability, Thermal Coloring. Its function is similar to that of a modern thermal imaging camera. This skill had been quite useful in the game. As long as it was a living creature, this alone was enough to find it out, even if it was using stealth or another similar ability. There's no one nearby. Rob Miller disarmed the ability and gave a brief reply. But judging from the smell, someone was here a while ago. Coming from someone with 2 essences that corrected the olfactory stats, the possibility of him being wrong was slim. I followed up with a few more questions. How long ago was it if you had to guess? There's a margin of error, but at this level of body odor, I'd say around a couple of minutes. So there's a very high chance that they left after they saw us coming? Yes. Rotten Miller nodded bitterly, and the dwarf, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, interrupted with amazement. Wait, then they were aiming at us? Perhaps not aiming at us specifically, just waiting for someone to come hunting. Rotten Miller didn't deny it. He also explained that luring monsters in front of the portal was a favorite technique for pillagers. Perhaps it was considered a low-risk pillaging method? Even if it's just a mean and petty trick, it's amazingly effective. Surprise attack using monsters. Aimed at the exact moment when the adventurers who had just crossed the portal were the most vulnerable. If they got annihilated, great. If 1 or 2 got hurt, still good. And if they managed to endure it without damage, you can just back off for a while and wait for the next set of prey. Rob Miller, can't we catch their trail and hunt them down? Killing pillagers is good money. Even if we could, it'd be difficult to actually find them. They won't stay nearby and risk being hunted down, and above all, we don't have any evidence. We can't rule out the possibility of being the ones framed instead. Hey, the dead don't talk. Hearing his reasoning, Misha retorted with an angry face, but the dwarf made a calm and cold decision as the leader. We're going to make a quick trip back down to the 2nd floor and leave a warning about pillagers in front of the portal. That's the correct decision. We followed the minimum rules one had to abide by as adventurers, and then left the portal and went on our way. Naturally, the conversation switched to the topic of pillagers. However, the more I listened, the stranger it became. You're great, Rob Miller. I never even know that there was such a technique. I've only ever heard of it before, but this is my first time falling for this trick. You don't meet pillagers often after all. What the hell are you shitheads talking about? I felt alienated from the adventurers chattering all around me, finding it difficult to empathize, and ended up asking some questions. And then I realized a shocking fact. You're asking me? I guess, about 8 times in the past 5 years? One time they were on the same team as me, and the rest were all just some assholes. Only 8 times in 5 years? Fuck. Weren't adventurers supposed to meet pillagers almost on a daily basis? Yeah, sure, it used to be like that about 150 years ago. Misha said that after the death of the first king, who was also called the Immortal King, the number of pillagers was greatly reduced due to various policies. But I couldn't understand it. It was clear that something was wrong, because there could be no explanation otherwise. Once in the Crystal Cave, once in the Goblin Forest, twice in the Land of the Dead. In total, in the last 3 months, ID encountered pillagers 5 times. What was wrong with me? When I told this story to get some opinions, everyone, including Rob Miller, looked at me with strange eyes. How many sins did Bjorn commit in a previous life? Haha, maybe it's because you're here that we met the pillagers today. I had nothing to say. What kind of life had I been living? As I walked sullenly and silently, not having the energy to refute, Rob Miller sighed and spoke. Everyone stopped teasing him. Everyone knows that Miss Karlstein is one of the lucky ones, right? It was like that. I, too, tend to see pillagers about once every 3 months, so don't worry too much about it. Thank you for comforting me. Still, that was different from 5 times in 3 months. Wormstone defeated. EXP +2. You have defeated an Iron Falcon. EXP +2. You have defeated a Steel Hill Guard. EXP +2. The 3rd floor, the Pilgrim's Path. No matter which route you pass, though, such as the Land of the Dead, the Goblin Forest, or the Beast's Lair, this is where you end up eventually. The starting point is different for each route. So if you want to meet adventurers from different routes, you have to follow the road to the center of the 4th floor where the portal is. It took about 3 to 4 days on average to get to the center. For reference, this is the time it takes if you only focus on traveling. From that it can be seen how large the 3rd floor is in size. It's incomparable to the previous floors. Therefore, in addition to the name of the section, the Pilgrim's Path, each monster habitat is also named separately, and one of them, the Steel Rock Hill, is where we are now. Then we'll camp here today, and tomorrow we'll move on to the next area. The boundary line where the area ends. At that halfway point, we start preparing our camp. The reason being, as the territories of the monsters from both sides overlap here, there are relatively few monsters roaming around. By the way, Dwaki, are you alright? You haven't looked good for the past while. The dwarf, who's finished his sleeping preparations by laying out his sleeping bag on the floor, starts talking to Dwaki. So Rob Miller, Misha, and I start eavesdropping while pretending not to. Because I'm curious. Why does this talkative guy keep on spewing vitriol? Did I look like that? Maybe I was mistaken, but that's how it seemed to me. I guess. Dwaki smiles bitterly and nods. And after hesitating for a while, he responds. I know what I'm going to sound like. Maybe I just look naive and young from your point of view. But to be honest, I was shocked. Shocked. Or rather, you were right to say that the illusion ID bin under was shattered. I've always heard of adventurers since I was little, but ID never heard of such a thing. An adventurer who kills other adventurers. Or rather, an adventurer who makes money by killing other adventurers. Certainly, this reality isn't full of dreams and childish feelings. Hey no, that was just a joke. Doesn't matter if it was a joke or not. Maybe if I continue working as an adventurer, one day I'll also kill people, right? At that, everyone in the party shuts their mouths. Any comfort you try to provide at this point would be nothing but a lie. The dwarf, Misha, Rob Miller, and I all have experience killing people. And if Dwaki continues in this industry, the day will inevitably come when he too shall experience it. So, I made up my mind. Since I've gotten this far, it'll keep going. Hearing his muttering, which sounds much more determined than I'd have expected, I ask him one thing. So, what was the result? Are you determined to do it? I am. But when the time comes, I don't know how well it'll do. Dwaki's resolve is full of confusion. He isn't confident in himself, and is full of fear of the future. Yet, that's enough. Rather, I think this is better. Compared to idiots who make promises they can't keep, and then start whining when push comes to shove. Perhaps he thinks the same, since Rot Miller, who'd been listening to the conversation, speaks up from the side. It's important that you not get overconfident. You sound a lot more reliable compared to shouting I can do it to my ears. Is that so? Seeing Dwaki's sullen expression, Rot Miller gives him a warm smile, as if looking at a young man walking the same path he's traveled long ago. You know what you have to do, and you're determined to do it. As long as you stay like that, You'll surely do well even when the time comes. Really, I hope I would. Ha ha ha. Cheer up, my friend. The conversation finally ends when the dwarf slaps Dwaki on the back. But while people are about to lay down after settling the order of watch during the night. Wait a minute, can you all give me some time? Suddenly, Rob Miller calls on the whole party. I know that taking a little more rest would help the team, but there's something that I want to show you. What is it? At my question, Rob Miller looks at Dwaki as he responds. Proof that this job isn't just full of hard and terrible things. Soon after, Rob Miller checks his watch and walks to the edge of the cliff near the campsite. We follow, without any idea about what's happening. All we can see is the usual darkness. The darkness of the labyrinth, which eats even the light, is an ever-present obstruction to the sight of us adventurers. What were you planning to show us? Wait a minute. Seeing Rob Miller answer while looking at his watch, I suddenly have a guess, so I take out my own watch. 23:59. 1 minute before the start of the third day, when the monster population peaks. The second hand of the clock moves with a ticking sound. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. I close the lid of the watch and look into the darkness on the other side of the cliff. Before long, silver orbs of light begin appearing in the distance, lighting up the darkness. In numbers beyond counting, they start rising from the ground, fluttering in the air like dandelion seeds, and ascend towards the sky. The dark labyrinth gradually becomes brighter and brighter. It's now that I realize why this place is called the Steel Rock Hill. It's a view that only adventurers who arrive early can see. Isn't it wonderful? Hill. In other words, even within the labyrinth, this place is a highland. It's usually far too dark, so it's difficult to tell. But once this bunch of light scours away the darkness, the entire area of this spacious third floor can be seen at a glance. Mountains and fields, and even a river flowing through them. A dense forest, and a high spire at the center of it all, towering up to the ceiling. If I'd lived my whole life within the walls of Rafdonia, it would have been an unprecedented sight. Dwaki, looking blankly at the view, murmurs, I think I understand now why adventurers say that the world is wide. I raise my head and look up at the sky. I know it's just a closed roof over our heads, but at this moment it really feels like the heavens. Like standing under an open night sky, with the Milky Way twinkling high above. Of course, it only lasts for a fleeting moment. It takes only a minute or so for the orbs of light to reach the ceiling and disappear. No one knows why this happens only on the third floor. There are many hypotheses. For example, that the magic of the labyrinth dimension becomes oversaturated on the third day and is released. Or that it's a blessing from God. Everyone accepts what they want to believe. But Rob Miller encapsulates it perfectly. It's clear that there is some reason or other. But anyone who sees this scene in person doesn't wonder why. That's right. I've only ever heard of it. But this is my first time seeing it in person. Normally, I'd have been coolly sleeping inside my sleeping bag by now. Haha. Do you think this friend won't be able to sleep tonight after seeing this? After that, the light completely disappears, and the usual darkness envelopes the labyrinth again. All the team members, except for me, who's the rookie and therefore on first watch, go to sleep in their own sleeping bags. But it takes a long time before I hear the sound of sleep from Dwaki's sleeping bag. It was a bright new day. Not that the surroundings had really brightened up or anything. It was still just as dark. But the time was morning. 8:10. After clearing out the campsite, we walked downhill for a while and left the Steel Rock Hill. And then we reached our first destination. Come on, the Orc Colony's just ahead. Orc Colony. Among the various areas on the third floor, this place had the highest number of monsters. A characteristic feature was that only monsters of rank 8 or higher appeared here. If you aren't going straight to the fourth floor, you won't find a hunting ground better than here. The difficulty level was the second highest among the third floor areas. But if my predictions were correct, we wouldn't be facing any major risks. In fact, with our team, working on the fourth floor was possible. We had a wizard, and there were 3 people apart from me who were originally active on the fourth floor. Then let's try and clear this area as a team for a while, and decide our next steps based on the outcome. After reorganizing the team formation, we set foot into the high bushes. Although I called it a reorganization, it was just sending Rob Miller to the rear and the dwarf taking his place. Murad, there's a group of orcs coming at 1 o'clock. As expected of a popular hunting ground with a high monster concentration. Even though we were in the outskirts, we managed to encounter a group of orcs after walking only for a little while. Hui. A basic set of 4 orc warriors, 1 archer and 1 shaman. Just do like you practiced. I took my place in the formation we had already put together in advance. Named Formation A. A formation where the dwarf and I were the tanks solidly blocking at the front, and Misha, who took the melee dealer position, freely moved between the shield walls, prioritizing the closest enemies to defeat first. Riol Webdwaki has cast the 8th grade attack magic, Ice Lance. Orcs didn't need any special curse-type magics, so Dwaki only focused on attacks. And the same went for Rotmiller. In battle, he concentrated on supporting us from the rear using his crossbow, although he had one more additional role. Orc Shaman has cast Frenzy. All Orc warriors have 3 times the physical resistance for 10 seconds. If a monster ignored the shield wall and rushed to the rear, he had to protect the party member most vulnerable to close-range attacks, meaning Dwaki. It's Frenzy magic. Be careful. Dwaki, stay behind me. Got it. One of the Orc warriors in the frenzied state ignored us and rushed for Dwaki, but Rottenmiller pulled out his shield to block him. Of course, as a scout, he didn't have the physical ability needed to defeat an Orc warrior one-on-one. But, that surprised me. He just needed to buy some time by using any of his main or secondary weapons, like his crossbow, buckler, dagger, or fire grenade. So he could hold on until Misha provided support or Dwaki cast attack magic. You have defeated an Orc warrior. EXP +2. You have defeated an Orc archer. EXP +2. You have defeated an Orc shaman. EXP +2. So the first battle with the Orcs ended smoothly. It lasted about 8 minutes in total, and there were no injuries, but I couldn't deny that it took longer than I'd expected. The issue is definitely our DPS. Along with our scout, we had 2 shield warriors. And Orcs had fairly high physical resistance among the 8th grade monsters. Of course, we had a wizard in the party who were supposed to be the pinnacle of damage dealers in this world, but Dwaki wasn't from the magic tower. His Ice Lance that dealt single-target damage was all that he had when it came to rank 8 attack spells. Well, it's because he specializes in curses rather than attack magic in the first place. The value of a wizard doesn't lie only in high-power attack magic. There's a matter of compatibility between adventurers and monsters. But if you have a wizard on your team, it becomes possible to actively hunt monsters of a much more diverse nature. Still, it's slow, although we do have high stability. It was a bit disappointing in that aspect, but it was a pretty good team. Then let's go deeper. After that, we fought our way towards the center of the Orc colony. The deeper we went, the greater the number of Orcs that appeared in a group. At one point, the 7th grade monster, Orc Warlord, also mixed in. You have defeated an Orc Warlord. EXP +3. This hunt also went without difficulty. But shitty things always happen when everything seems to be going smoothly. It happened while we were hunting a group of Orcs in earnest. Ihenro Tontine. Suddenly, a low-pitched chant was heard in the distance, across the thick bushes. And Krewawasha. A flaming meteorite fell on the horde we were hunting and exploded. What the fuck? What kind of dog's-it situation was this? Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 52. Even from a distance of about 10 meters, the heat was palpable. And there was that ticklish, pungent smell of something burning. Thump dash. As my brain registered the situation, my heart clenched tight with fear. If that had fallen on our heads, we'd probably be dead. Prepare for battle. The moment the dwarf, who was frozen by the sudden situation, shouted, adventurers appeared from the side of the bushes. There were 5 in total. 4 of them were in a formation, escorting a mage. Shit, they don't look like they belong on the 3rd floor. Why are these bastards here? Just as I was praying inwardly that they weren't plunderers, the beast man with pointed ears saw us ready for battle and smirked. In a condescending tone, he declared, this Orc territory belongs to the Zarwi clan. Leave this place. Clan? That explained why they all wore the same emblem on their chests. Fuck. I couldn't help but swear. Not because I couldn't understand what they were doing. Controlling a hunting ground on the 3rd floor? Shit. Wasn't this content supposed to start at least from the 5th floor? Dungeon Stone is a single-player game. But surprisingly, there are ways to restrict content. At first, it appears as a means to block transportation between maps before completing the main episodes. But later, by creating a clan, players can control the hunting grounds. Of course, this requires a massive amount of manpower, so it's not worth it unless you have a few rare mobs or boss mob habitats. But controlling a 3rd floor territory? I just can't wrap my head around it. Why would anyone control territory just to deal with level 7 monsters? Using such high-level personnel just to hunt Orcs seems like a waste. Zarwi, I thought they operated on the 6th floor and above, so why would you be in the middle of an Orc habitat? The dwarf seemed equally stunned and asked the question cautiously, as if he was hearing about it for the first time. But the answer was cold. There is no need to explain ourselves to you. I see. While I was convinced, the dwarf wasn't. Despite showing his goofy side frequently since we became a team, he is still an adventurer at heart. He is sensitive to self-interest, especially if the cause is external, not internal. I heard that in the case of some clans, the royal family grants them rights within the labyrinth in recognition of their achievements. But I've never heard that this area is under the control of the Zarwi clan. Besides, there is no way to verify if you're actually a member of their clan. Considering the opponent, the dwarf presented his questions as logically as possible. He had a point. Based on the equipment and the magic we just witnessed, these adventurers were definitely of a higher level than us. But there was no proof they were members of that clan. But it might be best to just get out of here. Honestly, I'm more scared if they are not what they claim to be. A major clan would at least be cautious of public perception, but imposters wouldn't care about such things. That's an interesting story you're telling. The beast man looked annoyed. His eyes narrowed in displeasure. Yet the dwarf stood his ground. I often hear that. As the silent standoff continued, the tension slowly escalated. Trudge. I felt something approaching from behind. It was Misha. But why is she so close behind me? It was as if she was hiding from something. Is that you halving? When the beast man frowned and asked, I felt her flinch behind me. Was she really hiding? Naya, brother. Misha stuttered, slinking to my side. This only seemed to irritate the beast man more. Didn't I tell you not to call me that outside? Brother, I am sorry. Tisk, just as I thought, talking like a true halving. Misha couldn't respond to the beastman's sarcasm and hung her head low. As expected, it seems they were close enough to call each other halfling. But what exactly is their relationship? Could they actually be family? Just as this question arose, the previously silent mage asked quite directly. Out of curiosity, is that young lady your sister? Yes, for now. When the beastman nodded politely, the mage stroked his bushy beard. I owe a debt to Lord Karlstein, and if she is your sister, it's not right to treat her as a stranger. Perhaps we can make an exception for them. There's no need. But the beastman once again flatly refused the mage's consideration. My father would not be concerned about this. It's a family matter, so I cannot discuss it further. His voice was cold and resolute. If that's what you say, then I understand. The mage, reconsidering his thoughts, nodded quietly. Maybe he thought it would be fair to at least explain the reasons? Listen, you folks. He stepped forward and began in a calm tone. We urgently need the essence of a great orc warrior for some internal clan matters. If all goes well, you'll be able to hunt here next time. For now, please go elsewhere. Or try the outskirts, where the warriors don't roam. Though his words were softer than the beastman's, it was clear that he was just politely telling us to get lost. We refuse. The dwarf retorted, shaking his head. Then with a sharpness uncharacteristic of him, he sneered at his opponent. It seems that you're claiming rights without the approval of the royal family. Why should we accommodate your clan's circumstances? And do you even realize that what you're doing now is illegal? Illegal? Was it the particular choice of words that irked him? A wise adventurer knows when to be careful with their words. The previously moderate mage's eyes hardened. He seemed reluctant to leave any grounds for future problems. But when did we ever break the law? We're merely suggesting that it would be in your best interest to leave, as there won't be many monsters left for you to hunt if we stay. That's all. Although he spoke in circles, it implied that if we didn't leave, they'd aggressively interfere with our hunting. Understanding this, the dwarf bit his lip in frustration. Damn it, unless you're forcing them out or hurting them. These things aren't exactly spelled out in the labyrinth law. In essence, we couldn't expect any legal support. Relying on the law was a mistake from the start. As much as I felt sorry for the dwarf who tried to defend our team's rights, I had wanted to back off from the beginning. In a labyrinth, power is the law, isn't it? Forgetting this and recklessly showing defiance can lead to disappearing without even the mice or birds knowing. I'm sure he has realized by now that this isn't the time for pride. It's best to play nice and back off. Just as I was contemplating our next move, you needn't worry about anything, I'll take care of this. Suddenly, Dwaki interrupted, uttering something completely incomprehensible. Handle it? What is he talking about? I couldn't fathom his intention. But before we could question his motive, Dwaki cheerfully approached the opposing mage. It's a pleasure to meet you, Senior. Senior? Have we met before? Not exactly, but as someone who has dedicated his life to the study of magic. Enough of that. Who are you exactly? Was this harsh response unexpected? Dwaki hesitated for a moment, then forced a laugh and answered. My name is Lurwerv Dwaki, an 8th grade mage authorized by the Raftonian royal family. So you're just trash as I thought. Excuse me? Displeasure flashed across the mage's face. Actually, it seemed even more intense than when the word illegal was mentioned. The mage didn't bother hiding his distaste this time. Dedicate your life to magic? You're a scumbag who has learned a few basic spells and now calls yourself a mage, and you're living off the scraps from the streets. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to go somewhere else and stop talking about it, because your audacity is enough to make my skin crawl. The sharp criticism was like rapid gunfire. Is it because he's a mage? His wording is no joke. While I admired the mage's relentless delivery, I couldn't help but worry about Dwaki. Anyone would be shaken by such words. God gurgle. He's already broken. Looking over, I saw Dwaki struggling to breathe, his eyes blinking rapidly. His mouth opening enclosing slightly was reminiscent of a fish thrown onto the sand. Witnessing his friend's mental breakdown, the dwarf exploded. Listen here, isn't that a bit harsh? I merely stated the facts. What? Just stating facts. The veins in the dwarf's neck bulged. His eyes flickered with a dangerous light, not a good sign. And sensing this immediately, let us see dash. I grabbed the dwarf by the nape of his neck and lifted him up. Then I promptly confiscated his battle hammer. But, as expected, ZZT dash. A tingling sensation spread through my fingertips. Hikarad Murad has used lightning. Damn, this guy must have lost his mind. I suppressed my rage and muttered softly. Get a grip, Hikarad. We were all nearly killed just now. You've good companions. You'll be grateful to that barbarian for the rest of your life. He saved all of you. I wonder if the dwarf has come to his senses? He remained silent in response to the mage's sarcastic comment, quickly leading the team away. As soon as we reached the outskirts, he bowed slightly. I apologize. I lost my temper and acted rashly. If it weren't for Bjorn, we probably would have all died. It was clear these weren't the kind of people to let us off easily if we provoked them. You just made a reckless decision that could have led our team to ruin. Rottmiller rebuked him sternly. I have no excuses. Knowing his fault, the dwarf bowed his head without any retort. Honestly, I hoped Rottmiller would press harder, but since nothing happened, I won't say more. Rottmiller was too kind-hearted to play the role of a disciplinarian. And while it was rash, I personally think it was right to stand up for a team member being disrespected. I couldn't understand it. In a situation that warranted a severe reprimand, why was he praising him? Shouldn't we at least cut his share of the loot, or make him do this exploration for free as punishment? There should be consequences for mistakes. That's how one learns not to repeat them. So, while I internally pondered such practical measures, the atmosphere didn't seem right to voice them out loud. Damn, am I the weird one here? As Rottmiller showed magnanimity in forgiving the dwarf, the air around us became oddly charged. It was the kind of atmosphere I had always found uncomfortable, even as a child. I'm sorry too. If it weren't for me, things might have turned out better. Misha was the first to get caught up in the mood. No, that's not it at all. Dewaki was the second. Startled by Misha's self-reproach, Dewaki frantically gestured with his hands. Despite his stuttering, he spoke resolutely. I mean, of course, I'm not always right, but I think it's because you were there that we got an explanation before being kicked out. So, please don't think like that. It wasn't the most elegant of comforts, but the emotions mixed within it resonated truthfully with everyone. Was that why? You know why I hate talking about my family? Misha suddenly started talking about herself. I'm treated as if I don't exist in my family. Maybe some of you have guessed why. Misha glanced around, gauging our reactions. Perhaps part of those who had guessed. Rottmiller averted his gaze first, and I pretended not to know as well. Fairies handle spirits. Dwarves, blessed with the artifact, become more efficient when handling numbered items, and barbarians possess soul engraving. Likewise, the beast human have their own racial traits, including notably high agility stats. I'm the only one in my family who couldn't contract with a soul beast. Soul beast. The beast human could contract with ancient beasts known by this name. The forms of these contracts varied greatly. You can summon them to fight alongside you, empower them to enhance your physical abilities, or bless them to grant you access to their special abilities. Of course, not all beast humans could do this. Only a few talented individuals were chosen by the soul beasts. But the problem here was, she must be of the tribal chief's bloodline. Direct lineage of the Karlstein family, a tribal chief's family. Meaning, her inability to contract with a soul beast was a significant issue. It wasn't just a matter of talent. It becomes circumstantial evidence that cast doubt on her bloodline itself. When I was younger, I got along well with my siblings. But everything changed when I couldn't make a contract with a soul beast, even after becoming an adult. They all called me a halfling, saying my blood was mixed. A child born out of denial. With her mother passing away early, the truth remained unknown, and Misha couldn't bear the looks and left home. She then devoted herself solely to martial arts, slowly growing as an adventurer. Thanks for sharing something so difficult. As the long yet short story ended, the dwarf, unusually serious, patted Misha. Misha didn't act as prickly as before. Rather, she seemed like a tame cat, perhaps? Hikarad, you really got mad for us, thinking of us as comrades, didn't you? What? Is that how it works? For a pessimist like me, it's hard to keep up with these continuously shifting emotional lines. Ha! Hearing you say, that makes me want to share my story too. I dreamt of becoming a blacksmith, but lacking talent, I couldn't even get past being an apprentice for 10 years. I turned to being an adventurer in my 30s because of that. Still, I had to make money, so I ran away when the opportunity arose. Inspired by Misha's confession, the dwarf shared his story in a straightforward manner, followed by Dwaki. There's no one as talentless as me. Although my family's financial situation allowed me to start learning magic, my meager talent prevented me from entering the magic tower. If I had been a proper magician, surely he would have respected me a bit. Then Dwaki revealed that his goal was to earn money through adventuring to learn more magic. Just when it seemed the conversation was over. I've been in many teams before, but this is a first for me. Rotten Miller, who had been quiet, chuckled and rekindled the dying embers of conversation. I have something to apologize for as well. When Murad and Karlstein were discussing seniority, I unknowingly let anger take over me. There was such an incident? Yes. My despicable envy was the cause. I thought they were both lucky to be born as other races, complaining about being slow or fast without knowing their circumstances. Human adventurers have their advantages. They can use aura, become spirit masters, magicians, or priests. Some are naturally built to be as large as a barbarian. In essence, they possess the strengths of all races. But this is just a possibility, a story of only a few with special talents. So, our team is a gathering of halflings? That's better. We don't have to feel inferior looking at each other. The dwarf broke the ice with an awkward laugh. And in response, that is certainly one way to look at it. Dwaki, the untalented mage, was pleased. I'll work harder to be useful to the team. The pureblood, unable to contract with a soul beast, was moved. I didn't plan to say this on the third day of our journey, but I hope this team lasts a long time. Rotten Miller, an 8-year human explorer who was the pinnacle of mediocrity, was no different. Everyone admitted their flaws, spoke openly, and supported each other. Then naturally, all eyes turned to me. Unt confessed, anything yet? As if to say, what about you? I don't have anything like that. I felt like I had to say something to avoid being left out of the team. In my panic, with all eyes on me, my mouth blurted out without thinking. I don't have a mom. Surviving the game as a Barbarian, Episode 53. Episode 53, Halflings Gather, 2. After the shocking confession of not having a mom. So, that is how it is. There was an awkward silence, and bewildered gazes flew towards me. I quickly added more details to explain. My mother passed away when I was born, and my father never returned from the labyrinth when I was young. So, even though I'm an adult now, I can't meet either of them, even if I want to. For the record, this story I just told is 100% true, as I heard it from Einar. Oh dear, you must have had a tough time at such a young age. But was it because this was the confession of the youngest member of the team, a barbarian who had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony? The looks on their faces began to soften with sympathy. Bjorn, you don't have to force yourself to be okay in front of us. I'm sorry. I didn't know about your situation and talked about my family. Bjorn, I know I can't be your parent, but if you wish. What the fuck, asshole? Enough. Suddenly, it seemed like I became the most pitiable one among us, but what the hell? It doesn't matter because it's not true. After all, I'm not really motherless. And unlike them, I'm a Munchkin barbarian on an ultra-elite course, having been promoted to a rank 7 adventurer in my 3rd month. The most important thing is always the essence, But thinking about it, aren't I actually the most pitiable? Suddenly it dawned on me. I've been dragged into a world I never asked to be in, and I've had to risk getting killed so many times. Fuck. Why is my life so pathetic? Bjorn, you look upset. Are you thinking about your mother? Yeah, something like that. If you miss your family, you can call me your sister. Cutting off the cat-eared girl who was about to continue, I steered the conversation back to the main point. So, what are we going to do now? Our primary destination, the Orc colony, is no longer an option because of those assholes. Of course, they said the outskirts were okay, but how much can we really get from hunting there, especially split among 5 of us? I think it might be better to go to the Witch-S Forest. The dwarf, posing as a leader, offered his opinion. The Witch-S Forest is a huge forest that surrounds the portal to the 4th floor. Monsters of level 7 to 8 mainly appear there, and among them are some ethereal monsters immune to physical attacks. Of course, it's not a good match for us melee warriors, but since we have a mage, it shouldn't be too bad. Wouldn't it be better to just go up to the 4th floor? Rotten Miller, who had been listening, offered a new opinion. To me, his suggestion seemed like a better option than what the dwarf had in mind. To most adventurers, the Witch-S Forest is merely a transitional area, offering little advantage as a primary hunting ground. There aren't even any essences they're worth consuming for me. The only problem was the dwarf didn't really like this option. Venturing into the 4th floor seems premature at this time. I knew what the dwarf was worried about. The 3rd floor mainly harbored monsters of the 7th and 8th grades, and the 4th floor was no different in this respect. However, there is a crucial difference between them. As I've said repeatedly in meetings, many teams have perished by rashly advancing upwards. It almost happened to my team once. The presence or absence of 6th grade monsters. Starting from the 4th floor, 6th grade monsters appear, albeit rarely. Their encounter rate might be as low as once every 3 days of continuous exploration. But this inevitably means encountering a 6th grade monster when active on the 4th floor. The real question is whether we have the skills to overcome that encounter. That is the tricky part. In actual gameplay, I've had my share of close calls and bloody experiences when hastily moving to the 4th floor. So the dwarf had a point. I think it's not too late to decide on heading to the 4th floor after we coordinated our movements for a few more days. Regardless of the deep emotional bonds or increased camaraderie formed by this incident. We are a team formed for the first time on this expedition. It's only been 3 days since we entered the labyrinth, and we're still not familiar with each other. Not to mention, Dwaki is on his first expedition, and Bjorn, this is your first time past the 3rd floor. In summary, the dwarf's argument was, heading to the 4th floor is fine, but let us not rush it. Well, then why don't we just head to another area on the 3rd floor? The Greentail Marsh seems like a good option. Naya. Misha, who had been listening to the debate with a headache, had a new idea, and was immediately countered by Rod Miller. If we had started on that route from the beginning, maybe, but heading to Greentail Marsh now would take at least 6 days. The 1st floor closes after 7 days, the 2nd floor after 10, and the 3rd floor after 15 days. But now, to invest more than 7 days in travel? Since it's only the 3rd day, we'd only have 5 days to hunt once we get there. In that case, it might be better to head back to the Steel Rock Hills. Naya, is that so? I've just been following along and didn't really know. Misha laughed awkwardly and scratched her cheek at Rotten Miller's expert opinion. Well, I've been listening in on the conversation, hoping for something significant, but it seems like nothing much is coming out of it. It's time for me to step in and organize things. Are we going to stand around talking forever? Let us gather up. We'll decide what to do by majority vote. Majority vote? What? Rob Miller. Do you prefer rock, paper, scissors instead? No, it's just that. Rob Miller grimaced at my question. I was joking, suggesting that as if it were a better option. Maybe because I'm a barbarian? Sadly, none of the guys seemed to realize it was a joke. I agree with deciding by majority vote. It's simple, but definitely the most reliable method. I'm fine with anything. Anyway, we decided to decide our next move by majority vote. And I was the first to cast my vote. I think we should head to the 4th floor, hoping that leading the way might sway the opinion a bit more. Suddenly, the 4th floor is starting to feel risky. Are we being too hasty? Oh, did Karlstein also think so? Regardless of their reactions, as each one spoke in turn, we quickly came to a conclusion. Phew, since all of you have the same opinion, there's no point in me being stubborn. We were now heading to the 4th floor. Despite the dwarf's concerns, I had my reasons for pushing this decision. Of course, it was a majority decision, but that didn't really matter. If I had decided it was premature to go to the 4th floor, I would have kept them stuck on the 3rd floor, even if it meant destroying their egos. It suddenly feels a bit colder. Is it already? We're still a long way from the Witch's Forest. No, it's a different kind of feeling, hard to explain. Under Rotten Miller's guidance, we ventured endlessly into the darkness towards our destination. The dwarf still had a worried expression. I don't think he was like that in the blood-tinted castle, but he has been overly cautious lately. Is it because he's leading a team he formed and handpicked for the first time? A strange sense of responsibility always seems to be with him. No need for such fuss being a temporary team leader. Well, he doesn't know I possess the essence of a vampire, so maybe that's understandable? The dwarf didn't know my exact specs. That's why moving straight to the 4th floor might have seemed more worrying to him. He also hadn't realized how valuable his Guardian's wrist guard, a numbered item, really was. Hikerod, once we enter the Witch's Forest, don't hesitate to use that. My advice made the dwarf ponder for a moment before he nodded firmly. I'll do as you say. Number 3112 Guardian's wrist guard was a high-end equipment worth 50 million stones. And as they say, out of sight, out of mind. The dwarf had asked me not to tell the other team members that he possessed such a treasure. But there's no point in having it if you don't use it when needed. It's not like I'm the owner anyway. Just a moment ago, we were all melodramatically depending on each other, weren't we? What do you mean by that? What is it? Why are you two talking about things only you know about? You'll know when the time comes. I casually brushed aside Misha's curiosity and did a final check. The tank line seems strong enough for a 6th grade monster. The issue is the dealer line. Although slightly lacking in specs, our short time hunting together in the Orc colony had given me some confidence. With a solid front line, these members should be able to handle a 6th grade monster without much danger. Unless someone decides to troll and kicks the bucket first. In the game, there were plenty of such NPCs. They wouldn't do that, right? Crap, now I'm getting anxious again. Unlike me, who was belatedly worrying, Misha looked slightly excited. Naya, it's been a while since I've been to the 4th floor, so I'm a bit thrilled. Apparently, this was her first return to the fourth floor since her team disbanded a year ago. But being a feline, does she purr? It almost seemed like she was purring with every breath. We should start looking for a place to camp soon. As we followed the outskirts of the orc colony, it was time to take a break. Rob Miller, everyone seems to have enough energy left. How about moving a bit further? To find a better spot than this, we'd have to go for another 3 hours. Then let us settle here. By the way, it was around 9 p.m., aligning almost exactly with our camping times on the first and second days. To be honest, it was quite impressive. Is this what a skilled scout looks like? Rob Miller must have planned the camping points according to our path, adjusting our speed accordingly. Even in a labyrinth with no day or night, it's better to have regular rest times. Rob Miller, what is the plan for tomorrow? We should reach the Witch's Forest by noon tomorrow. Well, then we'll be entering the fourth floor the day after tomorrow. His responses were quick and precise, like a human GPS. Bjorn, you're on the last watch, right? We'll be quite busy once we enter the forest, so best to rest up tonight. I will. The dwarf had the first watch, and I had the last. The Witch's Forest is a challenging place for close combat warriors, so we decided regardless of turns. Well, I probably wake up once or twice during the night anyway. Bjorn. I woke up to a whispering voice. Under the flickering torchlight, Rob Miller's face came into view. Since Rotten Miller was the watch before me. Is it my turn now? Not yet. But why? As I was rubbing my sleepy eyes, I froze. Dwaki, the dwarf, and even Misha were all awake, fully armed. I asked briefly, is it a monster? Both, actually. Monsters and adventurers. Just as I was about to ask how far away they were, a frantic shout came from the darkness in the distance. Damn it, they followed us all the way here. Run! It seemed like adventurers were being chased by monsters. Rob Miller closed his eyes, sniffing the air, and then muttered under his breath. Now I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Whenever he furrowed his brow like this, it usually meant trouble, and I couldn't help feeling anxious. And sure enough, the ones coming towards us now, they're definitely the same ones we encountered at the Steel Rock Hills. Well, looks like the situation is getting interesting again. Just add a comment if you were reading the chapter. Thanks. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 54. Does that mean they're the plunderers from before? Rob Miller nodded at the dwarf's question. And with that, the situation became clear. The ones who had been brazenly raiding on the third floor were ironically being chased by monsters, and had coincidentally ended up heading our way. Such a coincidence seems highly unlikely. Whoever they are, they're targeting us. I don't know why though. Maybe they're trying to get between us by pretending to be chased. Rob Miller agreed with my statement and added his own thoughts. I was thinking the same thing. So, what do we do now? What to do indeed. Fortunately, thanks to Rob Miller, we were able to catch on to their ruse early. It would be best to make use of this opportunity. Make use of it? Misha cocked her head in puzzlement. However, there wasn't enough time to explain in detail. They seemed to have already arrived. Light, there's light. Simultaneously with a man's shout, 3 individuals, covered in blood and sweat, hurriedly entered the radius of our torchlight. If you're not confident in your acting, just watch quietly. I muttered under my breath, making eye contact with Rottmeiler, who slightly nodded in response. Indeed, I communicate well with this gentleman. Even the dwarf, whom I had been inwardly concerned about, seemed to have understood the meaning of my words precisely. Then it was time to begin. Don't come any closer. As they ran towards us, I immediately raised my shield and stepped forward to block their path. Look here, our party has been annihilated. Please help us. We will compensate you. Their expressions were desperate yet urgent. This gentleman is good at acting. Well, if he is a plunderer, that is probably to be expected. Lay down your weapons. But there are monsters behind us. A man in his early 30s pointed behind him. Beyond the range of our torchlight, a group of orcs that had been pursuing them was now gazing in our direction. C.A. Cheek. As the number of people increased, the orcs couldn't approach easily, but it was uncertain how long this would last. So, they urged us to let them in. It was clear that this was what the old man intended to say, but what about it? It's your choice. Either lay down your weapons or get out. I spoke firmly once again, and the response didn't come easily. It must have been a tough decision. In the labyrinth, weapons are as important as life itself. They might even be suspecting that we caught on to something. But it didn't matter. Whatever choice they made, it wouldn't harm us. Put them down. Finally making a decision, the mustached old man dropped his weapon, and the other 2 followed suit. Have they decided to try their luck? While I was satisfied with their choice, I was also a bit worried. Why would they take such risks to target us? I couldn't even guess why. Alright then, come slowly in that state. Try to stay separated. Do we really need to go this far? We just wanted help. If you want help, do as you're told. Understood. After they arrived one by one as instructed, Rotten Miller went to check for any hidden weapons. Doesn't seem like there's anything threatening. I see. Murad, keep an eye on them. Ah, understood. The dwarf nodded stiffly and marched off, his limbs moving in unison like a North Korean soldier. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fortunately, from their expressions, it seemed they didn't find his actions awkward. Huik, 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 huik. After entrusting the dwarf with the trio of plunderers, I kept an eye on the orcs. Soon, they turned around and left. Even the orcs must have thought it too risky to fight against such numbers. As always, these monsters are all cunning. Well, they're nothing compared to humans. Anyway, avoiding a pointless battle was good news for us. With new problems arising, the last thing we needed was a battle with the orcs. Ugh, I thought I was going to die. As soon as the orcs disappeared, the only woman in the trio let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Did it just dawn on her? She suddenly stood up, supporting herself off the ground, and bowed politely to us. Ah, my name is Alicia. Thank you for saving us. Maybe because her torn shirt revealed her cleavage? Hikarad Murad at your service. The dwarf coughed awkwardly and turned his head away. It didn't seem like an act of innocence. His head was turned, but his gaze remained fixed in one direction. So, you're Mr. Murad. What might your name be? I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. Oh, I see. Alicia, who introduced herself, came over and grabbed my hand, bowing her head again. Of course, her cleavage was emphasized once more. How really I owe you my life? I can't imagine what would have happened if we hadn't met you, she said breathlessly, her voice tickling my ears. Now that I noticed her shirt was the most torn among the trio, seemingly for this very reason. Naya Bjorn, your eyes are so bright, Misha muttered, misunderstanding my true feelings. But I didn't bother to clear up the misunderstanding there and then. There would be a chance for that later. One by one, state your names. To dispel any suspicion from these folks, I started with a simple census. The first to introduce himself was the mustached man, who seemed to be the leader. Hans Argo. What? Hans? A common name, I suppose. Perhaps it's a case of two people with the same name? Well, yes, that's it. I nodded awkwardly. Hans A had his head smashed by my shield. Hans B, whom I had casually received advice from at a drinking session, I had not seen since. And Hans C, the mustachioed gentleman I met today, seems likely to follow Hans A.'s fate. Anyway, that's enough about him. Moving on, my name is Irita Tyson, the tall, blonde spearman, Tyson. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with no notable features. If I had to point something out, it would be his seemingly polite demeanor. Thanks to you, we avoided a dire situation. I do like to express my gratitude once again. Spearman Tyson bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, and Alicia reacted with her characteristic naturalness. Really, if it weren't for you, I can't imagine the predicament we DB and Leetlas must have been watching over us. Leetlas? Rob Miller stiffened at that word. Then he cautiously addressed Alicia. Perhaps that is Miss Alicia you are? Oh, I haven't mentioned my surname yet. I am Alicia Behank. As you can see, Alicia trailed off and checked her clothing, her face turning into a frown. Her outfit, originally white, was now torn and stained with sweat and dirt. As you can see, still, I serve Leetlas. Huh, a true priestess, then. While the dwarf merely let out a short exclamation, Rob Miller closed his eyes and made the sign of the cross before Alicia. Wow, this guy's acting skills are impressive. May the star at dusk guide us. Yes, the star that rises at twilight shall guide us. Had they thought it was all settled? Alicia also responded with a bright smile and returned the gesture. And with that, the air of suspicion lightened in an instant. Well, at least that is how it must have seemed to them. We all know she can't possibly be a real priestess. Miss Alicia, if it's not too much trouble, could you look at my wound? What? I'm sorry. I should have offered to help with that first. Could it be that she is not an imposter, but an actual priestess? Caught off guard by this unexpected development, Hansi rolled up his top to show a puncture wound. Alicia then began chanting a prayer, and her hand, glowing white, touched the wound. But what do you know? SHHHHH. The wound healed instantly. Despite my skeptical gaze, it was undeniably real divine power. How can I be so sure without ever having seen it? First off, it sounded nothing like a potion, and just look at that expression on Han C.'s face. There is not a hint of pain, just tranquility. May the star at dusk guide us. Was this unexpected turn of events just as surprising for him? Rot Miller, momentarily nervous, quickly regained his composure and made the sign of the cross several times. His reaction was like that of a mortal witnessing a miracle. To me, it seemed a bit over the top, but considering the world as structure, this was probably a normal reaction. Just as different races grow up in holy lands, most human children learn to read and accumulate knowledge through temples from a young age. The weight carried by the title of a priestess is different. Ah, Can we have our weapons back now? Alicia asked naturally, as if she had just realized they were without weapons. Perhaps showing her divine power was a setup for this. The bold decision to throw away their weapons earlier must have been based on this trust. But what to do now? We can't do that. What? Staring at her puzzled face, I acted nonchalantly. There was no need to reveal that I already knew her true identity. I get that you're a real priestess. But what about it? I am a barbarian who believes in ancestral spirits. I don't know anything particular to priestesses, so my reaction isn't unusual. Alicia smiled awkwardly and looked towards Rot Miller and Dwaki, both of human origin, seemingly seeking their help. But I firmly closed off that avenue. We'll return the weapons after they pay us compensation when they're leaving. Compensation? Why are you surprised? Whether you're a priestess or not, entering the labyrinth makes you an adventurer. You must follow the customs. Yes, I have heard of such customs. So, how much should we pay? I pretended to think for a moment before speaking. About 2 million stones should do. Well, what? Alicia asked, as if she had heard wrong. But I was confident. It's not an unreasonable demand, is it? Yes, this is quite generous. I've heard of cases where people were stripped of all their gear as payment for saving their lives. Think of it as paying for your life. But we don't have that kind of money? I already knew that. Who carries that much cash in the labyrinth? As expected, she gave the anticipated response. Now it's time to make my next move. We want to ask for a discount. At least until we can get outside. That one T do. I don't trust anyone but my own kind. If you don't have the money, pay in kind. In kind? That armor the man is wearing should suffice. I pointed at Han C with my index finger, causing him to frown. However, after exchanging a few glances with Alicia, he sighed deeply. Well, if it saves our lives for this much, it's not a loss. But their SA condition. We'll rely on you tonight until our fatigue is relieved. Fine by me. I nodded readily. I could see through their ulterior motives, but what harm could it do? It's not like it's a real promise to keep. Irita, could you help me out here? Of course. With the Spearman's help, Han C. removed his heavy armor and handed his gear to Rod Miller. Good. One down and out of his armor. It looks like they're trying to take everything they can before starting. Now that the payment is made, how about returning our weapons? I couldn't hold back any longer and smiled cheerfully. Honestly, I hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. Why are you smiling? Han C. asked, looking at me with a stern face. I didn't bother to respond. Just like I hadn't cleared up Misha's misunderstanding about my supposedly dreamy gaze at Alicia. They would understand soon enough without me saying anything. Jandel, if you make any more demands, it'll be tough for us. Oh, there's no need for that, I replied, swinging my mace at Alicia's head. Whack dash. Alicia, in any game, breaking the healer's head first is an unwritten rule. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 55. And a voice to match. Alicia had the kind of looks that would make most men crush on her. At least until a second ago. Alicia. Han C's eyes went wide. A frail woman, barely 160 centimeters tall, collapsed to the ground. Thud. Her temples sunken, eyes bulging grotesquely. Bright crimson blood spurting from where her ears should be. The pretty Alicia was no more. What in the world have you? Han C exclaimed in shock, witnessing her gruesome state. Why? Why did you hurt Alicia? What did we ever do to you? My apologies. It was an accident. The mace was heavy, and it slipped from my hand. Really? So, why don't you come a bit closer? We can discuss compensation for this mistake. You crazy bastard. Seems like that didn't work. Well, he does have a head on his shoulders after all. Realizing his fate, Han C descended into a state of panic. Oh no, we're all going to die. Good to know you understand. I didn't deny it any further. But, because of these crazy bastards. As I briefly smiled at the terrified Han C, an inexplicable feeling of unease washed over me. Looking around slowly, I realized the source of this odd feeling was his gaze. Why is he looking elsewhere in fear? Not at us. I naturally followed Hans C's line of sight. At the end of it was the former Alicia. Once beautiful, now a cold, lifeless corpse. But as if sensing my gaze. Gikajit. Alicia, who should have returned to her god, began to convulse with eerie sounds. Her limbs jerked wildly as if electrocuted, like a zombie dance from a horror movie. What the hell is this now? I couldn't make any sense of it. When I had struck her head with the mace, I was sure it was a one-shot kill, the kind that feels decisively final. But why is she still writhing, making such chilling sounds? Gikit. Bjorn? What is going on? Don't ask me, dwarf. I'm just as scared as you are. I've awoken in this body and wreaked havoc before, but I swear by my ancestors, I've never seen a corpse dance like this. But, crack. My jaw clenched in tension, a habit proving my body belongs to a fearless barbarian. I'll handle this. Handle this? How? Instead of answering, I dashed forward and slammed the mace down again. The target was Elisha's face. Whack dash. Her skull, softer than a death fiend's, caved in again, causing the dwarf to faint. Desecrating a body, even if they are plunderers. Unacceptable? So, what am I supposed to do? I was too scared to do anything else. What? That is not how someone who is scared should act. I cut off his words with a response. I don't know why I have to explain this repeatedly. The best defense is a good offense. Exactly. I'm scared, so I smash it to pieces, protecting myself by ruthlessly destroying the enemy. That's the barbarian way. Now I get it. This must have been why Einar feared the Banshee. You can't physically beat ghost-type monsters. They need magic damage, not physical. With this newfound realization, I looked at former Elisha again, and I clicked my tongue in frustration. Damn it, still dancing. Even with her face completely caved in, Elisha continued to jerk her limbs in a creepy display. Do we really need magic damage here? Dwaki, use magic. But, no, what's in this situation? These types don't respond to niceties. They only listen when spoken to forcefully. Do it now. As I shouted, Dwaki began to chant a magical spell. And at that moment, I can't die. Hansi started to run away, turning his back. It was a futile effort. Before he could even take a few steps, an arrow from Rotten Miller's crossbow struck him squarely in the back. Thwack! Hansi fell to the ground, facing away in a tragic end. Watching his pathetic demise, I muttered under my breath. Idiot! If only he had kept his armor, he could have withstood that arrow. Intelligence really does save you from physical suffering. I then turned my attention to the last one standing, the spearman Tyson. Aren't you going to run? No point in trying. His eyes and voice held a resigned acceptance. But like with Hansi, I sensed something strange in his tone. That's when it happened. Whoosh! Black radiance suddenly burst from Hansi's body. Honestly, I was so freaked out that I instinctively hid behind Dwaki, but nothing else happened. The light lasted for about 5 seconds before it vanished, and then I cautiously unfolded myself to check the scene. What the hell? I couldn't make heads or tails of it, but Hansi's body had transformed into something like a mummy. All moisture drained, leaving a withered, lifeless husk. Naturally, everyone's gaze turned to Rotten Miller, who had fired the crossbow. What in the world did you do, Rotten Miller? I didn't do anything. I swear. I know, old man. This must be related to former Elisha. Tyson hadn't been touched yet, but he transformed just the same. Dwaki, the mage, quickly offered his opinion. The life force extracted from those two has been absorbed into that woman's body. Seems about right. Playing games so much, I have a sense of what type this is. I had a hunch anyway. Gikajit. Elisha began to rise, still dancing her jointed dance. Her face was still half crushed. Then Elisha's mouth opened. How did you know? Know what? That we were enemies. Oh, that. I replied, trying to sound calm despite being scared out of my wits. Because all you bastards have the same rotten smell. Was that a satisfactory answer? It must have been. Half-headed Elisha laughed heartily at my response. Hi. Why can't life ever just go smoothly for me? This situation reminded me of the corpse golem battle. Facing an unreal spectacle, everyone was petrified, and like before, I yelled to snap the team out of their daze. Snap out of it, everyone? We're all gonna get fucked. I've been playing Dungeon and Stone for 10 years. Though not a mainstream game, I pride myself on knowing everything about it. And I wasn't wrong. Hi. How can this be? How can a dead person? The corpse had resurrected. But according to my knowledge, this wasn't a miracle by the god of adventure, Leetlas. Regardless of what his followers do, Leetlas is essentially a god of good nature. I briefly shared my conclusion. She is a priestess of Karui. A priestess of the dark god Karui. A hidden class accessible only to human clan members who become priestesses. They possess the advantage of using both holy and dark spells, but at a great penalty. A priestess of Karui. So, she was a servant of an evil god. Becoming a priestess of Karui meant instant execution if discovered. That's why they must form teams with malevolent NPCs and periodically offer living sacrifices to maintain their class. Her rating must have been for sacrifices. The labyrinth would be the safest place for that. Most of the cause and effect were clear now. But one question remained. Why us? Why were they so persistently after us? There was no time to ponder that, though. You caused me to lose valuable minions. Had Elisha absorbed the life force from Hansi and Tyson? She seemed to have regained some of her original form as she spoke to me. The crushed brain seemed to be healing, improving her speech. meaning her intelligence was returning. But what is she blabbering about? Do intelligence and morality really not go hand in hand? I responded briefly. To blame others even now, you clearly weren't raised well. Hans and Tyson met a young and tragic end because of her. If she had just accepted her fate with her head crushed, none of this would have happened. I resolved myself. I'll avenge Hans and Tyson, and I plan to loot all their equipment and valuables. Not an easy task, but when has my life ever been easy? Alicia Behank has used Call of the Dead. Hey, look at that, the dwarf exclaimed and pointed to a spot. Hans and Tyson, now mummified, were slowly getting up. Having played the Priestess of Karui a few times before, I wasn't too surprised. Call of the Dead, a basic yet crucial skill of that class. Originally, it only summoned monsters of the undead family, but by using a corpse as a medium, it became possible to control stronger minions. Their eyes, devoid of reason, were proof. Yeah. Soon, Hans and Tyson, now Hansen, rolled their eyes at us. And then, destroy them, my minions. Following Alicia's command, they charged at us. Boom dash. Hansen's charge collided with the shield wall formed by me and the dwarf, marking the start of the intense battle. Lurwerv Dwaki has cast 8th grade attack magic. I speared. Misha Karlstein has cast Enhanced. The effect of the next active skill used will increase in proportion to soul power. Misha Karlstein has cast Poison Enchantment. Misha and Dwaki were busy dealing damage, but their efforts seemed ineffective. The foes had superhuman strength. Even my mace couldn't scratch them due to their high physical immunity. To make matters worse, they had gained resistance to poison and cold after becoming undead. Clearly, this was a poor matchup. Clang! Whoosh dash! Despite Rottenmiller's extensive experience in undead combat and his liberal use of firebombs. What a futile effort. Alicia Behank has cast Flames of the Dead. Black flames rose in the air and began to absorb all the surrounding fire. Shit. The situation had become complicated. Fire, usually effective against undead, was rendered ineffective. Do I need to destroy the core? Even if the undead's entire body is slaughtered, they will not die as long as their core remains intact. For reference, the skeleton's core was hidden between the ribs, and Death Fiend's was hidden in the brain. So what about these guys who have been reborn with the power of the Dark God? The answer was simple. Misha, can you kill her? The core of summoned creatures usually resides in their summoner. Meaning, if Alicia dies, Hansen will find peace and return to the arms of the real God. It's okay if you can't kill her. Just inflicting damage will improve our situation. I'll try. Misha nodded, and then she was on my shoulders, leaping high and flying toward Alicia. Her movements were so quick and flexible that even a fairy could take lessons from her. But Alicia was not an easy target. Alicia Behank has summoned Shadow Guardians. Shadowy figures rose from the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier around Alicia. Even for Misha, breaching this defense to strike Alicia seemed tough. But there is no reason we can't draw this out. If Hansen had been armed, it might have been different. But since we had already confiscated their weapons, their undead forms weren't a significant threat. In essence, the dwarf and I could hold them off indefinitely. Having made this assessment, I reassigned our team. Dwaki, Rottenmiller, you two help Misha. But it's fine. We'll handle things here. All right then, leave it to us. As Dwaki and Rottenmiller joined the fray, the tide began to turn. Of course, the Shadow Guardians regenerated as fast as they were destroyed, and Alicia still had enough energy to cast various curses on us. Looks like they're running out of steam. Keep it up. Soon, the numbers of the incessantly summoned Shadow Guardians began to dwindle. Even serving a malevolent god, their power source had limits. Had Alicia not anticipated this? Darn it, these cursed beings. Cornered, Alicia began to shake in panic. Yet, she retained enough survival instinct to mutter quietly. I will not forget this humiliation. After about 20 minutes, the number of Shadow Guardians had reduced to less than 5. Realizing her intention, I shouted in desperation. What? No, damn it, not now. Just as we were about to capture them, they were escaping. Pushing aside Hansen, who had been clinging to us throughout the fight, I dashed with all my might. But Alicia Behank has cast Spiritualization. Alicia's body began to turn translucent, and then she floated up into the air. She glanced at us one last time and said, "You will never make it back alive." Then, she flew off into the darkness. Whoosh dash! Like a dog chasing a chicken, I watched helplessly in her direction and let out a deep sigh. Damn it, we almost had the boss, but she escaped. And worse, she left with a deep grudge against surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 56. Karui's Priest. a sort of hidden class that requires you to reach at least the 5th floor before a class change is possible, and unlike the normal priest class, is fucked with all sorts of combat spells and curse abilities. What the heck? They VE run away. We even considered annihilation in the worst case, but in the end, we were able to fend off the danger without any damage. How was that possible? If we were to review it calmly, there were several reasons. Karui's priest is scary, as the rumor said. Bjorn, if it weren't for you, we would have been in serious trouble. We had seized their weapons early on. Swords and shields, spears, and even Alicia's staff. It seemed trivial at the time, but in retrospect it was a stroke of luck that we had taken her staff. Without her staff, her spellcasting abilities were hampered. Well, there might be other key factors, but nothing beats a sturdy barbarian. I thought that woman was just a priest because of Rotten Miller's misunderstanding. Who knew she'd just smash heads? Me too. Me too. When Bjorn was swinging his weapon, oh, my heart nearly stopped. The unexpected blow, both to enemies and allies. This single blow shattered her skull, and Alicia was forced to revive by absorbing the life force of her companions. However, her resurrection was not in perfect condition. After all, her brain had been shattered and then revived. It's not like her body could be completely fine. Maybe her stuttering speech was due to incomplete recovery. There were many factors that worked in our favor. Yet, as much as that brought relief, it also brought a sense of dread. What if we had fought in a situation where both parties were at 100%? Well, the odds of winning would have been about 50-50. Assuming that at least two of us would die, no matter who won, a fierce battle would have certainly ensued. That's why they resorted to pretending to be victims, to deceive us. So, was it actually to our advantage that our powers were evenly matched? Having finished reflecting on the incident, I quickly checked my physical condition. It was the worst. Energy drain is ongoing. The rate of energy recovery is reduced. Minor corruption is ongoing. The speed of injury recovery is reduced. Pursuit is ongoing. The caster is informed of the character's location. Wraith walk is ongoing. Slight pain occurs when the character moves. Vitality drain is ongoing. Damn, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. My eyes are sore, my head feels like it's been pickled in brine, and for some reason my lower half is devoid of strength. Phew. How many curses did that damn woman cast on me? Warning. More than 15 curses are stacked on the character. If not treated with holy power or magic, the character's physical abilities may be permanently degraded. My condition is beyond description. It's a total mess, and I honestly can't even begin to describe what is happening to me. But I'm not too worried. After all, we have a magician in our team. Dwaki, I need your curse removal magic. Curse removal, you say? Why is he surprised? This makes me anxious. I thought you said you could use curse magic. Well, that's true, but... So, what about it? As I looked at him expectantly, Dwaki avoided my gaze and continued. I said I could use a few types of curse magic, not that I could remove them. Huh? What kind of bullshit is that? I had to teach myself, as I had not joined a mage tower. I also heard that there's hardly any need to remove curses during explorations. Dwaki went on with his lengthy excuse. In short, it was a simple story. In other words, you didn't have the money. In true barbarian fashion, I summed up the situation in one sentence, and Dwaki nodded grimly. That's right. I thought it was better to prioritize learning the most necessary skills. Right? That's the kind of team we are. What else there to complain about now? We're all in similar straits, so complaining would only make us look petty. Let us not dwell on the impossible and focus on what we can do now. Rob Miller, do you have any way to track that woman? Unfortunately, no. I've been trying to find a way since she ran off, but I can't even find a trace. As I thought. Things are getting quite complicated. Some of us still seem oblivious to the situation. What do you think? How dangerous could it be? Well, it's hard to say right now, but one thing is certain. We need to leave this place immediately. Leave? But where to? Wait a moment. What are you two talking about? Dwaki interrupted our serious conversation. I wanted to tell him that adults were talking and to step aside for a bit. But he's a magician after all. Discussing it might lead to some good ideas, so I briefly explained. That woman said she wouldn't let us live if she escaped. She'll definitely come back for us. That's true, but can't we just deal with her when she comes again? No, that's what I'm saying. It won't be that easy. Is he this naive because it's his first time in the labyrinth? He seems to have less judgment than even Misha, despite being a magician. Definitely a big deal. Imagine if she attacks from behind while we're fighting monsters. That'd be trouble. The enemy you see is less frightening than the one you don't. Especially since when she returns for revenge, she'll likely have recovered most of her strength. And she'll choose the timing of her attack. Just like we benefited from the element of surprise earlier, those initiating the fight generally have the advantage. As Rotten Miller explained this, Dwaki clammed up, visibly frightened. A priest of Karui lurking in the shadows, aiming at us. This certainly poses a significant obstacle to our journey. Huh? Ha ha ha. The dwarf leader tried to laugh it off. He tapped the stiff Dwaki lightly on the shoulder. But the tense atmosphere didn't improve one bit. Well, they know better than anyone, having just fought 1-on-5, just how troublesome the priests of Karui can be. As the anxiety steadily increased, I suggested the only viable option. Given the situation, it might be best to enter the witch's forest as soon as possible. Rottmiller asked briefly, "Why? If we get there, they won't be able to track us. And we can deal with the curse problem as well." I left out many details, but that was enough. From his expression, it seemed he understood what I meant. Using the geographical characteristics of the witch's forest to our advantage, that's a logical decision. Rottmiller nodded. However, he seemed a bit puzzled. "Didn't you say this is your first time on the 3rd floor?" "Yes, that's right. Please, just figure things out on your own before I have to spell it out, man. I studied in the library." "The library?" Rottmiller looked puzzled at my not exactly an excuse. But I'm not too worried. There's a witness right beside me. After all, it might be surprising, but it's true. Bjorn visits the library every day to read books. Wow, a barbarian who reads books? Somehow, he's different from other barbarians, even in the way he speaks. I was met with looks as if they had encountered a rare species. Now that they've shown their interest, it would be good if we could just make a decision and get on with what we need to do. So, what does everyone think? I'm in favor of your plan. After Rottmiller backed me up, the dwarf and Misha added their votes of approval, and the decision was quickly made. But there was one more thing to do before we hurriedly left. Looking at Hansen, who had collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut when Alicia fled. "What's everyone doing? Why aren't you stripping off the equipment? No matter how urgent, we must take what we can. Aren't we explorers? Plunderers and monster slayers. If we sell everything, it should be well over 6 million stones. Is it because he is a 3rd-floor plunderer?" The dramtam spat out by Hansen was on a different level compared to those we encountered before. Of course, if it's divided into 5, the income would be roughly similar. Really? More than 1 million stones each? I was worried about this year's taxes, but now I'm relieved. With that money, I could learn a few more spells. This time I will definitely learn curse removal magic too. Dwaki and Misha joyfully envisioned their future with a sudden windfall. But Bjorn, Rottmiller, and the dwarf just smiled awkwardly and remained silent. Well, no matter how much you earn in the labyrinth, it only matters if you return to the city alive. We'll sell all these spoils when we return to the city and, well, earning riches in the labyrinth only makes sense if you live to return to the city, right? We'll sell these spoils in the city later and settle the accounts then. We decided to divide the loot between the 3 of us with expandable backpacks for the duration of the trip. After all, no one can predict the future. During exploration, anyone could die, lose their backpack, or in a rare case, someone might even try to run off with the loot. But during this process, I was slightly surprised. I knew the dwarf had won, but Misha owns an expandable backpack too. Contrary to the impression she had given so far. Was she the type to scrupulously save money? Maybe Misha was more astute in financial matters than I thought. Let us depart now then. Having gathered our spoils, we quickly packed up our campsite and left. Rottmiller led the way, while the rest of us followed, wary of any sudden ambushes. We avoided confrontations with monsters as much as possible, using Rottmiller's keen sense of smell to navigate. How much time had passed? Warning: the character's vitality is continuously decreasing. If not addressed promptly, permanent damage. I feel like I'm going to die. After nearly running for 5 hours, loaded with curses, my body is not in a good state. If not for the anti-magic and dark resistance stats I got from the vampire, I would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. "Bjorn, are you okay?" "I can manage. Don't worry about me." I reassured the dwarf, but honestly, I was far from okay. Unlike them, cursed with just a few afflictions, that crazy woman had thrown countless curses at me. And these curses were specifically targeted at me. Damn stamina drain. Stamina drain. A lousy skill that significantly reduces the recovery of stamina, which is consumed every time the character moves or takes action. By the way, stamina is separate from life force, so no matter how high the natural regeneration is, it's useless. If this were a game, I'd have, 30% left. In the game, when the stamina gauge fell below 10%, the character couldn't move. NPCs often whined and begged to be killed under such circumstances. But I'm not at that point yet. Yes, it's unbearably hard, but not enough to die. I can still hold on with sheer willpower. So, there is still some leeway left. Achievement unlocked. Condition: vitality drops below 5%. Reward: mental stat permanently increased by +1. Yes, surely that must be it. I can't keep going if I don't think like that. Focus on the positives. I might have pushed myself too hard, but our destination is almost in sight. The soil's moisture suggests we're about 10 minutes away. After a journey of approximately 5 hours. Contrary to my fears, we made it to the witch's forest without a single attack. Having come this far, that means she has not fully recovered yet. It's worth the haste. At least I don't think she's given up on us. After all, she didn't hesitate to unleash the power of the dark god right in front of us. If we, the witnesses, return unscathed, she will be in a lot of trouble. We've arrived. Rob Miller's words pulled me out of my thoughts. Ah, indeed, it's best to let the mind wander when exhausted. I managed to skip a whole 10 minutes of travel. This is the witch's forest somehow. It gives me the creeps. It seems all magicians who come here for the first time say something similar. A sense of ominous magic vibrates throughout the forest. Thorny bushes devoid of life. Vines coiled around them like snakes. Wait a minute, that tree just moved. Everything here seems alive and moving. The witch's forest. Character has entered a special area. Field effect witch's forest applied. Status ailment disorientation applied. Status ailment auditory hallucinations applied. Status ailment visual hallucinations applied. Status ailment enhanced sensitivity applied. As we stepped into the forest, relying on torchlight, a chilling air touched our skin. All status effects, excluding field effects, are nullified. Ha! I feel like I can live a bit more now. Bjorn Yandel. Level 3. Physical. 155/mental. 91. New +1. /supernatural. 115. Item level. 683. Total combat index. 528.75. New +1. Essence obtained. Corpse Golem rank 7/vampire. Guardian. Rank 5. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 57. The Witch's Forest 4. The curses that were hanging over us had disappeared. But instead, their echoes kept ringing in my ears. D. Nope, not dying. You motherless brute. Well, I do have a mother in real life. I shrugged off the auditory hallucinations that came every few seconds with a smile. It's a little annoying, but so what? It's just an illusion. No matter how much they curse, there's no real harm. And actually, the real curses disappeared thanks to them, didn't they? Those supposed mental attacks were all so tacky anyway. If you're going to do something, do it properly. There's no novelty or sincerity in them. Well, they seem to think differently. Bjorn, how can you listen to all these insults and still laugh it off? Have you gone mad? I've been getting a headache since they started. Misha, the dwarf, and Rot Miller, who had been to the witch's forest before, were in better shape, but Dwaki was the problem. Ugh, Yuck. His eyes were glassy and his cheeks puffy, as if he were going to throw up at any moment. Well, it's understandable to feel nauseous in such an environment. I didn't expect it to be this intriguing. The effects of hallucination and disorientation made everything look distorted. When I looked to my right, I could see what was in front of me, and the sense of distance was blurrier than usual. It's like looking at the world through a convex mirror. Blar bleg. Soon, Dwaki couldn't hold it in anymore and vomited thick bile. Feeling a little worried, I asked, "Can you still use magic in that condition?" "Naya, Bjorn's an asshole. Dwaki is struggling, and that's what concerns you. What is she on about now? Last time when she was sick, she was all about being an adult and stuff." Sigh. That's why you shouldn't get attached to people. It clouds your rational judgment. Misha, I wasn't asking you. So, Dwaki, your answer? It's okay, everyone. I can still use magic blard. Looks like no magic until he gets used to this environment. Why are mages so weak-stomached? Shaking my head at this incomprehensible behavior, Rob Miller looked at me as if I were a wonder. It's impressive indeed. Even the most mentally strong barbarians have a tough time here at first. Well, that is what I've heard, but I was already too exhausted from before. As expected, the dwarf, ever protective of his friend Dwaki, jumped in with its Sundra comment. TSK, always sitting at a desk. No wonder your body is so frail. Look here, I do exercise more than most mages. Enough, just rest until you adapt. You didn't sleep well last night either, did you? You're probably more affected because you're tired. Your concern, I won't forget it. Eventually, we decided to stay at the entrance until Dwaki could adapt to the environment. I didn't oppose much. After all, a mage's presence is crucial here, and I needed to replenish my depleted energy. I'll take the first watch. The rest of you get some rest. As soon as the dwarf finished speaking, I sprawled out on the ground. I was too lazy to even get out my sleeping bag. But then, what's this? Bjorn, there's something I need to tell you. Just as I was about to catch some shut-eye, the dwarf approached me and whispered, "About that Miss Alicia." I jerked awake. What the hell is he talking about? It's not Mississippi Alicia, it's that bitch. Ah, yes, that bitch. I've been thinking, and I'm pretty sure I've seen her before. What? I thought he was just rambling as usual, but this seems important. Sitting up to listen more attentively, the dwarf hesitated before speaking. You remember when we went to the guild to upgrade our explorer ranks, right? While filling out the forms, someone was asking questions nearby. Get to the point. I'm tired. Now that I think about it, that might have been her. Good. Much better when it's concise. There are still frustrating parts, but I calmly asked. So why didn't you recognize her right away? Well, she looked dirty compared to in the city. Oh. And her clothes were all torn and stuff. Ah, so he was too busy looking at her chest to notice her face. At least now one of my questions was answered. Why Alicia's group targeted us? It was all because of that item. Number 3112 Guardian S Wrist Guard. A high-value numbers item that sells for a whopping 50 million stones at the exchange. Since it was for the promotion application, it must have been mentioned. Motivation enough for a plunderer. The more money, the better after all. So we've been targeted since then. As I acquired this new information, a chain of reasoning began to form in my mind. Most of our team meetings were held in bars. If they had wanted to, it wouldn't have been too hard to figure out that we were using the Beast's Den route. It would have been possible to get there first and set the trap. They say treasures always bring trouble, and it couldn't be more true. Could it? The dwarf sighed deeply, as if expecting some sympathy, but unfortunately, he chose the wrong person. Treasures bringing trouble? Nonsense. Don't shift the blame. It's all because you had to show off that application form. Are you blaming me? Weren't you there too? Well, yes, but I didn't know I had to watch you fill out a form. When I looked at him pathetically, the dwarf fell silent, as if at a loss for words. Sigh. I didn't say more. It's already in the past. Better to rest a bit more than waste time on that. The break didn't last long. I just closed my eyes for a moment. We had to wake up from our deep sleep when a monster appeared in less than 30 minutes. Well, we might be an overstatement. You really slept soundly. How could you sleep through all that noise? Seems like I was the only one who managed to dream amid the chaos. That's their problem for being too well fed. Enough about that. Where's the monster? Over there. The dwarf pointed, and I saw a winged human figure. Size of a palm. Fairy. A 9th grade monster, fairy. Its only skill is spewing a powder mixed with narcotic substances, and it was considered a non-aggressive mob in the game. But this is a tricky one right from the start. A group of fairies huddled together like this meant their predator was nearby too. Are we going to fight? Seems like it's not an easy one to ignore. Dwaki looks better too. We were going to fight then. Not bad. From my perspective, it's a monster I haven't gained experience from yet. If it drops essence, even better. I don't need it now, but it's valuable, so whoever gets it can sell it for a high price. Then let's get ready to draw it out. After a brief preparation, the dwarf took up his battle hammer and got ready. He then used his trademark combo. Hikarad Murad has used Lightning. Hikarad Murad cast, discharged. Lightning discharge. As he swung his hammer, the crackling current formed into a cannonball and shot out, ruthlessly blowing up the physically immune fairies. You have defeated a fairy. EXP +1. That is enviable. I wish I had an elemental damage skill too. Key dash. Right after about a dozen fairies exploded, a chilling howl came from afar. A roar that sounded like hundreds of beasts roaring with fury. Soon enough, it emerged from the darkness. Gong. A 7th grade monster, half-troll. As the name suggests, not a real troll, but more like a mix between a human and a troll. It only appears in the Witch's Forest, known for stalking fairy flocks. Why, I don't know. That detail wasn't in the game. But enough of the chatter. Yeah. The nearly 2.5-meter-tall creature crouched, warily eyeing us. True to its nature, its patience was short-lived. Kahak dash! The half-troll swung his massive club at us as we decimated the group of fairies that had been diligently following us. The dwarf was also next to me. Gong! Heavy. Feels heavier than Iron Rock Hill's Lanthro. Well, even though they are both 7th rank, Lantros live in herds, so is it any wonder? It's been a while since my arms felt this strained. Swoosh. So, I tilted my shield slightly, deflecting the half-troll's club to the side. This naturally shifted the attack from me to the dwarf. It's a neat trick only possible when there are 2 tanks in the team. After all, why should I be the only one to suffer? Sharing the burden is what comrades do, as I've learned. Kayak dash. With a monstrous howl, the second swing of the club followed. The dwarf who caught it with his tiny shield groaned softly, as if his bones had been hit. That's when I realized something else. Ugh. He doesn't have pain resistance. That's one of the main reasons why the Witch's Forest is so dreaded by warriors. A warrior's life is about getting beaten up on the front lines. But here, the pain is intensified several times over due to the pain amplification. Half the monsters here are immune to physical attacks, and they use mental skills too. No wonder Rothmuller was so keen on assigning the first and second watch to the dwarf and me last night. In the Witch's Forest, warriors are bound to bear the brunt of suffering. With my pain resistance, it's just another day at the office. Pain resistance is so overpowered, I realize now. Life is unpredictable. Isn't it? The essence of the corpse golem I absorbed by chance continues to be of great help. Whoosh dash. The half-troll swung its club again. Unlike me, the dwarf entered a head-on contest of strength, shouting, "Isn't it time for magic yet?" Not yet. As you know, his chanting is slow. Bethel hiya. To give the dwarf a bit of a break, I struck the half-troll with my mace. Of course, it didn't make much of a difference. Thud. The solid bone and muscle didn't flinch at a single blow from the mace. Half-troll it may be, but it's still a troll. Its regenerative abilities are impressive, but still not comparable to a vampire-s. Lurwerv Dwaki has cast the 8th grade auxiliary magic. Ice enhancement. The power of the next ice spell is significantly increased. Lurwerv Dwaki has cast the 8th grade attack magic. Ice spear. After trading attacks with the dwarf, the spell was finally complete. Dwaki's finishing move. The enhanced ice spear. Fishwish dash. The ice spear, twice as large as usual, flew and impaled the half-troll's abdomen. It was so powerful that none of us could match its output. However, as a spectator, it was frustrating. When we learned to aim properly? Last time, I advised him, but he stuck the spear in an awkward spot again. Had he aimed for the heart or head, it could have been over with one strike. Why this wastefulness? Is aiming that difficult? Key dash. The half-troll writhed in pain and screamed. Of course, it didn't last long. The half-troll has cast Berserker. Temporary immunity to pain and a significant increase in physical stats. Despite a spear in its belly, the half-troll started moving more dynamically, like a fish out of water. This is why we should have taken it down in one go. He'll improve eventually, right? I sincerely hope so. Otherwise, what is the point of all these trials and errors? Ugh, it's a bit shallow. While grappling with a fiercely thrashing half-troll, Misha tried to stab its heart with her poison-coated dagger, but it was too short to penetrate the thick muscles. Scout Rothmuller's crossbow bolts barely penetrated its skin. Looks like we'll have to wait until the spell is ready again. After all, Dwarki is our team's most powerful dealer. It highlighted our team's weakness. Our tanks can withstand the half-troll's frenzy, but our dealers can't back them up. But that is a problem we can't solve right now. Ready now. Retreat. After about 10 more minutes of exertion, Dwarki used his finisher again. Fortunately, this time it hit the head. You have defeated the half-troll. EXP +3. As the troll's head flew off, turning into light and disappearing, there was no essence, as expected. Only a fist-sized magic stone lay there. Too bad. It wasn't an easy monster to find. Misha and Rottenmiller licked their lips in disappointment, their expectations dashed. I couldn't blame them. If I hadn't had vampire essence before, I'd be salivating over it too. It's not every day you find a 7th grade regenerative essence. Such things are rare after all. But now, I've evolved beyond satisfaction from such trivialities. 7:13. The 4th day was just dawning. By tomorrow, we would reach the 4th floor, and that's when the real journey would begin. From there, even 6th grade monsters would appear. I just hope to consume just one 6th grade essence. Let's move on then. After defeating the half-troll, we decided to resume our journey. Despite the evident fatigue from staying up all night, the Witch's Forest wasn't exactly a place for rest. We decided to cut down on the time it would take us to reach the 4th floor if we could. However, explorers ahead. Just as we were about to continue, unfamiliar adventurers emerged from the darkness. It wasn't that surprising. Even in the Witch's Forest, if you camp at the entrance for this long, it's about time for a new group to enter. But there was one problem. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Why 6 of them? Teams are typically composed of up to 5 members due to the limitations of binding magic. But a team of 6 adventurers? That fact seemed suspicious as I scrutinized the unfamiliar group. Then I spotted a familiar face. Regrettably, it seemed they recognized us too. Explorers. Those are the ones. They killed my companions. Fuck. This was totally unexpected. May the Twilight Star guide us. The man who seemed to be the leader of the opposing group made a long sign of the cross. Judging by his attire, completely decked out in Rel Atlas church merchandise, he was likely one of those rare hardcore religious fanatics in this world. That bitch is lucky. How on earth did they find someone like her in the labyrinth? Oh Lord, grant me the strength to vanquish these evil beings. Surviving the game as a Barbarian, episode 58. Episode 58, it seems like conversation 1T work. Rules for survival 1. Seriously, how did that woman follow us? Wasn't he the Witch's Forest supposed to be safe? Misha exclaimed, looking fed up. Persistent bitch. I couldn't agree more. But instead of just cursing, let us rationally speculate about the current situation. Once we entered the witch's forest, that damned woman couldn't possibly follow us alone. So, she must have looked for a usable explorer, pretending to be a pitiful priestess who lost her companions to vicious plunderers. Look here, there seems to be a misunderstanding. That woman is a priestess of Karui. What? Now I see. You're not just mere plunderers but followers of an evil god. No, that's not us, it's her. Quickly surrender and accept the divine punishment. The dwarf then tried to speak, but the man, whose brain had been pickled by the gods, only understood what he wanted to hear. Davis, sir, please bring down the divine hammer on these evil ones. Only then can my wandering comrades in heaven rest their grievances and return to the bosom of the deity. With Elisha's cry, the opposing group of explorers drew their weapons all at once. And so did we. In the world of explorers, sometimes fists speak louder than words. Don't worry about injuries. Just focus on eliminating the enemy. The blessing of Leetlas be with you all. With a promise of healing, akin to commanding a dog to roll over, the opposing leader, eyes rolling back in fury, charged at us, yelling his signature fucking chant. May the Twilight Star guide us. To be honest, it was hard to understand why they were going so far to help her. I could understand the devout believer, but why would the others go to such lengths? Don't hold back. If we kill them, our team gets a priestess. Whoa, so that was it. They want to kill us for practical reasons, not religious ones. Now I see. That bitch must have promised various rewards. Okay, I've grasped the situation. Whoosh! As I blocked the leader's axe with my shield, I shouted, aka, sowing the seeds of confusion. Idiots! If a priestess joins, who gets kicked out of the team? These guys were originally a team of 5. Meaning, if a priestess joins, one of them has to be expelled. As I pointed this out right from the start, the leader in panic shouted, do not be swayed by his wicked wordplay. Wicked wordplay, my foot. It seemed like they hadn't even thought of this. A what? Proving my point, the 4 explorers, excluding the leader, hesitated for a moment. Unfortunately, the moment was short-lived. But it won't be me. That's a problem for later. One of us might die today anyway. I don't care about the priestess. Selling those equipment alone could make me rich for a year. Damn, if they aren't typical explorers. Every reason sounded psychopathically logical. Just need a cause and money. Is that it? Well, at least they're consistent. I started to analyze the opposition seriously, along with the dwarf, forming a shield wall. 3 close-range fighters, 2 at a distance, and 1 cosplaying as a priestess. As expected of explorers who made it to the witch's forest, there was hardly any difference in our levels. Even more, they had 1 more person than us. There was not much to consider this time. Considering that Alicia couldn't use the power of the evil god due to her cosplay, it was clearly a disadvantageous situation for us. But if we had to devise a strategy, a surprise attack to finish them off in 1 strike. So, I called out to the mage. Dwaki. No need for lengthy words. Just 10 seconds. Wait for 10 seconds. Dwaki responded immediately to his name, showing his experience. But it seems the other side was just as seasoned. There's a mage. They have a mage on their side. Realizing Dwaki's presence, they launched a concentrated attack. The 3 close-range fighters were manageable by me and the dwarf, but whiz. Physically blocking the arrows and projectile skills aimed at Dwaki, who was chanting, was impossible. But I wasn't overly worried. After all, we were an explorer team. There was no need for me to do everything alone. Damn it! The incoming arrow was deflected by Misha's dagger, and projectile spells were blocked by Rotmiller's shield. At the same time, the spell was completed. Lurwerv Dwaki has cast the 8th grade attack magic, Ice Spear. It wasn't an enhanced Ice Spear, but that didn't matter. The opponent wasn't a large monster. At impact, this would be enough to send them straight to the divine embrace. Of course, this assumes a direct hit on a vital spot. Whiz! The resolve to shoot magic at a person, not a monster, came faster than expected. What would Dwaki decide in this crucial moment? Boom! To my relief, the ice spear was precisely aimed at Elisha's head. But unfortunately, it missed. That's why adventurers are more troublesome than monsters. Phew, that was close. Are you all right? Yes, yes. Thank you for saving me. Knowing the magic was coming, and that it would likely target her, the priest, there was no reason it couldn't be blocked. After all, an explorer reaching the 4th floor would have that level of physical ability. Ugh, humans are the most annoying. It's not easy. Just as Rotmiller and Misha successfully protected Dwaki, our opponents weren't easily taken down by our attacks. So, it was time to make a final decision. Now that we've seen enough, Dwaki, use voice control magic. Got it. Issuing a firm command, As if refusing any questions, Dwaki began chanting the spell. Voice control. Simply put, a convenient magic that allows team voice communication. Now, even if we talk among ourselves, the other side can't hear us. I shouted aggressively, eyeing our opponents. Murat, what do you want? Let's bowl. Huh, what a splendid idea. Luckily, the dwarf, who had the authority to make emergency decisions, agreed with my judgment. Well, you would have that much sense. Even if we win this fight, it's likely to be a Pyrrhic victory, and then that woman would use the power of the Dark God without hesitation. Insisting on fighting would only lead to a grim future. Misha, when you're ready, take care of Dwaki. Got it. Hikerod, use that item when I give the signal. Will do. Misha and the dwarf nodded in agreement without objection. The most crucial role was left to Rottmiller, but he didn't need specific instructions. As if reading each other's minds. Follow me closely when I start. Indeed, the only one I can rely on is this guy. With this, there doesn't seem to be anything else to announce. Now's the time. The moment I gave the signal, Misha was ready to carry the physically weaker Dwaki. Simultaneously, the wrist guard worn by the dwarf shone brightly. Hikerod Murat activates the Guardian's Braces. Number 3112 Guardian's Braces. In the game, it came with a constant 5% damage reduction, and its usage effect increased in power based on the damage reduced. The usage effect pushes enemies away strongly, temporarily making allies immune to all harmful effects. Area knockback and debuff removal. Appropriate for a 3000 series number item, it prioritized judgment over field effects. Status ailment disorientation has been removed. Status ailment hallucinations has been removed. Status ailment pain amplification has been removed. As the close-range fighters were flung away, our distorted vision cleared up. Of course, the duration wasn't long. I couldn't be sure how much Rottmiller had been hit during the fight. At most, it'll be about 20 seconds. This includes the dwarf trait, which increases the efficiency of number items by 1.5 times. But this should be enough. Enough time to escape. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Sigh, why does it feel like we're being chased around everywhere during this exploration? The scout. First to detect enemy movements, guiding team members along efficient paths. What qualities are necessary to become a scout? The answer is quite simple. Prior knowledge of the labyrinth and data accumulated through experience. With just these two, one can find their way on the first and second floors. The third floor, with its unchanging open world-like terrain, goes without saying. But from the fourth floor, it's a different story. Well, more precisely, starting from the Witch's Forest where the portal to the fourth floor is located. The usage effect of the Guardian's Braces item has ended. The field effect Witch's Forest is applied. Compasses are useless. A person's sense of direction vanishes, and the only landmarks are trees, which seem to move as if alive. Therefore, from here on, special abilities are required for scouts to find their way. This way, Rottmiller's main ability was smell. Having adjusted his stats for smell through essences, he was able to find a path to the fourth floor even in this bizarre forest. Being able to smell magic at a certain level and use it to find the way? I couldn't quite understand it, but that was roughly the principle. However, their scout over there seems no ordinary person, judging by how accurately they're closing in on our direction. Yet, those assholes managed to keep up with us. I couldn't sense them at all, but if Rottmiller says so, it must be true. So, the key is who reaches the fourth floor portal first. As I sorted out the situation in my mind, Rottmiller spoke up, seemingly sharing the same thought. We need to increase our speed from now on. It's a race against time now. If we can get there first, we can avoid unnecessary battles. But if they catch up to us before that, then we'll have no choice but to fight until one of us is down for good. The problem is we're all exhausted. Life doesn't always go as planned, especially when people are tired and drained. Karlstein, hand that fellow over to me. The dwarf, showing consideration for Misha, decided to take over carrying Dwaki. And that's when the accident happened. In an effort to save time, passing Dwaki to the dwarf while running was a mistake. Misha lost her balance and fell. Fortunately, Dwaki was already in the dwarf's arms like a piece of luggage. Nya, Trump, I think I got a cramp in my leg. I can't move. It was a cramp. It was clear she had twisted her ankle in the fall. Don't move. Just stay still. I immediately stopped and picked up Misha by the nape of her neck. And as I slung her over my shoulder, something unexpected happened. Damn, what's this now? The light vanished, and deep darkness engulfed my vision. The dwarf, who had been right in front of me with a torch, was nowhere to be seen. Bjorn, stay quiet. I calmly opened my backpack and took out a torch. Fumbling in the dark, I lit it and fixed it into the helmet S slot. Sure enough, the teammates who had been there just seconds ago were nowhere to be seen. Naya, did we miss them? Misha exclaimed in panic. Reluctantly, I replied. though I didn't want to believe it. It seems likely. In just a few seconds, we've been left behind. What now? Shouldn't we hurry after them? Misha urged hastily, but I chose to remain still. After all, do we even know where they went? That way. They definitely went that way. To our eyes, maybe. But in the witch's forest, one cannot rely on sight. If we head off in the wrong direction, we could end up further from the team, wasting time. The best thing to do right now is to stay put. Trust in the team, trust in my judgment. Rob Miller is a scent-based scout, isn't he? He must have realized we're missing by now and will surely return soon to find us. Bjorn. Ah, well, that's what should have happened, but how long are we supposed to wait? A minute passed, and our teammates didn't return. Damn it, what now? Should we wait longer? Just as my doubts deepened. Ah! A faint scream echoed through the darkness. Bjorn! I heard that. That was definitely Murad's voice. It was hard to be certain, but it did seem likely. If it wasn't another accident, they would have returned by now. However, it sounds like they're in trouble. We need to help them. Keep your voice down. Why? We could be in danger too. Making noise wasn't a good idea. We didn't know what was happening on their end. If it were just a monster encounter, they would have had time to come looking for us. So, all the more reason for us to go help. Even if I wanted to help, there was no way to know where they were. Unless we kept hearing consistent sounds, it was impossible to pinpoint the right direction based on a single scream. That's how the witch's forest works. MMPH. So, I covered Misha's mouth with my hand and focused on listening. Mala the girl is there. Find an opening. Create an opening. We can't leave her behind. At least Scout must take down, so they can't escape. Now, run away. After that, a few more dying breaths of voices faintly reached my ears, and then, at some point, they completely disappeared. In the forest, where not even the rustling of leaves could be heard, the eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, but I stood still for about 5 more minutes, waiting. The missing members of our group didn't return. Whether they were dead or alive, I couldn't jump to conclusions, but one thing was clear. Waiting any longer wouldn't bring them back. Which meant, we're screwed. Stranded with just the beast girl, in a labyrinth swarming with monsters and plunderers. And right in the middle of the witch's forest, where without a scout, we couldn't even find our way back. Fuck. Episode 59, Rules for Survival 2. What's most important in a survival situation? Water? Food? Stamina? Tools? Well, they're all very important, but if I had to choose just one, I would pick mental strength. No way. I can't die like this, no way. After all the desperate struggles I've endured, to end like this. Misha, calm down. When you're in a shitty situation, you need to have the courage to face it without denying it. That's the only way to make an objective assessment. So, I discarded all doubts. It doesn't matter what happened over there. It could be the appearance of a strange monster, or perhaps Alicia and her gang launched a surprise attack in that brief moment. All possibilities are open. But what I need to focus on right now isn't that. Think, I'm currently separated from the group. I have one beast-human ally beside me. Sadly, she's a warrior who's only good in physical combat. And the chances of my lost companions returning to this place are slim to none. In short, we're screwed. Physically immune monsters dominate this area, also known as the warrior graveyard. It's nearly impossible for a barbarian and a beast-human warrior to make it through. On top of that, we're being pursued by plunderers. Actually, that's the biggest problem. If we encounter them, it's game over. But if I don't want to bite my tongue and die, I have to think, not about how screwed up the situation is. What should I do now? What action should I take? Even if it's a mere struggle for survival, what should I prioritize and what should I give up? In other words, what's the best course of action right now? Move. What? But even if we do, it's better to leave this place, even if we can't find the way. After objectively assessing the situation, I realized there are things we must do, even in the worst conditions. I decided to prioritize them and solve them in order of importance. The first thing is, this place is dangerous. We need to get out of here. The reason is simple. We have absolutely no information about what the dwarf's party encountered nearby, other than it was dangerous enough to prevent them from coming for us. If she did play a trick, we'll find her eventually. But shouldn't they have shown up by now? Maybe we just weren't their priority, or the dwarf had to run in the opposite direction for some reason. I didn't plan to argue for long. The first thing to give up for survival is intangible values like compassion and consideration. So what are you going to do? The choice is yours. I have no intention of carrying a burden just because we're allies. After all, that's not what allies are. I drew a clear line. If you don't like my decision, then we'll move separately from now on. What? What do you mean? Answer me. I had no time to waste on arguments. Yes or no? Misha, who had been silently staring into my eyes, bit her lip and made a choice. I will follow your orders completely. After all, there's nothing much a wounded person like me can do. A perfect response, considering the circumstances. Turns out she's quite sharp. A 5-year veteran explorer indeed. But still, that's too harsh. As Misha's face softened, she started to whine as if hurt, but that didn't matter to me. As long as she follows my orders. Drink this. I opened the vial of potion and handed it to her. She slowly drank it, making a face as if it were poison. And then she started groaning. Not in a suggestive way. After all, a potion can't do that. Hiccup up. Hearing her painful groans, it seemed like the potion was working. So, I carried Misha on my shoulder. A sprained ankle should heal in about 5 minutes with the potion. But saving even that much time is good. Ugh, please walk slowly. Or, at least gently. As I started to move briskly, Misha groaned and begged. Seems like she's getting motion sickness. But all I could say was this. Just hang in there, even if it's hard. Sorry, but right now, I'm a barbarian who has forgotten kindness and consideration. In a survival situation, efficiency comes first. Motion sickness won't kill you, right? Ta-da-da-dash. Anyway, that's how it was when we were randomly dashing through the forest. Misha, slung over my shoulder, began pounding on my back like crazy. Put me down quick. I'm fine now. Don't lie. I swear on the guardian deity of my tribe, it's true. Then why does your voice lack strength? I pointed out the logical flaw in Misha's words. Somehow, it felt like I was being scolded. How can I have strength after all this? You barbaric brute. Enough. Just put me down. All right. Given the back smashing she was doing, she seemed capable of moving, so I gently set Misha down. Ugh, I thought I was going to die. What an exaggeration. She seemed fine, but I asked just to be sure. So, is your foot okay now? As you can see. Speak clearly. Does that mean you can fight now? For now, yes. But why do you ask? Because we're about to get into a fight. Good. There's a monster over there. Misha's head moved in the direction I pointed, and at the end of it was a giant tree rooted to the ground, moving. An 8th grade monster, Snattree. A nasty monster that uses its tentacle-like branches to attack explorers. By the way, it's one of the few regular monsters that inhabit the Witch's Forest, along with the half-troll. In simple terms, it can be hunted with just physical damage. But do we really have to catch it? It's slow. It won't be able to follow us. Oh, I'm not saying I won't follow your orders. Well, that's a relief. Anyway, her question was valid, so I gave her a brief answer. There might be a core. A core? Misha tilted her head, puzzled by the unexpected term. Understandably so. I wouldn't have come up with such a plan if it weren't for this situation. Monsters in the Witch's Forest all have elemental abilities. Well, except for the half-troll. But I'm going to skip it if I come across it. Misha understood the gist of my plan and stiffened. You mean you want to catch it for that? Yep, not just this one, but as many as possible. We have to get our hands on elemental abilities somehow. Dodging ghost-type monsters is fine for a day or two, but we can't even sleep properly like this. Of course, it would be unnecessary if we luckily find our way out of the forest. But such a miracle happening to me is unlikely. Of course, the drop rate for cores is just as low. But in a way, this is like an optional quest. I'm not pinning all my hopes on this plan. If it comes out, great. If it doesn't, so be it. Just something like that. Anyway, the moment Elisha's group finds us, all of this will be meaningless. Whether their scouts catch the dwarf or start looking for us because they lost him. When that time came, all of our current efforts would be for nothing. But that's not a reason not to struggle. Anyway, get ready to fight. Got it. Misha then drew her weapon. Gurgle. She charged at the Snattree, which had been crawling on the ground with its roots. Survival rule number 1. To survive, one must fight. You have killed a Snattree. EXP +2. I'm wandering through the Witch's Forest without a scout. And if someone were to ask how I feel, I would definitely reply like this. It's like wandering all day in the room of mirrors at an amusement park. Oh, and by the way, there's always BGM playing in the mirror room. Kill her, or enjoy her. Why are you being so nice to a useless bitch? Hee. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, are these hallucinations getting more detailed? Or is it just my imagination? No, it seems not. The illusions have become clearer than before. Hans, why are you the only one who survived? Unlike before, when they just had the form of monsters, now people etched in my memory appear. People I can never meet in this world. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. When are you going to kill that girl? 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 Every once in a while, they'd show up in the form of a hallucination and start talking shit to me. Gradually, the hallucinations and auditory hallucinations start to merge. Field effects can't suddenly become stronger. It's just me getting weaker. I calmly assessed my condition. But that was all. I stayed up all night. In the meantime, I had a fierce battle. I was half dead from a curse, and now I'm wandering in a hopeless situation. Naturally, my mental strength is at its limit. But what can I do about it? I just have to endure. That's what life has always been. At least for me. Enduring, and enduring more, not dwelling on what I can't change, and doing what I can. Misha, use this instead of a dagger. Huh? I haven't used a spear before. After defeating the Snatri, I took a break and checked the expandable backpack. Then, I handed Tyson's spear to Misha. I was supposed to sell it and divide it up when we got to the city, but now would not be the time for that. Just use it without complaining. Okay. Until now, I respected each person's individuality and their accumulated experience. But as a general rule, the longer the weapon, the more practical it is. In fact, if it hadn't been for the dagger earlier, we could have penetrated deeper and shattered the core in one go. Ugh, it feels awkward. Why not give me a sword instead? That's not possible. I'm not sure which is easier to handle, a sword or a spear. But one thing's for sure, the spear is definitely longer. When I create a wall with my shield, it would be much easier for you to help from behind. Anyway, you haven't used either weapon before. Just use that. What's with the whining? She keeps acting up, draining my energy. I don't know what she thinks of me, but I don't feel that close to her. After all, we've only known each other for less than 2 weeks. This would be better for me to use. Upgrading the equipment wasn't just for Misha, but for me as well. Character has equipped steel plate greaves. Overall, item level increases by plus 45. First, I strap Hansi's greaves over my calves. Leather on the inside and steel wrapped on the outside. I wish there were thigh parts too, but unfortunately, they seem to be in the dwarf's backpack. Character has equipped war boots. Overall, item level increases by plus 38. I also changed my shoes. Similarly, they were what Hansi had been wearing. They're pretty good-looking leather boots, but interestingly, there's a steel plate on the top, and it's shaped like a sharp spike. These explorers are only practical in such matters. I looked further, but there were no more items that Misha or I could use. However, I found something unexpected. Huh? Bjorn, is this holy water? Seems like it. After a string of misfortunes, maybe it's finally time to turn things around. It was more delightful than all the equipment. After all, with holy water, we could enchant weapons. Equipment is imbued with holy energy. Deals additional damage to evil monsters. Holy attribute, additional damage. In other words, we can now beat up ghost-type monsters without needing attribute powers. It's limited to evil attributes, but since most ghost-type monsters in the Witch's Forest are evil, it's not a big deal. The problem is there are only 5 bottles. Holy water has no duration. It simply disappears after dealing the set additional damage. How many monsters can we defeat with 5 bottles? Well, it's hard to say, but it will definitely be insufficient to use generously until the 15th day when the 3rd floor closes. I better use it sparingly. Still, it's a piece of good news after a long time. Therefore, I searched the backpack again thoroughly. I hadn't properly checked the exploration supplies before due to the chaos. There might be something else useful. Bjorn. While rummaging through the bags, Misha called out to me. I found something weird. Do you know what this is? It was a pendant with an unusual pattern, and I recognized the symbol. Isn't this the symbol of the Karui faith? Regrettably, that was all I could figure out. Beyond its relation to the Karui faith, I had no idea what purpose this item served. Anyway, it seems I've checked everything I need to. I put the items back and organized my backpack. Considering the newfound variable of the holy water, I also revisited the plan I had tentatively formed. Initially, I had thought of 3 options. 1. Seek help from a random explorer. The Witch's Forest is vast, and due to its geographic features, it's rare to come across other explorers. But if we keep wandering, we're bound to run into someone eventually. If we offer them the equipment as a reward, any explorer would be tempted. The problem is they can't be trusted. Many of these explorer folks are just efficiency freaks. Why bother helping when they can just kill and steal? Some of them might think that way. Besides, she's a woman, after all. As I thought of this, I glanced at Misha, who was picking at a piece of jerky. Hungrily, I continued to think. 2. Wander around until you find yourself outside the forest or at a portal on the 4th floor. This option was purely based on luck. So, I decided it wasn't necessary to set this as our final goal. Like it or not, we had to keep wandering through the forest anyway. Hoping for it doesn't guarantee it'll happen, and not hoping doesn't mean it won't. Anyway, next. 3. Focus on survival until the closure date. We had enough food and water. And now, with the acquisition of the holy water, we have secured at least minimal safety. If we happen to find an elemental essence along the way, our chances of survival in this damned forest would skyrocket. All this assumes those bastards don't find us first. I let out a long sigh. It had only been 4 days since we entered the labyrinth. There was still a much longer journey ahead than what we had already endured. Considering what we'd been through these past 4 days, it was hard to expect the remaining days to go smoothly. It doesn't seem like we'll find any essence, and if it's going to happen anyway, better to do it now. So, I made my decision. Misha, have you ever been married? Huh? All of a sudden? Misha, who was chewing on jerky, was taken aback by my question. It seemed like she didn't understand why I was asking. But, as she had said she would listen to me, she answered amidst her confusion. Well, I haven't, but... Okay. I asked again, more directly this time. Then, do you have any beliefs about not showing your naked body to other men or anything like that? Well, I don't think I have any beliefs like that. Good. What do you mean, good? Stop. Don't come any closer. A choice I could never have made if I hadn't been playing Dungeon and Stone for nearly 10 years. It's a pity to use that item so soon. Awakening Misha. Surviving the game as a Barbarian, Episode 60. Number 9425, the Frost Spirit Ring. A numbered item I obtained by deceiving an old master of the Artemian school. Here, take it. Huh? A ring? Why this all of a sudden? Misha, who had casually accepted it, soon wore a confused expression. This ring was something I was saving until I found the right person to give it to. Naya, but why give it to me? Well, the circumstances have changed. I replied briefly. Swear to your guardian spirit. In exchange for this, you will stay with me. The Frost Spirit Ring was valued at 1.5 million stones. However, it's so rare that even those who desire it find it hard to obtain. If its true value were known, its price would skyrocket. What? Bjorn, are you insane? Misha exclaimed in shock, but my mind was clear. Would I give away something like this without a reason? I will use it for survival for now, but I need a promise that she will continue to follow and help me later. Of course, this wasn't a one-sided contract. The moment you accept this ring, I swear on a warrior's honor to assist you. I expect the same from you. Are you serious? To prove it, I looked into Misha's eyes and spoke each word deliberately. I am serious. A true win-win. A kind of fellowship oath. And understanding this, Misha, with widened eyes, stared at me for a while and then spoke in a voice devoid of playfulness. It's sudden, but I can tell you're not joking. I won't lie. I'm flattered by such an offer. Then, that's good. But Bjorn, sorry. I've never thought of you that way. What do you mean? Misha closed her eyes tightly. Then, as if having made a decision, she looked straight at me and responded. I prefer skinny men. Skinny men? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Naya, it means you have no charm as a man. I was momentarily stunned. Was this what it felt like to be rejected without even confessing? It was unclear, but one thing was certain. There's some misunderstanding. Let us just leave it at that. We still have to travel together. No need to make things awkward. What was she saying? I didn't want to sound too snobby, so I tried to spin the truth, but it didn't work. I was worried that I might seem too snobbish, so I offered my help in a roundabout way, but that was a mistake. There's a way barbarians do things. I meant that accepting this ring was to form a fellowship oath. A fellowship oath? Of course, you can end the contract anytime by finding a similar ring or by providing benefits worth 1.5 million stones. Now, do you understand? How could I? What on earth is this ring worth 1.5 million stones? It's a bargain at 1.5 million stones. No, but what is this ring? I cut her off. This ring can fulfill your long-standing wish. What? My wish? For instance, now your brother can no longer call you halfing or anything. Was it a sensitive topic? Misha stiffened. After a moment of thought, she forced a smile. Naya, you think I'd fall for that? Even if you're embarrassed, don't make up such lies. It's not a lie. The conversation halted, and silence ensued. Misha's forced smile vanished. Instead, she looked at me coldly. This is taking the joke too far. Her voice was unusually cold. I gave you a chance to laugh it off and end it. Why do you keep lying? Think it's funny because I play along? Misha bit her lip, visibly upset. I shouldn't have told you that. I hadn't anticipated this reaction, but perhaps it was to be expected. Trauma. A wound festering for a lifetime, painful even at the slightest touch. I didn't bring it up to pick at your wounds. I've never heard of such a thing. How would you know something even my tribe doesn't? Instead of answering, I remained silent. Not everything needs to be explained, nor did I want to. We couldn't keep this up forever. Let us end it quickly. Misha, just one question. Go on. If everything I've said so far is true, would you accept my offer? Still playing games. I cut off her imminent outburst with a shout. Just answer. It was a simple question. Yes or no. My shouting seemed to startle Misha, and she bit her lip again. If what you say is true, I owe you a debt greater than my life. But what? That's enough. I stepped closer and grabbed her wrist. Misha Karlstein, it may be hard to believe, but I swear on a warrior's honor that everything I've said is true. What? Confused, Misha looked at me. Perhaps using the warrior's oath from the start would have been easier. Well, it doesn't matter now. So, remember your words when you awaken. I pulled Misha closer and slipped the ring onto her finger. And then, crack! I shattered the blue gemstone on the ring with the force of my grip. The Frost Spirit Ring has been destroyed. The Glacier Biscadia is released from its seal. Like ripples on a lake, a wave of cold spread across the ground. Whoosh! Number 9425, the Frost Spirit Ring. This was the unique effect that occurred when this item was destroyed. Although it didn't cause any damage and could be considered a meaningless option, I had discovered something after various attempts. Special conditions have been met. If the wearer was a beastman, a separate event would occur upon the ring's destruction. The Ice Biscadia proposes a contract to Misha Karlstein. A soul beast contract. It could forcibly awaken the special abilities inherent to the beastman race. The contract has been successfully concluded. A cold whirlwind swirling around Misha like the eye of a storm. As it gradually subsided, Misha opened her eyes. Her red pupils displayed a mix of complexity and a hint of emptiness. Is it really this easy? What have I been doing all this time? Mumbling incoherently, Misha turned to look at me. Her face was filled with a sense of betrayal as she asked, Bjorn, what is this ring exactly? If something like this existed, why didn't my father ever tell me about it? Whether the Beastman tribe was aware of this ring's existence, I couldn't be sure. But if I were to give her the answer she sought, he probably didn't know about it either. Didn't he know? Yes, a wizard apparently discovered it only after long research. It's unlikely he hid it from you because he didn't consider you his child. This would probably be easier on her psyche. Despite my answer, Misha still looked full of questions. Wait, then how do you know about all this? And where did you get this ring? Explaining wouldn't be difficult. I had made up stories in advance. But there was something else to do first. First, you should get dressed before we continue talking. Clothes? Misha tilted her head in confusion and then followed my gaze downwards. Realizing her current state. Why? Why am I completely undressed? She shrieked, sounding like a malfunctioning robot. I've folded everything up next to you. Get dressed, and then we'll talk. Okay. While I turned away, Misha quickly dressed herself. Can you turn back now? That was quick. Should I have taken my time? As I turned back, Misha, now in her regular clothes, came into view. A thin cloth garment worn under her armor. It fit her so snugly that her curves were even more pronounced. Aren't you going to put on your armor? Answer this first. Why was I naked? Well, I took them off. You did? I had no choice. I heard that all equipped gear should be removed for this ritual. By the way, that was a lie. It wasn't something I heard. I had experienced it firsthand. Damn, all my hard-earned equipment was reset, and I ended up getting a game over. Wait a minute. Did you ask that question at the beginning for this reason? What question? About marriage and stuff. That? I nodded honestly. I thought it would be upsetting if you were married. I am a proud Confucian from Korea. Undressing a woman, especially one who might have a husband, is an act of disrespect I could never commit. However, Misha shouted in disbelief at my response. You thought of that, but didn't think to tell me in advance? I didn't intend to hide it. But you didn't believe a word I said, did you? That's true, but... Misha seemed to run out of things to say as I logically countered every question. So, it was time to be a bit more assertive. Actually, it was quite a hassle to undress you in a hurry. I didn't realize you wore so many trinkets. I'm sorry. Before you apologize, don't you have something else to do? I looked at her intently as I spoke indirectly. It's a rule that one should boast as much as possible when they have the chance. Thank you. Is that all? Misha hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Thank you very much? Don't try to gloss over it. There is something we need to address properly. Do I really have to say it out loud? Misha avoided my gaze, her face a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness, but I wasn't one to let it slide. Such things always need to be addressed clearly. Of course. Upon my firm response, Misha's expression changed. The playful atmosphere was gone, as if she never intended to let it slide. She adjusted her posture and looked at me. Bjorn, let me tell you, I once even tried to take my own life. Suddenly? Though I hadn't sensed such a feeling from her, I listened attentively to her serious voice. It was my father who found and saved me then. I guess you should be grateful to your father. I wish it was a beautiful story like that, but it's not. Do you know the first thing he said when I regained consciousness? If I really wanted to die, I should go to the labyrinth and die there. How much more would I embarrass our family? This was far more dysfunctional than I had anticipated. As I contemplated whether I should correct my earlier misstatement, Misha continued calmly. So I entered the labyrinth. Not because I wanted to die as my father said, but to escape that household. I thought, even without the soul beast, if I became a renowned explorer and gained recognition, maybe my father would look at me differently. Her voice was restrained, yet it vividly conveyed all the emotions she must have felt growing up. Of course, I don't know if this will make my father recognize me, but somehow now I feel like it doesn't even matter anymore. Then Misha bowed to me. Thank you, Bjorn. I will never forget this debt for as long as I live, and will repay it. Her sincerity seemed unlikely to fade over time. And in that sense, enough of the melodrama. Did you swear to your guardian spirit? I asked, having listened carefully. Misha smiled slightly and nodded. I swear to my guardian spirit. Okay, clean and nice. Summoning, enhancement ability. A beastman who contracts with a soul beast typically acquires one of these 3 types of abilities. Misha was of the enhancement type. Misha Karlstein's body is now permanently imbued with the power of the ice beast Skadia. In addition to a leap in physical abilities, she now had a constant ice attribute. Just like how my abdomen felt chilly where I was hit. Ouch! I did hit you because you asked, but I didn't know it would be like this. Are you okay? My skin reddened as if it was frostbitten. Seeing this, I grinned. Summoning or ability would have been better, but still, this wasn't too bad. Being hit confirmed it. I had finally gained an elemental attack method I had longed for. Now even spirit-type monsters were fair game. Wake up, Bjorn. Why are you grinning like an idiot? It's nothing. Let us move on. We've been here too long. After a quick cleanup, I moved on with Misha, and we decided to test our skills against a grade 9 spirit-type monster, a Wraith. The Wraith casts Corpse Flame. Corpse Flame, an active skill blending dark and fire attributes. Its power was lower than a grade 9 spell, and with my vampire essence granting dark resistance, it was barely warm to me. Such spirit-type monsters were usually weaker than their rank implied. They were only troublesome early on when I lacked the means to fight them. Wraith defeated. EXP +1. I used a holy water-sprinkled mace. Misha, with frost imbued in her fists, took down about a dozen Wraiths. Every punch feels weird. She used fists instead of a spear for a simple reason. As expected, weapons don't apply to a first-stage awakening. Just as Barbarian soul engravings have stages, the Beastman's soul beast contract also grows gradually. Fortunately, Misha was originally a martial artist class. She only resorted to using daggers when she felt limited with her fists. Witch S Lamp defeated. EXP +1. Dire Router defeated. EXP +2. Mutated Lesser Spirit defeated. EXP +2. We continued to wander through the forest, taking down monsters as we saw them, without overexerting ourselves. Also taking breaks to conserve energy. Woodman defeated. EXP +1. Homunculus defeated. EXP +2. About 11 hours had passed. We hadn't encountered any grade 7 monsters yet, but battles with lower grade monsters weren't particularly challenging. There had been no dangerous situations, and contrary to our concerns, the Winch Elisa hadn't shown any signs of tracking us down. Could something have happened to them? Maybe, but it's also possible that nothing had. Instead of harboring idle hopes, it was better to stay prepared mentally and continue with what could be done right now. Sigh, still no essence. I lamented silently. Holy Water and the Ice Beast Skadia. These 2 attack methods had made it possible for us to hunt spirit-type monsters without issues. But that didn't change much. About 30%, maybe. I thought. That was roughly the chance I estimated for us to safely survive and return to the city. 1-2 hours have passed since you entered the Witch S Forest. Field effect: the Witch S Forest is strengthened. Status ailment: Witch SI applied. The real survival challenge begins now.